Good evening. I call to order the regular meeting of the Conroe Independent School Board District Trustees for Tuesday, February 17th, 2026. The time is 5:01. A quorum of the board is present, and this meeting has been duly posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551. At this time, please rise for the invocation to be led by Trustee Semler and the pledge by Trustee Gambino.
Heavenly Father, we come before you with grateful hearts. Thankful for the people who give their time, talents, and energy to serve this organization. Thank you for the unique gifts each person brings and help us to see our work together as a blessing. Grant us wisdom as we make decisions and discernment to know what is right, just, and beneficial for those we serve. Unite us in purpose, strengthen us in challenges, and remind us always that our efforts can make a meaningful difference. In Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. We will now move to the board workshop portion of the meeting where we will receive the construction update and no action will be taken at this time. There he is. I was looking all over. Mr. Foster.
Well, good evening, members of the board, President Odenwiller, Dr. Vinson. It's my pleasure to bring forward for you this update so we can give you some information, get you up to speed for the capital improvements we have underway throughout the district. And this is really more of an overview of everything that's currently active going on. So the schedule in front of you there is the overall 2023 bond overview schedule and a list of places we've been and where we're headed, right? So we've had 37 proposed contracts as part of the 2023 bond referendum. That covered new campuses, additions, renovations, auxiliary facilities, and safety and security at every campus in the district. 8 of those contracts are substantially complete, so 2 new campuses. We opened Eisler and Campbell this past August. 17 existing locations have been completed, 16 of those being campuses with 1 auxiliary facility. We have 20 contracts in construction, 6 new campuses, 29 existing locations, 25 of those being school campuses with 4 auxiliary facilities underway. We have 4 contracts in design, 9 of those being existing campuses for additions, renovations, critical infrastructure, and safety and security improvements, and 5 that are on deck, so contracts for future design, which would be 7 more campuses, 6 auxiliary facilities, and the last 13 remaining of our existing facilities for safety and security improvements. So to condense that, this is a chart of a one-pager that was requested of us to kind of give you an idea of where we're at, where we're going, dates and times, who's doing what, and what phase of our construction process we're in. So I believe that file's been distributed to the board directly, so you can have a one-page document give you, and it's a snapshot, so it is dated to the 17th, which is today. Now, bring you back to Conroe High School. So Conroe High School is our last final project from the 2019 bond referendum, and kind of give you an update of where we were when we started. So in somewhere in 2019, there we are. We will find a pointer here shortly. There we go. So in 2019, we had Wilson Road still traversed between the buildings of the campus. Longmire's on the bottom part of your screen, and Highway 105 is over the top of the screen here. So we had recently finished, as part of the 2015 bond, a building addition, which is the student addition sticking out here, which actually set the stage for us to have places to put students within the building and begin the master plan for the Conroe High School campus. So you can see here we had lots of buildings, right? So we had the freshman annex, the rotunda, a separate band hall, a CT building in the back, and then one of the issues at Conroe High School was class change, to get class changed kids across a public street during inclement weather, during all kinds of things. So we've part of our task that the board had given us then was to solve that issue. So going all the way back to the 2015 bond referendum. So that's the first phase of this 3-phase project. The board at the time received a recommendation from the district that we should build a new building on the north side of Wilson Road. The board at that time said, no, we want to maintain the legacy of the Conroe High School flagship, which set us on this multi-bond referendum master plan to accomplish that task. The original building had about 13 individual different floor elevations. I mean, so there was a time in history if you were a non-ambulatory student and you needed to get from the front of the building to the back. There were a few occasions where we had to do that by bus because you couldn't get from the front door to the back buildings without being driven around. So part of our overall project task was eliminate those transitions, minimize the number of floor elevations, and make the campus ADA compliant, which when we're finished with the current project, it will be. So moving forward, so when we're done with this project, which is coming up, we'll be done ready for the start of school this coming school year. We'll have one contiguous building. So all this is ADA compliant from front to back. We've incorporated the existing buildings that remain sound and or could be used, like that original, the band hall that was off on the right-hand part of the screen is incorporated into the CTE wing currently, so we made use of the structures we could use. And in eliminating elevation transition on this campus, we have approximately 33 retaining walls that help us build up the floor levels. Some of you board members toured us with it. The final retaining walls that are underneath the black box theater on this portion of the building right here, it's highlighted. We were standing inside that foundation, so it's a pretty massive undertaking, and being inside of it, you get to really see the kind of the difficulty of the project overall. But the project itself is in its downhill run, so to speak, so we're in that home stretch. The current high school phase, the current phase of the new high school is the new front entry, that auditorium and black box theater, both all scheduled to be ready for school when it starts for the August start of next school year, 26-27. So we're currently working on the new admin area. Once that's ready to move in, the district, the school, the campus administration will move into their new spaces. We've got some renovations to do where they were moving from, and then we'll be wrapping up the auditorium, which will be the final piece of that work to be complete as we near the start of next school year. And this is a conversational program, so you're welcome to stop me at any point and ask
I would
questions.
like to say something. I actually asked for just a topside one-page overview of how much Conroe High School has cost the taxpayers over this decade-long project where you put everything together. And I want to thank Ms. Garza and her team and all the work that you guys did. I know that was a big undertaking for this topside. Do you happen to have that in front of you?
I do not.
You do not. So it looks like the all-in for us for the basically 10-year project. You would call it a 10-year project, yeah?
Roughly speaking, our first design meetings were actually in 2020 and 2014 as we were planning the 2015 bond project, our bond referendum. Mm-hmm. So we've been engaging designers for about 12 years.
12 years. And so the all-in, it looks like, is $232 million and some change. And so I wanted to just put that out there so that the taxpayers understand that this has been a huge project, and mm-hmm. we could have essentially built another school, but like you said, the original board felt it was the right thing to do to keep the legacy of this historical building, really, right?
Correct, and part of that difficulty is in where do you put the students, right? So we've had some unprecedented growth since we started this planning process. We would, to build a new building on that site, we would have to displace all of the athletic programs, which has some severe implications for the cohorts of students that move through. To not displace athletics, we'd have to displace actual students for academic learning, and there's no place for them to go either. And so part of the difficulty here and the length of time is working while it's occupied, keeping it occupied, and turning over new spaces for new school year milestones.
Yeah, and then I also, since I was able to see it, myself, Timber Mills is just a nice flat site, right, to build a building up from, whereas... Relatively speaking, yes. Yeah, relatively speaking, and Conroe High School is much, much different. And so I would say from the level of difficulty, Conroe High School looks like it was a much more difficult project.
It is. I mean, just to kind of give you an idea, the Timber Mill site, although looks flat, relatively speaking, we have one main floor level across the entire building. At Conroe High School, the main floor level is actually level 1. There's a level 0 below it and a level 2 above it. So it's still a 3-story building when we're done. But within the footprint of the future finished Conroe High School, there's a 27-foot elevation change, right, on the what would be the ground level. So that's why we have level 0, level 1, level 2, not a 1, 2, 3. But that elevation change within the footprint of that building is one of the huge obstacles that the design team and the construction crews have been able to overcome.
And I think the new front of the building is really fantastic as well. It's a proper front to a school that size.
All right.
After touring there, one of the things, I was glad you mentioned the 27-foot differential from, isn't it from the front to the back? It's like a 20, or is it just
I wouldn't
all
even
over?
say it's from the front to the back. It's
Just
really kind of
27 feet.
It is
dramatic difference in a campus level.
Correct,
When
so-
trying to build. So that really was the challenge. And the fact that we managed to close off Wilson in that area so that we could be able to have safety there and to incorporate it and enclose it. And if I'm not mistaken, remind me again how much timber mill is right now for the building?
the current construction contract is just a hair under $308 million.
Right, so the fact that we spent $200 million, but it took us a lot longer to do versus if we had just started from new. But I really did like the idea that we preserved the initial Conroe High School for its historics too.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I'm most excited that we have a substantial completion date of August 3rd, 2026. I'm sure Dr. Smith and her
Indeed.
team are thrilled about that too, and the students at Conroe High School.
Indeed, and the crews on site, I mean, it's still not an easy coast into August 3rd, but they're committed to working. They're moving to a 7-day work week as we approach the spring semester, or dive into the spring semester, and then you'll see the cranes for the final piece of steel erection arrive in about 2 weeks. And then the first crane will show up, then the second crane will show up, because they're committed to trying to erect the final portions of that building as quickly as possible to get on the inside. So some of the stuff going on the inside of the building that you can see here, actually you don't see a lot of the inside. You're looking at the two right-hand pictures are interior of the front office area and the classrooms associated with it. And it's, as you can see some comparisons as we move through these projects, you'll see to finish in August, they're in relatively good spots relative to each other. In the back part of right here is where we were standing inside that foundation, which is really the black box theater behind the auditorium. We didn't go into the auditorium. The auditorium is full of scaffold and everything now. So all the work that we've been doing for the last several months at the Woodlands High School, for example, above the ceiling, all that work is still going on while we're working on the outside for the new structures. So the current, they're forming the new acoustical clouds and all the other things that make the house of that auditorium more up to date and modern and perform better. All that work is going on now while we're building on the structure outside. So as we're moving out towards the parking lot, we really are moving towards the smaller, easier task to complete as we build that black box theater this summer. So that project is underway and was scheduled to be substantially complete so that Dr. Smith and her staff will be welcoming new students into the new front door from the Longmire Drive. And there's a whole nother jurisdictional process I've got to engage to officially change the address of Conroe High School. But we don't want to do that until we've got permits stamped and done, because if you change them midstream, that just makes things more difficult, which we do have experience with. We changed some building and permit addresses for our transportation center a couple years ago, and it seemed like a no-brainer, but it turned out to be more difficult than it was. So we'll navigate the address change as we get the front door open for real. As we move through, and feel free to stop me at any point, because I speak from this because I live it every day. But at Fowler Intermediate, this is Flex School number 26 in our office. So it shares the site with Cartwright Junior High, which is off of 1314, just south of Loop 336 on the southeast portion of the loop. That work there is underway. The building itself is moving along nicely, and these are some of those comparison pictures for two areas that finished for school to start in August. They're in roughly the same shape. From you can see in those pictures. So this is a ground-up greenfield construction. The road block we have here, quite literally, is permitting the road and the site utilities that are moving from FM 1314 to connect to these buildings. I authorized our contractor to proceed with that work today. We're nearly complete with all the permitting activities with the city of Conroe. That'll help us get the utilities to be able to receive water and drive up to those buildings. We've been working with a developer across the street for our sanitary sewer connection. That project has been permitted by the city, has been bid, has been let. They had their pre-construction meeting about a week ago, so that work is underway too, and they're committed to having everything they need in place for us to flush our toilets when our staff arrives mid-July. But overall, the project there is moving along well. So the move into Fowler Intermediate should happen in August with no real hurdles. We're looking forward to not having an open like we did last summer when we were behind the eight ball with utilities at Eisler and Campbell. At Casey Arnold Elementary, it's in a neighborhood that has development, has utilities. So we have water, we have sewer, we have storm, all connected to that building already. So that building is also moving along nicely. So for a building that's going to open in August of 2026, again, some comparison photos there to kind of give you where the condition is on the inside of that building. And it's in great shape for a May substantial completion for us, the district to take over and move in this summer. Yes, ma'am.
So we'll have a substantial completion date in May for Arnold.
Yes.
So are we prepared to begin that move-in pretty quickly so that we don't have Fowler and Arnold being moved into at the same time if Arnold is...
Well, as we get delivery dates on furniture, so that process is underway right now. So as we get through those specification lists of furnitures, get the bids and delivery schedules, we'll work best to coordinate with them. The substantial completion for Fowler is also the end of May.
Oh.
What is missing there is the road to get from 1314 to the building. So like the building itself will be ready and swept clean and ready to go. It's the making sure we have concrete to drive on to get there is the hard part. So the move in for the two should be fluid particularly relative to what we had last summer with Eisler and Campbell. But these two are both, we've got two different contractors, so they're not competing with each other for what's going on or even internally for themselves. This one is just competing to get the concrete down for the road, which is, today was my drop dead day to authorize them to get moving so that we can ensure it's done and have time to move in on it. But that work, like I said, we authorized today. And moving on to...
I have a
Yes,
question
ma'am.
regarding the road. Is that something that the district is covering, or are we working with the county on the
So
road?
the road, we call it a road, it's actually a private driveway. It just connects from 1314 across our two campuses. It will physically connect to Willow Valley Court, which is the neighborhood just north of this site, but the city has requested we put a gate on it and keep it closed, which makes that road a private driveway. It's a very long driveway for us, but it is our expense to build that.
So by them requesting that makes it a private driveway, so we cover the cost?
No, we would cover the cost regardless because we need the road in order to build our buildings.
Okay.
So at Grand Oaks, the ninth grade building and the junior high building, which is two sides of the actual same building. So you see on the left is the entrance to the ninth grade side of the campus, and on the right is the entrance to the junior high side of the campus. So that project is scheduled to open mid-year. So the ninth grade has the opportunity to move into that building in January 2027. When they start the spring semester in 2027, they can start it in that new building. The junior high will be ready at the same time, but we don't want to start a junior high mid-year, so we'll start the junior high under its new feeder in the August of the 2028 or August of 2027, school year. So that building will open as a junior high at the same time Timber Mill and the Caney Creek ninth grade and Carteret junior high do, but it will have longer to move into it, so it'll be outside that big, because 2027 is the big year for us to move in and set up buildings, because all of the big jobs open in the same 12-month period.
How many buildings are we opening in 27, August of 27?
In 27, we'll open, and in August specifically, we'll open Timber Mill, Cartwright, Caney Creek ninth grade, and then also the junior high side of the Grand Oaks Junior High School. Which sounds easy when you say it. That's a lot of buildings.
That's a lot of furniture,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's got to be housed, shipped, moved, set up, torn down, boxes, et cetera, and all at the same time.
Indeed. So we have teams set up to coordinate that, help with that effort out in the field. So we know we as a district staff couldn't manage each of those 4 buildings all at once. So the contractors, the architects, design teams are part of their services are to help set up those buildings when they get in. Managing the turnkey vendors. So the furniture vendors will supply, assemble, install their furniture, but doesn't happen just on its own. Somebody's got to be there to direct them. So we've got teams in place to help direct that work. The key for us would be to manage our warehouse space. So anything that comes in needs to be just-in-time delivery to those buildings rather than delivered to a warehouse, stored, and then moved secondarily.
This isn't really planning and construction, but it is planning. One of the things that we got to be a part of when Campbell and Eisler opened up was that we got to check in and help sort and pull all the manipulatives and supplies and such that needed to go to the different classrooms times all these 4 campuses. And that was 1 campus, but or 2, but we're now going to have 4.
Well, and that's the pallet party, so that's separate from the furniture. So
Yes.
and so our goal would be to have the furniture in place, so there's furniture to put all that stuff and material upon. And that is quite literally, for the folks behind me in the audience today, there's a lot of worry going on how we're going to staff and manage that. So it's an active conversation in the district, and other people could jump up and talk about it if they wanted to, but it is honestly something we talk about. If we don't talk about weekly, we talk about it several times a week. So. Now, Timber Mill High School, so it's scheduled to open in August of 2027. So it is, for a building of this size and magnitude, it's in relatively good shape for that goal. So the building inside, I mean, we toured it not long ago for the topping out party with some community folks and a bunch of you board members. So it has moved along nicely since then. So the masonry work is in full swing near the front of the building, so you can start to see the stone and the other life that make the personality of Timber Mill High School come together. In the bottom right corner, you can see the black part of the track poking into which is the asphalt. Another part of those things, when we do asphalt, which is the base of our rubber track systems, it has to go in and sit for a month before you can do anything to it. So we're well ahead of our schedule there as we're putting the athletic facilities together. But overall, this project is on schedule and will open in August of 2027. Same goes for Cartwright Junior High. So this is sharing that site with Fowler. It's not quite as bound by the utilities in the road as Fowler is, because Fowler is having to open in August of 26. So opening Fowler in 26 will, by proxy, solve any of those access issues for Cartwright opening a year later. So that building is near its 100% dried-in state, so you can see the roof in progress. You can see the masonry on the inside of the courtyards, but that project is moving along nicely for an August open in 2027. Now at our Caney Creek High School 9th grade campus, you can see that track conversation I just mentioned has happened there, so the asphalt is laid for that ahead of our schedule for the athletic facility at that campus. Likewise, the building is closing up as it moves around. The last piece of structure is in the top corner of the building, and it's moving along as it should for this campus to open in August of 2027 as well. This site has private utilities, so we're working with a private utility provider next door. So that road that moves off to the top out into the woods there is actually the access road for the water well that we're working with the utility provider to drill there, and they're also working for an irrigation well for us on our site. All under contract, all agreed to, so everything is working well on that, and they've committed to have us water and wastewater service in time for us to open as well.
Can I ask you a question about that? I don't have it open right now, but if my memory serves correct, we're a bit off budget on this project. Am I right about that?
So when you look at, looking project to project, is this one missed the general budget target on our bond plan by about a little bit. I don't remember the number exactly, but it is about $3 million over is what I think Ms. Garza had on her overall bond sheet. But when you look at the bond progress overall, project to project, we're performing very well.
What's causing it to be over?
Well, this site is quite a bit larger than the Cartwright site. So one thing, when you move back to Cartwright, Cartwright benefits from the budget at Fowler. So Fowler picked up the road and utilities that serve Cartwright couldn't have gone the wrong way, sorry. At Caney Creek 9th grade, Caney Creek 9th grade has all the road to get there, all the utilities to serve that one, and that is really basically the difference between Cartwright and Caney Creek 9th grade. The buildings are within 8,000 or 10,000 square feet size of each other. The cost per square foot is very similar on each of those buildings. It's really the infrastructure to get from FM 1485 back to this building and serve it with utilities is the cost difference.
Who's the general contractor for this?
For this one is Duratec, and on Cartwright is Duratec as well.
So, Mr. Foster, were you done? I'm sorry. With regard to the roads again, is this a cost that we're not sharing with the county or any developers?
Well, I mean, in this particular instance at Caney Creek Ninth Grade, it is 100% on our property for our use. It's access to get to our building for our use. On Cartwright and Fowler, I mean, when we originally intended to build that project, we originally intended to turn the road over as a public street. Everybody that we were working with at the city for that process no longer works at the city, so that's when the gate came about, and we get to have a big old long private driveway, which works well for our needs. Long term, I think the city will want us to open that gate, and then we will need to visit with them about how we make that right-of-way transition. Is it something to be compensated for or not? I would do remind you too, the road and utility agreement, if you recall, our friends up just north of us had an issue with the city of Conroe. Our issue was different. The city is paying us for a portion of the utilities and infrastructure we're putting in, just not the road itself, because it's not going to be a public street.
And the reason I ask is for mobility. I think as we build these campuses out, and they do connect neighborhoods, they do connect other highways, and so mobility is always top priority. So I would like to see more, I guess, partnerships so that we could
I
make more
wholeheartedly
connections.
agree. I will point out this is Cartwright, but from this cul-de-sac right here in the bottom of the screen where the pointer was, we'll see, at any rate, but that cul-de-sac right there, to drive from that house on the corner to the front door of Cartwright is about 25 minutes.
Right. And so are those things we don't take into account in planning?
I would have recommended the street be open.
Okay. Same. Okay. Thank you.
When you say we're being managed by a private company, that means we don't have to do water treatment with this one, right? We just have to drill a well?
Say that one more time.
When you say we're being managed by a private company, or the water is being managed by a private company, we just
So-
have to drill a well, is there anything else that goes along
So
with it?
at Caney Creek, we're engaged the private utility provider so that we do not have to have our own wastewater treatment plant or our own domestic water well. We will operate a well on this site for irrigation of the athletic and practice fields, but for the water that serves the toilets and the students and drinking water, we are not responsible for the quality or quantity of it. So that is something we're paying a utility provider. There's not a mud district or not a municipal utility in this area. The only utility is provided by a private company, which we've engaged with them when we bought the property several years ago, and re-engaged with them to actually develop the amount of water and wastewater that we need. And so we're participating with them just like we would any MUD or any developer in the developing of those utilities, and it's fitting within our budget capability currently.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to some renovations, Knox Junior High is a major renovation. So when we do a major renovation, it is basically touching practically everything on the inside of that building. Part of our big task here was to give Knox Junior High an admin section and a library that better served the campus needs. The admin and library were having some improvements over the life of the building, but built in the 70s, it didn't fit our needs today. On the right side are some of the facility improvements that you see. You can start seeing the new colors, the new life going in, but you can see where we took it down to at the bottom, which is the current phase of construction, and it returns with some color and dignity in the tops. But the big process right now, as we push for the summer, is right here at the front of the building, which we're in the process of demolishing the existing administration and the existing library, and they're actually going to change positions within that building. So that gives them a right-sized library for their student enrollment and a right-sized administration for what they need to do at that campus with that set of families and those students and their needs. So that process is underway and is scheduled to be complete in August for the start of school next school year. And right now the project is on schedule and moving forward towards that goal. Now, Buckalew and Haley, these are the first two. Well, we opened 4 of the gym addition projects in January when we returned from the winter break. So coming out of the 2023 bond election, we engaged our design teams and construction managers. We started construction here in November of 24, turned them over in 25. At Haley in particular, it also had a capacity increase of that campus, so we added some classrooms, added about 100 seats to that campus, so the overall enrollment capacity has increased at Haley. At Buckaloo, we rearranged some classrooms, so where the gym fit on the Buckaloo campus, we had to rearrange some of the specials, the art, the music, the other loud curriculum, so that it more better aligned with where the gym fit on that site. Both of those gyms are open. They've been using them since they returned from the winter break. Likewise at Ford and Creighton. So Ford was a capacity addition like Haley, so we added about 100 seats of instructional capacity to Ford Elementary. And Creighton, like Buckaloo, had to have some reorganization of some locations within the building to better align the specials with the gym location. While we're at all these campuses, we're doing their safety and security upgrades from the 2023 bond as well. And like I said, these are two that opened when the kids returned from the winter break this past January.
So I saw in our previous notes that those were not complete and were behind schedule, but they are open. Both of those are open completely now.
Say that one more time.
Ford and Creighton are 100% complete.
They are what we would call substantially complete, so there's still work being done at those campuses, but it's punch list, it's minor in nature. There's some change work there, some additional scope that the district has desired, so that's being priced with the contractors now. We are engaged with, it's the same contractor on all 4 sites. We're engaged with them to begin their financial closeout process to actually get to be what we would call complete, or in our office, it's done, because they've been using them. Their classrooms are functional and in good shape. They're well cleaned. They're well maintained. The graphics are in, as you can see. I mean, so it's really just showing up and handling warranty work orders at this point and finishing some minor details as we get change work processed. But those are, I mean, for the use and function of the campus, they are 100% complete.
Thank you.
So when I drove by not too long ago, within the last few weeks, by Ford, it was still I mean, I hate to say it, but it looked almost like a war zone around the school with all the fencing and the torn up area around it and building construction that looked like it was still in place. But you're saying they're in their facilities now?
Oh, absolutely. So in those campuses they are. So part of our look at Ford is our neighbor to the
Yes,
to the
there's a
south is
construction
also
and
under
other
construction.
construction.
But part of one of the changes we're working on at Ford in particular is some site work change on the outside. One of the things that when we originally planned it was to remove all the portables. The portables aren't necessarily leaving today, so it changed how they could attack the drainage on the outside of that building, because some of that work needs to be done after the portables leave, but if they don't leave, then we need to change our mindset. So that some of that work on the outside is because the district changed what our plan was for those portable classrooms. They will eventually go where they're needed, but they're not currently needed anywhere that I'm aware of, so they're going to sit tight, and we're just making some adjustments with the contractor.
Okay, thank you.
Over at the Woodlands High School, so this is a renovation of the Woodlands High School, so we did roof replacement. We've done chillers, boilers, air handlers on the 2nd and 3rd floor. We'll finish our summer on the ground floor, and the big scope of work where there was the auditorium improvements. Over the last 2 weeks, they've pulled down the scaffolding that was on the inside of the auditorium, so you can see the new acoustical treatments over the ceiling there. The new structure for the catwalk, the lighting, and all the other stuff, all the infrastructure has been done. So seats are going back in as we speak over the next week or so, and then they'll work towards the finish of that. So the goal is to finish the auditorium so we can use it during the spring semester and work through that. But we'll be on that campus through December of 2026, finishing the work around the ground floor as we move through and complete that project. At Oak Ridge High School, this is a major renovation of the 9th grade campus. So you can see on the inside there, we've been changing. If you've been on the inside of Oak Ridge High School, I really should show you a before and after picture, because the after picture is the picture on the left for the wall treatments going in. This summer, the floor treatments will go in. And on the right is just the current phase of where they're working, because they've been working around that building. The building's not at its full capacity, so we can move students around the building, inside the building, as we make our way around it. So the contractor there's been moving along nicely, and they'll wrap that project up this coming summer.
Can I say something about that one?
Yes, ma'am.
So I toured that school before you guys started, and I noticed that, and this is maybe a minor thing, but it's something we talked about in our small group that I think it's worthy of saying here as well, that the furniture was really rough there, especially in the front office and the admin office. And I was surprised to learn that would not be replaced during this process. And we talked a little bit about how we could update furniture when we do these renovations as well. Can you talk a little bit about what we would need to change in the future to be able to accommodate that?
Indeed. So I'll give you a little bit of history. As we've been working with other boards, other administrations over time, our renovation budgets did not include furniture. So furniture was something that, in general, unless you're buying the right furniture, somebody might question whether or not it makes sense to borrow money to buy furniture. And bond projects borrow money to invest in the capital improvement. So when we do buy furniture, we're buying institutional furniture that has a lifespan of 30, 40, 50 years, which is effectively how old the furniture is at Oak Ridge ninth grade. But history would say our budgets weren't set up. Renovations didn't add furniture to buildings. So as we look forward to the future, I'll work with Ms. Garza. If furniture at Oak Ridge ninth grade is a priority of our board, we can actually we can actively work with Ms. Garza to find somewhere in something that they may be able to give to put that furniture in. We've got to go through and assess how much is needed, how far to take it, what programs are needed, and then put a budget number on it. And our team is on board. I mean, we will absolutely, and we've already engaged a firm previously to assess furniture, not just at Oak Ridge ninth grade, but several campuses across the district, so that we can get an idea what the budget need might be. So when I sit down with Ms. Garza and try to figure out where the pennies are coming from, that we actually know and have a good idea what those budgets need to be.
Also, in these renovations that we've been doing, in the tours that we've done through our campuses, I've noticed, especially in our older schools, how poor the lighting is, how dark the buildings are, how dark the hallways are. The classrooms, not as much, thank goodness, but it does go to a whole feeling of dinge or institutional, or however you want to say it. It's not inviting. In our updates that we've been doing in our renovations, I've noticed on the budgets or the dollars and cents that we're getting from you all on our bids and so forth, the proposals, that there is lighting. Is that addressing those issues as well, or is it just in the new classrooms that these lighting, that budget is going to?
So our typical building overhaul targets lighting as part of that process. Because if I've got to tear everything in the ceiling out, for example, and put it all back, it makes sense to change the light fixtures while you're there. With one exception, in the last few years, we've been able to handle the lighting within the budget. And that exception will be Gladys Elementary. Gladys is one of the on-deck design projects that's going to bid this spring. Part of that project is to upgrade the lighting while we're there, adding the gym at Gladys Elementary. But the overhauls we've done up to this point, lighting has been improved while we were there for the entire building. So just when we were presenting to the bond committee, building the 2023 bond, Dr. Null and I at the time asked for specific money to address lighting, and the committee said no. So we're trying to stretch our pennies to get the lighting in while we're there when it makes sense, because it is kind of expensive to take a fixture down and protect it and reinstall it later. But the circuitry for the LED lightings is a little bit different than the circuitry for the fluorescent lighting we're replacing. So it has made financial sense to keep the old lights in, like in that one instance at Gladys, but we were budget bound on the other end. So, but we're back to fix it with this next round of work. So until I run out of the ability financially, we will continue to do it. And if we do run into that ability, again, if it's a priority of this board, then I can work with Ms. Garza to see if there's anything that can be done on the financial side to fill that gap, should there be one.
Thank you, because not only does it go to an atmosphere and an overall well-being of how you feel when you're in the building, it's also a safety concern. So it's not that they're that dark, but it does become,
It's really when you're comparing LED fixtures to fluorescent fixtures, even though the fluorescent fixture meets the minimum requirement, the brighter, better colored light is more desirable, and
And it also goes to learning. Lighting goes
Correct.
to learning. So
Indeed. And
that's what we're here for.
We're on the downhill side. Most of our campuses have been upgraded at this point. By the time we get to the end of this bond program, unless we run into a roadblock, we should have all of our campuses on upgraded lighting.
Thank you.
So moving on to McCullough Junior High, this is a gym addition, so it added a third gym because McCullough Junior High has a very large student enrollment, and it added classrooms because we've relied on portable classrooms at McCullough Junior High for a very, very long time. And while we're in there, we're looking at creating some more classrooms. The center of the building right here is where the library used to be, and it was an inefficient two-story space, and we're bringing that library to the front door. Part of that is because we needed to rework some lighting, some exterior lighting in that drive-through for the front office access. And while we were there, we can actually bring some light, some natural light into a library space. And we've been able to reclaim the former library location as additional classrooms in the space. That helped us keep the footprint smaller and not sprawl out into the backyard. So it was an efficiency in building that had the benefit of making the actual building better to navigate. So now you can walk from one end to the other, or at least when we're finished, you'll be able to walk from one end to the other down a Main Street corridor without having to navigate your way around that library that was in the middle. So you can see yes ma'am. All right. So our classroom section here is the two-story classroom wing fills in this corner of the building. Our gym addition is that structure there that's going on. You can see they're putting the roof deck on it now. And then there's some fine arts additions that are right-sizing the band, the orchestra choir, and art spaces for that building. This project is underway and on schedule and scheduled to finish in August of 2026.
When Trustee Horton and I were there recently and toured with Mr. Hughes going through the hallways and stuff, one of the things that we were asking about was these abrupt stops in the renovation of where flooring or the wall or what the continuity of the design based on where the dollar stopped and where the change happened. Do you know if they've been able to find within the project the funds to finish out some of those things, to make them at least that whole hallway was one thing?
So that is on our current target. So I don't have a 100% firm commitment on it yet, but we've looked at the finances with the contractor and the architecture team to see if it's even a possibility. And the general attitude was positive for it. So our architect is actually drawing the layouts now so we know what floor goes where and how far it goes, with the idea to try to make it more continuous on the inside. And if the project can bear it, we will get that done within that same time frame.
Trustee Horton, do you recall one of the other, were those the two things that we were most looking at, was the inconsistent with the flooring and just one hallway and the wall texture? I'm just not sure if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, so it was the consistency, and then I think we'd also talked about bringing up the wall texture down those hallways. Is that correct?
Right, so we talked about it taking, because the areas kind of north, or on this plan, they kind of go this way across the building, had new tile and new graphic area, wall areas. We're looking at the idea of expanding that lengthwise in the building too. We do run into some budget implications, budget problems. I mean, because if you think about adding wall tile is expensive, because to install it, you got to sit there and hold it till it stays. So it's not very efficient to install wall tiles, what I'm getting at. So it's an expensive finish to put on those walls. So we're exploring it, but I can't necessarily commit to it just yet.
I think another concern, now that I'm thinking about it, was that there was going to be a teacher's lounge that was put downstairs, but at McCullough, they've already got several teacher's lounges throughout the building. Was it decided that that lounge wouldn't be put downstairs and instead the money would be used for something else?
So I am not privy to the conversation you had, but I can investigate with Mr. Hughes and find out what he was talking about.
Thank you.
That was one of those, I remember they were like, we've got a space that we're probably really not going to use. The design put it in there, but they've all got their own little meeting areas, and they eat in those areas too, so they were not going to need that space. So it would be good if we could reallocate it. So anyway, and I'm sure that one room's not going to take the wall tile expense, but just it's something to add to it, so.
And how old is that building?
Come again?
Do you have approximately how old is that building?
Unfortunately, it is as old as I am currently. It was born in 1976, so it turns 50 this year.
My husband attended high school there in the late 80s.
I didn't, because I was in elementary school in the late 80s. So just,
I'll let him
but-
know you're younger than he is.
I can
Uh-oh.
assure you he's not watching.
True.
All right, so moving on to Oak Ridge High School, this is another master plan project. So the code for us, master plan, means it spans more than one bond referendum. So master plan phase 1 was in the 2019 bond for Oak Ridge High School. So you see the bright white roof back here is the new CTE wing. The new admin space, it used to be here, and we moved it around here, so it faces the ninth grade campus. And then we renovated a large portion of the first and second floor. Phase 2, where we're currently at, is focused on fine arts. So when Oak Ridge High School was built, it was built for a much smaller student enrollment, so the auditorium was undersized, the band hall, orchestra hall, choir hall, and all the other fine arts spaces associated were undersized. So at the completion of this project, it'll be 6A-sized program spaces for all those, with an auditorium that is like in kind with the other high schools in the district. You can see here our building pad is under construction. The structural steel, so the building pad's that what I call pretty dirt right there, and it's moving towards the street. As they complete the building pad and get concrete underway, the structural steel for the building structure is already in Houston, ready to ship and go vertical as soon as the concrete is ready for it. So the project is overall on schedule and scheduled for completion mid-year, December 2026. I'm gonna back up and add to phase 3, which would be a future bond referendum should the board and the community engage in it. Should focus on the athletics venues. So the gyms, the locker rooms, the field houses, and the fields that serve that campus. But that was part of our 2023 bond committee. When the numbers got in and we had to start trying to right size the overall budget ask for you to approve and call a bond, the committee decided then to split phase 2 and phase 3 into that third bond referendum. The project will stand alone just like it is if there's not a decision to move forward. But the intent was to have another set of work at Oak Ridge High School for the next bond.
Okay, and could you remind us again, when did Oak Ridge start with its master plan phase 1 or with its overhaul and renovations
Correct.
that have started there? What
That
year?
was in the 2019 bond referendum, so design planning started in 2020. Construction, I believe, was 21, 22, 23, and then we started this one not long ago in May of 2025.
So we started the renovations and construction there in 19, right? And then
We started design planning in November 19 was the bond election. We engaged the designers during COVID in 2020, and then got the contractors on board and bid that job. I believe it started, I'd have to go back in the records, but I believe it started work on site in 2021.
So if we were to, I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, of phase 3, they could very well be under construction for 10 years as well.
It is possible. All that depends on when the next cycle would go to the voters. I mean,
So we're at 6 right now.
well, I mean, and it hadn't been continuous construction. It had been, upon my recommendation, we'd have moved straight from one contract into the next one. The administration in charge at the time asked me to put the brakes on phase 2, give them a breather, and it just made us there longer, effectively.
I just think it's important for the public to understand that, while we're trying to spread the dollars across multiple campuses across our district, and we are trying to be mindful of our growth, which we had a huge exponential growth over a period of time, it does put us behind the 8 ball at times trying to get the buildings built that we need built, but it also puts a lot of stress and strain on our students and our staff on the campuses when we have these projects that we have to keep breaking up, which I understand there's only so much money, but across a decade,
Correct.
that is really a strain and a stress on us.
Yeah, our general first recommendation would be to rip the Band-Aid off and get it all done at once as quickly as possible. But oftentimes, budget is our key limiting factor.
And it's that way for us at home too.
Correct.
So we understand that, but I just think it's important that we point that out to why we make decisions that we make at different times is based on that.
So for our agricultural facilities that are under construction, so there's 3 that we're working on, and the small picture in the top right corner is near completion. I'm actually down to the point where we're working with the Lone Star Groundwater Conservation District to upgrade a water well on that site. So that's the Booty Road site, as we refer to it. It serves the Woodlands High School and College Park High School. The buildings are done. We just need the well upgraded so that we can install the fire water tanks, so we can put the fire suppression systems in service at those buildings so that we can occupy them completely for the programs that they'll serve. I've got good news today from the Lone Water Groundwater Conservation District that we are on their agenda for their March 10th meeting, which should approve the permit, and that'll allow us to drill that well. So as soon as that well gets done, then we'll be off to the races to finish that site. The site on the bottom left, so this is our Conroe site. So it's on a piece of property leased from the county it's adjacent to the fairgrounds. So driving out that driveway off the bottom right corner of the picture, you're looking at the show barn for the Lone Star Convention Center and fairground facility. So you can see there the building slab's in, the building structure is underway, and the project will open with city utilities that are already connected in 2026 in the spring semester. And then on the right side is our Robinson Road location here. And that road, then you can see it's dirt work and it's under construction. So we're renovating the existing barn that was on that site, and we're building a new barn next to it. We're retaining some pasture below those barns, and not long ago, with your permission, we were able to purchase the remainder of that property to have pasture just north of us. But that project is underway, fully permitted, and moving to complete in the spring semester as well. You can see, it's hard to see in the picture, but the steel for the building structure is on site. That's all stacked up in the corner. So it's, as soon as the concrete's down, steel will go up there. Now, Caney Creek Transportation Center, so this is another master plan project. So it was back in the 2019 bond referendum. In order to get the bond referendum amount to a dollar amount that the voters would authorize, we arbitrarily cut the transportation budgets in half. So that cut this project essentially in half at the 2019 bond. So in the 2023 bond, we came back. We added the remainder of the parking for the East County bus fleet, a bus wash facility so we can keep them clean and keep our image good there. We expanded their fueling operations so they can better serve the bus population in East County. We added the working bays that were deleted from the other project so that our mechanics and oil changes can happen there locally at the East County facility, and expanded their office section on the other side of the building so that we can house all the folks it takes to run our East County operations. So Caney Creek Transportation Center is moving along very well. You can see the interior pictures on the right. The contractor is actually looking to turn it over earlier in the summer rather than later, so our transportation department can use it for their recruiting tasks and everything they need this summer. So it's going very well out there. Now, for our critical infrastructure packages, these are titled renovations because we're there working on building systems and things like that. So you can see the nice bright white roofs here. So this is Vogel and Veterans Memorial Intermediate, which both collectively in my brain are Flex Schools number 1 and Flex Schools number 2. But they were at the end of their service life on their original roofs for those buildings, so they've been replaced there. And we're working on chillers, boilers, air handlers, and safety and security upgrades over there. So we're currently working at all 3 of these campuses, Vogel, Wilkerson, and Veterans Memorial, in the overnights and weekends, preparing everything for the safety and security upgrades that the Safety Committee authorized from the 23 bond referendum. So those safety and security items being interior, additional secure doorways so that we can further protect who has access to what areas of the building on the inside of the campuses. I won't show you those pictures, because it's a security concept for us. But I do have exterior cameras going all the way around the building so that we can look at the driveways. And so if there is an incident on that campus, we can have a better idea of who came and went from the property, not necessarily from the building, and as well as a 100% card reader access on all the exterior tours, moving the district towards a keyless operation of our buildings. So, because you can imagine with 10,000 employees, how many sets of keys we have out in the world. And you add contractors and design teams and all the other folks, we want to manage those keys, and cards are much easier to manage than keys are. So as we move to another critical infrastructure project, Mitchell, Cox, and Travis. Mitchell got some additional driveway improvements where the county needed us to get some cars off of Alden Bridge Road. So you can see that new stretch of concrete on that part of the building. And while we're there, we're also doing the safety and security upgrades and a little bit of critical infrastructure at Mitchell. Travis is the picture in the bottom where they've been re-roofing the original portions and the 2010 addition to Travis Intermediate. So that's the bright white roof that's on that piece, and they'll be moving to Cox Intermediate here in the very near future to put a new roof on Cox Intermediate and do all the safety and security upgrades there as well.
How old is Cox at this point?
If I recall, Cox opened in 2009, 2010-ish, so it's 25-ish years old.
God, that's hard to believe.
No, my math was wrong there, sorry.
I was like,
Yeah, mathing is hard, so about 15, it's coming on 20 years old.
yeah, 20.
So Bush and Powell is our gym additions here. So these are Prop C, if you recall. I mean, just like Haley, Buckley, Ford, and Creighton. Gym additions were the biggest issue in Prop C. These are two more of those projects. While we're adding those gyms, we're also doing the critical infrastructure upgrades while we're there. But in the bottom corners of these two, Bush on the left, you can see the building structure going in for the gym, and Powell on the right, you can see the building structure going in for the gym. Both these are on scheduled to complete their work, including the safety and security and critical infrastructure this summer, so we're ready for school to start in August. Giesinger and Reeves, two more of our gym addition projects. They started at the same time. They're a little bit behind because these two are in the city of Conroe, so their permit process took a little bit longer before they could get going on the site. But you see Giesinger on the left, the building slab is underway. The structure is about to be there to come vertical. And Reeves Elementary, the structure is underway, going vertical in that building too. Both of these campuses with their critical infrastructure will be ready for August start of school without any issue. Now moving on, Wilkinson, Patterson, Bosman, Stewart, Cryer, and Grangerland, more critical infrastructure projects. This is chillers, boilers, air handlers, roof sections, electrical service equipment, temperature control for our data systems, freezer cooler upgrades. We're currently at Cryer doing the roof there. We're also across the board at all 6 of those doing the prep work and the nights and weekends so that when we get to this summer, we'll get all those doorways, pathways, safety and security upgrades, and all that equipment installed. Those projects are on schedule and looks like they'll finish in August for the start of school with no issue. Washington High School, another master plan, code word for multiple bond referendums. But Washington High School is special because it changed a little bit over the course of our planning process. So the original building for Washington High School was built in the 50s by the lowest bidder with the lowest possible cost. And it served well. I mean, Marshall and his custodial team keep it pristine on the inside. Walking down the halls of that building, you wouldn't really get a full dose of what it takes to keep that building running. But the original building and its multiple building additions have been and continue to be very expensive to operate. So the better solution would be to build a new building, which we've worked a little bit with the former administration at the campus, the administration here at the district, have some folks talking to a few community members to make sure we don't want to disrespect the community around Washington High School. So with their buy-in, we're building a new building on the same property next door. There'll be a little bit of building and demolition where the two buildings would connect, but they're not intended to connect. The intention would be to move the existing Washington High School into the new building mid-year, December of 2027, so off-center of the other 4 big projects that are opening in August of 27. But the goal here would be to begin the process of decommissioning the older original Washington High School building once they move into a new building. Now, create that as a master plan. We're spending our resources on the new building currently. At the end of that project, I don't foresee there's going to be resources to demolish or fully decommission the existing building. So I think Mr. McCord would say I'm pretty loud when I talk about we need to have a plan. We need to not fill it up because it's very expensive to operate. We're going to talk a little bit later tonight about warehouse needs and things like that, but this is not the location that we need to use in my current opinion. But Washington High School as a master plan, I think in phase 2, should we come back in a future bond referendum, would be to decommission the existing building and then potentially grow Washington High School. So we're setting up the new building in a manner so that it can grow if we the district have program needs to grow in that location. It is currently also going to be the location of our virtual school. So it has an admin for the virtual school as well as an admin for Washington High School.
Just on that note, and maybe Dr. Vincent can weigh in on this, I'm thrilled to hear that we are really investing into Washington High School as we live in a new world with ESAs. I think that investing in Washington is a good and worthy cause, and I think that there's more to be had there. Dr. Vincent, any thought on vision with with Washington High School?
The thing is that there's, because we're in a new situation, one of the things that you guys have requested and talked about is the idea of, a virtual school in a purposeful space, because it has different digital requirements, different inputs and needs and those kind of things. And so that's the spaces we can design it and deliver it. That's going to allow you to serve more students and with less footprint, right? So when we start thinking about those kind of things, these are those niche spaces that allow us to take care and do those kind of things. And the other thing is that, a lot of what we do digitally, as far as how you serve kids in an alternative setting, that's also could be a more flexible space that can serve more kids depending on how you schedule it. So there's those ultimate possibilities. And the cool part about that too is I'm really excited about what the vision is about really revitalizing that part of the community, because it's going to be new, it's going to be fresh, it's going to be something that they would deserve, and it's a great place to put it. I was over there at a parade on Saturday, because I go to a lot of parades, but it was really fun to see and experience that. And so I'm really excited when you kind of vision what that's going to be.
I'm excited that Washington will have an opportunity to be seen for what it is and not what people think it is. It isn't, there's so many different factors that go. It's an alternative campus. It doesn't mean it's a disciplined campus.
Yeah.
There are students that will benefit from different type of learning there, smaller class settings. There's so many different things that happen on that campus versus just a student that may have had some troubles. So
you're right, Madam President. The thing is that one of the things we've also envisioned is actually moving the discipline alternative school to a different location, because that's a stigma. It's what the reality is. They're two different spaces, different places, but it does offer that as a different place.
And I love that Ms. Norman when she was there, was working towards a more flexible educational process for those students that are having to work and need to have more flexible class time in order to be able to fulfill their educational, requirements to graduate high school.
You're right. The thing is that even like a full day now is 240 minutes in a minimum situation. And I've taken those situations before in previous alternative campuses that we've created. Actually created an AM and a PM schedule. You can serve twice as many kids, and it meets in a flexible way their needs. Maybe if I'm here 7 months, we'll be able to get onto that. But the thing is that we are trying to design those spaces to meet the needs, and the school belongs to the community, and this is definitely a place in a space that could use it.
Oh, I noticed that I think Trustee May mentioned the ESAs. How does that tie in with the virtual school in Washington?
The thing is that sometimes one of the things that I would say, and I'm new to the Houston area, but Frisco, Plano. And, when I was in Wiley, we were thinking about those is because people are looking for that alternative setting, and sometimes it's a virtual setting that they want to be provided in terms of a different education experience. And so if you can do that, it's a great way to recapture some of those kids who, after the pandemic, it was, schools were just a little bit different sometimes, and they want to maintain that virtual space and that way it goes. So I think when we look at it and we look at school in a different way, we're going to have to envision and kind of and grow with it, the flexibility of it all, you know what I mean? And so, what that looks like, I think that we have to divine that in a way that meets Conroe ISD's standards and kind of meets the flavor of what we have. Because, there's such a big place too, getting somewhere, as far as, if you, when I go to Grand Oaks, I plan the day because, it takes a long time to get there. So if you can create a central place, a virtual space, maybe it'd be better.
All right. So renovations we haven't designed, so this is gym additions essentially here. San Jacinto is also a major renovation, so we're going to be touching a lot of portions of the interior of San Jacinto as well as the exterior. The big news for San Jacinto as far as their major renovation is that is a location where we do serve our own sanitary sewer needs and our own domestic water needs. So we are working with the MUD that serves Artavia, which is developing all the way around San Jacinto Elementary. As part of this project, we'll be connect to their services. Which is the agreements are under, they're drafting them now. I should have them on my desk this week for us to approve. We'll bring them forward for you guys to execute so that they can begin construction on them. They've committed to bringing us water so that we can connect to the water this summer. because we want to build the new gym addition for San Jacinto College right where the existing water well is at, so that it fits that campus perfectly. And so with their commitment to get their work done so that we can hook up the water this coming summer and start our gym construction, that'd be fantastic for us. Rice is paired with San Jacinto to make a overall bid package that's enticing for the contractors to come look at. We're designing both of those now. We're going to be bidding those this spring with anticipated construction beginning this summer. Completion for those gyms, we intended to use those campuses for students when they return from the summer break in 2027. Two more to go along with that. David Galatis, gym additions being the primary function for these. Critical for infrastructure while we're there as well. But they're in design, set to bid this spring, anticipated to complete construction at the end of the summer break for 2027. Anderson and Glenlock, these are renovations on deck. So I've actually got the proposals for the design team in my inbox right now so we can get them signed up. We'll be doing our construction manager selections, hopefully to bring you for that approval at the April board meeting. The goal here is gym additions and critical infrastructure. Anderson Elementary is the one that gets a lot of critical infrastructure on it. Glenlock has had some done over the life of that campus, so it's a little bit smaller work there, a little more focused on the gym addition itself. Construction is anticipated to be summer 27 to complete in summer 28 on those projects. Now at Hauser and Ride, this is the last two of our 16 elementary school gym addition projects from the 2023 bond referendum. This is the project that is currently scheduled to be designed and bid in the CSP method, so that we will design, bid, and build for this particular project. Design is in process to going to run concurrently with the Anderson and Glenlock project. Permitting and the bidding is scheduled for the spring of 2027. So the goal would be to be able to under construction in summer of 27 for completion in summer 28. Now, Caney Creek High School is a critical infrastructure project specific to Caney Creek High School. It's also going to settle up and take all of the remaining safety and security improvements that would touch every single campus in the district once we get to the bottom of this list. You'll see there Bradley is flex school number 17, Clark's 18, such was 19, Hope is 20. So these campuses are majority ones that have opened in the last 4 or 5 years. 6, 7 years in some cases, but they're relatively modern for the infrastructure that's going in them. Conroe High School gets some of the upgrades associated with card readers. There's not a lot of work at Conroe High School, but it made sense to loop in PBK, our design team from Caney Creek Infrastructure, because they're already at Conroe High School as well. Oak Ridge Elementary and Lamar Elementary were part of our very first run of projects that came out of the 2023 bond referendum. They were actually the work that we did at those in 2023-24 was from the 19 bond referendum, which is why we're coming back to them for the safety and security upgrades that are called for in the 2023 bond referendum. But this will, after we get through this list, every campus in Conroe ISD will have the same safety and security upgrades by grade level. Elementary is all the same, intermediate the same, junior high the same, and high schools the same for their peer grade levels. Scheduled to be complete in July of 2028. College Park and the Woodlands 9th grade both get some critical infrastructure and safety and security upgrades there. The design is in progress, so we've signed up our architects. We'll be doing our construction manager selections here, hopefully to bring you or for approval in April very soon. Again, work to be scheduled in summer 27 to complete in summer 28. And then our final project from our 2023 bond referendum would be critical infrastructure for the admin building, which is the Sadler building, Hawk, which houses a lot of our special ed staff, testing and assessment, which is for the testing and assessment staff. The Woodlands Transportation needs a little bit of work. Police Command Center needs some work. And our Caney Creek wastewater treatment plant needs a little bit of work. We'll be working with our maintenance department on to make sure that they get their needs met. These are all critical infrastructure packages, and anything that has our Sadler admin building comes at the very end of our bond program, so that we treat the student facilities first and then the faculty facilities once all the students are handled.
Just one question about Hawk. Can you remind me what we're doing at Hawk?
So Hawk needs a little bit of critical infrastructure work for air conditioning, roofing, some other things. The last time it had any real major work done at Hawk was in 2012. So, I mean, that's long enough ago that we need to pay attention to some of the stuff that's going on that keeps that building comfortable. I know Mr. Schroeder's in the background going, you need to go in the basement. And so we're going to go in the basement and try to make sure we clean up everything there to make sure
There's
that
a basement?
there is. And
I kind of want to go see it.
Yeah. But we're going to be there to work with our maintenance department to make sure we address the items that are critical to keep that building functional, because it is full of people that are doing good work for Conroe ISD.
How many special education people are there? Almost 200, I think?
I believe that number is accurate.
Grateful for each of them. And our Parent Resource Center is there, but we're going to talk about that, I think, a little bit later with CPAC, so I'm excited about that.
All right. Good news. That was my last slide. So
Look, everybody's here for you.
I think you've literally gone over every building we have. Congratulations.
oh, thank you.
An hour and 11-minute update, and that just shows the constituents and the people of our district how much work is really going on, how behind the scenes that people really don't realize the extent of it, and we've not covered it all in one like this before. So I really do thank you. I know it was a lot of work and prep.
No problem.
And we've pelted you with a lot of questions, and we appreciate your answers on it.
Well, and genuinely happy to answer the questions. I told Miss May in our small group meeting earlier this week, just because my face doesn't show it, I am excited to talk
deadpan
about
from
this
this
stuff.
side, people.
This is my special topic of interest, which is construction for Conroe ISD. So I've thoroughly enjoyed being able to share it all with you.
And that schedule that we saw at the beginning, which none of us could see, we have a life-size version of it, so thank you.
Like this big,
Yeah.
rolled up.
Indeed.
It's huge.
Well, thank you all.
Okay, any other questions, trustees? All right, well, thank you very much, and we're moving on to a favorite part of our event, our board meeting, which is special recognition. So at this time, I believe Dr. Horton, there we go, is going to come up. Dr. Horton is going to address our 2026 Texas Music Educator Association All-State musicians.
Well, spread out. Spread out. Well, wow, that's loud. Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Dr. Bob Horton. I'm the Director of Fine Arts, and on behalf of our over 350 fine arts teachers who impact the 73,000 students of Conroe ISD, I want to thank you for your constant support of the arts. Conroe ISD is recognized at the state and national level as a leader in arts education, and this is supported by your commitment to a well-rounded education which includes high-quality arts experiences. President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson, thank you for giving recognition to these 31 students who have been named 2025-26 Texas Music Educators Association, or TMEA, All-State Musicians from Conroe ISD. And don't they look great lined up across here? To give a little context to this accomplishment, it is a competitive process that begins throughout the state in 33 different regions. Individual musicians perform anonymously for a panel of judges who rank them, and from this ranking they advance through region to area, and then finally, as the number grows smaller, they are qualified to perform in a Texas Music Educators Association all-state group. They participate in 3 days of rehearsals directed by internationally recognized conductors during the TMEA Clinic and Convention, which was just this past weekend. Their performances for literally thousands of attendees bring this extraordinary event to a close. Over 1,800 students are selected to be All-Staters from across the state, but this is out of 68,000 students who began this process. So this places our students in the top 2.7% of all student musicians who initially auditioned to become All-Staters, and these 31 are ours from Conroe ISD. I'd also certainly like to take a moment to recognize their teachers who have guided them through this process. and recognize their schools: Conroe High School Choir, College Park Band and Orchestra, Grand Oaks Band, Oak Ridge Band and Choir, and Woodlands Band and Choir. And teachers, if you are in the room, would you please come up here with your students? All right, now the most challenging part is come to the middle. Squish, squish, squish.
Yeah, you should maybe get 2 rows and stuff. And
Yep.
girls, girls, tell the boys how to pose.
Y'all come back. Come here,
Yeah,
move this.
yeah, that'd be great. Trustees, y'all want to? Yeah.
Bring it on, Morgan.
Come on.
You want this moved more?
President Notwell, I want to get y'all in here.
Oh, I can pull it.
Board members. Mom, I know you want to be the yellow mom behind me. All right, yeah. Thanks. If you're short, get in front.
Dr. Horton, I would venture to bet, I know you said they're in the top 2%, or 2.7%. I should have rounded up. I'm not a mathematician. But anyway, I would venture to bet that we have one of the largest groups with 31. Of that, do you happen to know, like, what we represent of that percent? I put you on the spot now. And so now I'm going to ask the students to also give your parents, and just the students, y'all take this glory. Students, I'd ask for you to please give your parents and your instructors and directors and tutors and everyone that has helped get you to this moment a round of applause. This is a major accomplishment, and there's not only the talent that you all have and what you've been able to exhibit and your performances that you've done and the experience that it's been. Music plays a huge part in learning, especially in the math and sciences, and it's an outlet for so many for their own individual growth. And so I commend you all in the work that you've done and put forward. I commend you in putting yourselves out there to just be a participant, let alone get selected. So congratulations. Thank you again to all of you for your support for them. They couldn't do it without you. And of course, you gave them life, so that makes it that you contributed to this. So thank you all very much. And I just thank you all for the job that you do and the representation you give this district, because it's more than just your music ability. It's the face that you put forward, the character you put forward out there when you attend these events, that people know you set us apart by the way you interact with others out there when you go to these events. So thank you again. Congratulations.
The president.
I'm sure that everyone in attendance here is not surprised, and those watching online are probably not surprised at the success that our music and fine arts department continue to do. It's amazing.
Madam President, I want to say two things. That number one, I don't think we ever lose in fine arts. I think we got robbed by Louisville and a couple of ISD and a couple of places because we should always win because I think they're fantastic. And secondly, those are the guys that were causing all the ruckus where we couldn't hear. They were in the next door, so they can be loud.
They're
too.
the reasons why I had to ask for a mic to be turned up so we
Absolutely.
could hear
I mean,
better.
band kids, I mean, they're crazy.
That's all right.
It's fantastic.
They need the ability to increase that lung capacity, so there you go.
I was at TMEA and we were eating lunch, and everybody just kept breaking out in song like at the restaurant, which I'm not used to. It's a little disconcerting.
Oh, I remember that. He sent a text on it. All right, so if I have no objection, I would like to move human resources up to this point, is that all right with everyone? All right, so let's go ahead and move human resources up, and I will turn it over to you, Dr. Vinson.
I hate being around Carlton when you have to go dressed for success, but whatever. The thing is, it's okay. Madam President, trustees, it's exciting, and the thing is that I'm going to introduce people tonight that are the template for how we want to lead our school district in every way, instructionally, culturally, all these different parts, and it's just exciting because I think we're going to pick to lead is going to be amazing, and so I'm going to start out by introducing our new. It's kind of exciting too because you don't know who's going to be, right? And so our new principal for Casey Arnold Elementary. So come on up.
Make sure you give her name to everyone.
No, the thing is this. This is the funny part about it is I've been to Suchma 3 times. I've only seen her once because she's always in a classroom. And now she's just stuck back there. So, Jamie, come on. I mean, you don't have to, it's not a runway exhibition. It's going to be fantastic. And the thing is that it's amazing because, if you go to Suchma, it's just such an exciting place. And I've been there 3 times. I've seen her once, and we were in a student assembly, and all she did is crack an egg with confetti on my head and then put me in a group that started a snake line, and then I ended up in this room with 50 other 5th graders. It was amazing. I never saw her again. It's like she cracked her head, go do your thing. And so I was a part of a group. I don't even know if that was Harry Potter or something. So it was really amazing. But the thing is that Jamie has literally been in every feeder pattern, right? And in every situation, she makes places better. She started out as a teacher and then an instructional coach and an assistant principal, and then took and really, if you really look at what she did at Sanjak, just transformed a place with culture and kindness. And then the great part about it is that she was able to take that culture and transplant it into Suchma. She's been there 3 years, and the thing, when you walk into Suchma, there's just so much energy and excitement, and I think I add to that energy and excitement, if I would want to say so myself. But it's just really exciting, and it's nice when we put people that have been in these spots that can make these differences. And Jamie is that person that we ask her to help us, and she does. And those are the kind of people, those servant leaders, that we're so grateful for. And I'm just grateful for you. And the thing is that in our short time to know each other, you know who the leaders are, and she's one of them. So let's hear it for Jamie Allen.
President Odenwiller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson, I am deeply honored to expand my service as a leader here in Conroe ISD as the inaugural principal of Casey Arnold Elementary. Thank you for your continued trust and your confidence in me as we open the first pre-K through 6th grade campus in the Grand Oaks feeder zone. This is an exciting time. The opportunity before me is both humbling and inspiring as we build something completely new while honoring the beautiful legacy of Casey Arnold. I look forward to joining hands, hearts, and minds with our students, staff, family, and Grand Oaks community to establish a strong foundation of excellence at Casey Arnold Elementary. I would like to take a moment to recognize the people who are here tonight celebrating this special evening with me. My parents, James and Joanne McCormick, traveled from Weatherford, Texas to be here. Through example, my dad taught me the power that if a job is worth doing, it's worth doing well. while my mom showed me what it truly means to serve others, whether that be in big moments or small and quiet moments. As I step into this incredible responsibility of opening a new school, I fully realize that it will take a tremendous amount of hard work coupled with the heart of a servant to accomplish the goals we have ahead. I'm also grateful to have my 4 children, along with my son-in-law and daughter-in-law, cheering me in person and from afar. They remind me daily to show up fully, to persevere when the road is long, to keep moving forward with courage and confidence, and most importantly, to love big. I step into this next chapter with their support. And here tonight's my daughter, Allie Almond Lynn from Weatherford, Texas, and Autumn Almond, who is a paraprofessional in the Grand Oaks feeder zone at Snyder Elementary. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge those who have impacted my journey as a leader, especially as it relates to this new role. First of all, I'd like to take a moment to thank Dr. Shelley Winkler for believing in me, even on those days when I didn't believe in myself. Thank you also to Joe Daw and Joanne Bacon, living legends within Conroe ISD, who modeled for me through their words and actions what a leadership role looks like. I pause almost daily and ask myself, what would Joe and Joanne do in this situation? And then I do exactly that. I'd also like to thank Tammy Eldridge for showing up on the bright days that were filled with sunshine, and most importantly, on those days that were cloudy, and she brought the sunshine. She truly made a difference. And to Clinton Dolworth, you sharpened and challenged me as a leader like no one else, and I'm incredibly honored to also call you friend. Thank you to my Suchma family. You have my heart. We have accomplished much together, and we've learned to be vulnerable with one another. I will continue to cheer on their efforts from afar, and I will miss them dearly. Lastly, I am truly blessed to be surrounded by a rich community of colleagues and friends who support, encourage, and celebrate me, and because of them, I'm a better educator and a better woman. Thank you to those of you who are walking alongside me. In closing, I am truly excited to begin this new chapter within the Grand Oaks feeder zone as we open Casey Arnold Elementary, again, the first pre-K through 6th grade campus in the feeder zone. I look forward to spending time with Casey's family, learning more about her life so that we can build a school community that truly honors her legacy. Right now, the site is simply a building under construction, but together our students, staff, parents, and community will transform it into a school filled with purpose, pride, and heart, a place worthy of the name and heart of Casey Arnold, and one that her family can be proud of for generations to come. And go Grizzlies. Thank you.
Congratulations.
She started here in 1995, and so she was 10 years old when she started being a principal, a teacher. Thanks. Oh, wait a minute. I need to get this. And board in the back. Now it's legal.
We have to do a matter of business. to
Yeah,
make
okay,
it
don't let me
official.
interrupt the board
I'm really
meeting.
sorry, but
Yeah.
you kind of jumped us on this part. So do I have a motion to accept, to approve Ms. Jamie Almond as the principal at Casey Arnold Elementary?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so the thing is I want to say that Portia wasn't here last week, and so I'm all thrown off. And so for me, it's lucky that I showed up, as far as that goes. And then, and I love the excitement. Now we're going to introduce you to the principal for Janine Fowler Intermediate. And who will that be? Let them come forward because I saw them come in. There she is. Why are y'all behind me? If you've seen her on her TikToks, she's very impressive. She's the best presenter in the world. And the really funny part about it is I've been to veterans, I think, at least 3 times, and unlike Jamie, like somehow DeBeaumont just like falls out of the ceiling and starts talking. I mean, just like, and then she goes, hey, let's go over here and look at this person. This is the best person in the world. And this kid has a 75 on his map. I mean, she knows every kid. She knows everything that they do. And she is so proud of her school, and she is so proud of her people, and she's so proud of her kids. And the one thing that I'm so happy with Amber about is that, she, one of the things we talked about is being instructional leaders. And I mean, she has a war room and she knows every kid's data. She knows every kid's everything. And I mean, you really just have to leave because she doesn't stop talking the whole time. I mean, she's just sitting there following you out about every plan. And then somehow I'm going to buy a plaque. I've got all kinds of things. I mean, she's amazing. And she has the energy and excitement, the culture, and the sincerity that, you're proud that she wears the logo and rides for the brand because Amber DeBeaumont is just an amazing human being and a great leader. And so it's nice that she can basically stamp out that same culture that we want everywhere to Conroe ISD. So
we're going to stop right there and do the business. Sorry, I hate to be the party pooper here, but do I have a motion to approve Ms. Amber DeBeaumont as principal of Janine Fowler Intermediate?
Motion to approve.
Second?
All right, by all those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0. You do get to talk. Don't worry, I wasn't going to cut you off.
I remember your war room.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
If you could just give me a second, I would like to get my phone to read a letter that I wrote to Janine Fowler's family.
And I will entertain you as she goes and gets her phone. Usually, if I would have stopped, Carlton would have already been up here. So that's the thing about it is.
Dear Fowler family, I know I never had the honor and privilege of meeting your wife and mother, Janine Fowler, but I want you to know that from the moment I became interested in the opportunity to serve as the founding principal of Janine Fowler Intermediate, I began learning everything I could about her. I equally noticed meaningful connections. We are both Fightin' Texas Aggie graduates. We share a love for God, and she helped lead the WOW Science Camp that my son attended several times over the past few years. What resonated me with the most was how consistently people described her optimism and her joy, especially when it came to teaching science to children. I came across a post written by one of her former students that instantly brought tears to my eyes. Hello, I know it's been some time, but I still deeply miss Miss Fowler. To me, she will always be Miss Fowler, as she was my 8th grade science teacher and my 7th grade science bowl coach. Miss Fowler was passionate about science and brought her positive energy into every class, no matter how tired she was, even coming to class after chemotherapy. She was truly an inspiring figure who showed how fulfilled and happy you can feel if you follow your passions. She is still missed, but will always remain in my heart. Rest in peace. I've been an educator for 23 years, and my first passion has always been teaching children and making a difference in their lives. As a leader, I believe my role is to serve first. I am deeply committed to every person around me and to creating an environment where students, staff, and families feel seen, valued, and supported. I lead with joy, compassion, and understanding, grounded in kindness, passion for making a difference, and showing up every day ready to do the work alongside my team. My dedication extends beyond academics. I care deeply about the emotional well-being of every child and adult in the building, and I strive to create a culture where trust, encouragement, and belonging guide our daily interactions. I promise that every person who enters Janine Fowler Intermediate will feel the Janine joy and will always be loved, supported, and challenged to become the very best version of themselves. I will honor her legacy by leading with heart, celebrating children, and protecting the belief that schools should be places of light and hope filled with kindness, curiosity, laughter, and unwavering dedication. I want to take a moment to let each of you know what an honor and blessing it has been to be the principal at Veterans Memorial Intermediate, home of the Eagles, best thing that's ever happened to 77306. Every single one of them on my leadership team from year one when I was handed the keys in June 2023 now, they have an unwavering commitment to making a difference in the lives of children. They have truly impacted and changed my life as a professional and a person, and I am better because of them, and every single accolade belongs to the 95 staff members, the 882 Eagles, and the thousands of community members who believe in what we're doing in the Caney Creek Feeder, and I cannot wait to pass that on to the next principal, because I'm here to tell you it is one special place, and I promise to build that same community at Fowler Intermediate. Thank you so much, and happy belated birthday to Janine Fowler.
You can tell I wrote that for them, so no, I didn't. That's speaking of that. The thing is that there's so many good things going on, and the thing that what I'm so proud about what Amber has done is she's actually created a culture of excellence at her campus, and that she's going to be able to take that and just expand that into and what the next version of veterans, because that's what you do. I mean, and that's what leaders do, and they take that step, and then they just build it. And it's so amazing when we get to do that. And so speaking of that, I'm going to bring up the Kevin Bacon of the Woodlands, Dr. Paula Kopleski, and to introduce our veterans replacement. So Dr. Kopleski.
President Odenweiler, members of the board, and Dr. Vincent, I stand before you and extremely excited to try to follow what Amber just said. And in our times when we have challenges in education, it's extremely hard to be a principal. I think it's one of the hardest jobs ever. And it's hard to find someone with the enthusiasm you just heard, and also with the intelligence and being an instructional leader. And I can tell you that we have found a person to fall in her big footsteps, follow. And I'm so excited to introduce to you today Dr. Tiffany Jerabika.
Good evening, President Odenweiler, members of the board, Dr. Vincent, district leaders, colleagues, family, and friends. Thank you for the opportunity to serve as principal of Veterans Memorial Intermediate, and I am deeply grateful and honored for this opportunity. This campus actually means a great deal to me. I began my administrative journey in this very building when it was Moorhead Junior High. It was here that I learned what leadership looked like beyond the classroom walls, and it was here that I found my voice, built confidence, and began to understand the responsibility and privilege of leading with both purpose and heart. Returning now feels like I'm coming full circle. This moment represents years of growth, perseverance, and learning. More importantly, it reflects the people who supported me, challenged me, and believed in me along the way. To my husband, Addis, who's in the back, thank you for your study in every season and for standing beside me in this work. Your encouragement and quiet strength have made it more possible than you know, and I would not be here without you. To my mom, Becky, and my sister, Trinity, and my niece, Tinsley, thank you for always being in my corner. Your prayers, belief, and constant encouragement have carried me through every stage of this journey. To my Jerabika 5, there's a lot of them, Jonathan, Alina, Joshua, Adony, and Addison, you're my reason why. Every decision I make is grounded in the kind of school that I want for you and for every child that we serve in CISD. You remind me daily of what truly matters. I'm also grateful for the many leaders, mentors, and colleagues across our district who have helped me shape me into the educator that I am today. And there are far too many to name. So many of you saw potential in me before I fully recognized it in myself, and every experience and partnership along the way helped me prepare for this moment. As I step into this role, I do so with humility and conviction. Leadership is about presence, and I've got big shoes to fill with Mrs. de Beaumont. It's about listening well, supporting teachers, partnering with families, and ensuring that every student feels safe, valued, and is capable of success. I'm committed to strengthening our culture, taking care of our people, and keeping students at the center of every decision that I make. Being entrusted to lead our campus, where my administrative career began, is an honor that I do not take lightly. Thank you again, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson for your confidence. Thank you to my family for your unwavering support, and thank you to our district for investing in my growth. I'm proud to come home to VMI, and I'm honored to serve this community, and I look forward to soaring with our eagles as we build something special together.
Madam President, I know that actually she and her family were here, and so we're just going to invite them to, and we have got that covered now.
Yes, I am so sorry. I was just trying to make sure we were following the agenda.
That was a little bit of a surprise as far as that stuff
And
goes,
I
but-
wanted to be sure we were legally compliant. So
Yes.
even though it wasn't on the agenda, I am being told that we can go ahead and do a vote or not vote.
I would just suggest that
so
we can
we'll
just
have to do
recognize
it.
her.
Okay, but
Absolutely, and that's
wait, where'd she
I
go? She's
apologize.
already gone from me. Thank you. I am so sorry that I was up and moving during your speech, but I was wanting to make sure we were following the policy and the procedures here. So thank you very much, and we will see you.
Well, we can
month.
actually approve her in the packet.
You can approve her,
We're good as
and
far as
then-
that goes.
okay.
She's in the packet now, but we can do that. So
Thank
we're good.
you.
Thank you. Okay, so I was at, Christy and I had our first visit with all the principals, and Christy left and said, "Who's that guy from Dallas, that Carlton guy?" And then since then, everybody says, "You know, Dr. Todd?" I was going, "Yeah, I guess everybody." I call him the mayor of Main Street because he's the most popular guy in the world, and the worst kept secret for Timber Mill High School. I mean, stand up if you've got a Timber Mill shirt on. This campus doesn't exist yet, and so I want to say that. But I want to just say that when I think about Carlton, y'all can sit down. I'm like a preacher. We were at TMEA last week, and Stockton was did a wonderful job in the performance, and I mean it was just really it was amazing. And the folks said, "Do you want to help introduce Stockton?" And I said, "Is Dr. Todd going to do it? Then I'm not doing it, because you can't. I mean, you're going to be second place every time when Dr. Todd talks." And the thing is that when I go to Stockton, you know, it's really funny because he's walking down the hall, and literally within like 15 steps, he got on to 3 kids, introduced me to 5 teachers, and then talked about his character education program that he developed to build young men. And he builds culture with intentionality and focus, and really talks with very specific intention. I don't know that I have as much command as he does, but the thing is that, you know, people just talk about him all the time. And one of the things I wanted to do is, I remember my phone, unlike Amber, but I wanted to read what Dr. Taylor said about it, because I think she helped raise him. Carlton is innovative, forward thinker, a true leader of dynamic force. He builds strong, authentic relationships with students and staff, families, and he deeply loves and champions his school community. He brings fresh energy, bold ideas, and infectious passion that inspires others and unites those around him. His mantra captures his mindset perfectly. Not winning is never an option. How I win is. Isn't that amazing? So, simply put, Carlton shows up every day to win the day. And it is with extreme pleasure and so much just excitement that I'm going to introduce the new Timber Mill High School principal, Mr. Carlton Todd, Dr. Carlton Todd.
To President Odenweiler, members of the board, Dr. Vincent, I cannot put into words how honored I am to lead Timber Mill High School. Most people have villages. I don't. I have a tribe. Tonight, my family from Dallas, my in-laws, my pastor, and church family, along with my fraternity brothers and closest friends, are here. I told one person, who told another person, who told somebody else, and somehow they all showed up. Will you guys please stand, my tribe that's here with me on tonight, so my CISD family can see you? Thank you. I am full of emotion tonight, so I'm going to try to get through this, so y'all bear with me. To Dr. Taylor, 13 years ago, you hired me into this district as your instructional coach. You saw something in me that I couldn't yet see in myself. You mentored me. You corrected me when I needed to be corrected. You had hard and tough conversations with me. You challenged me, and you pushed me to be better than I thought I could be. And because of you, I am better. To Dr. Paula Kopleski, thank you for trusting me and for allowing me to lead boldly and creatively and for always supporting me. You saw my heart, you understood my passion, and you always celebrated my authenticity. You rock. Thank you. To Dr. Merrill, I'm grateful that we have an opportunity to create a new chapter and make it one for the books. I am honored that you entrusted me with this responsibility to build a legacy. I do not take that trust lightly. I am excited to learn with you and grow with you. I have been blessed with amazing leaders in CISD. Some of them include Dr. Donald J. Stockton, Dr. Curtis Knoll, Dr. Bethany Medford, Dr. Shelley Winkler, Dr. Chris Hines, Dr. Edith Upshaw, Ms. Paula Green, Dr. Jeff Stickler, Dr. Ted Landry, Mr. Chris McCord, and Dr. John Williams. Each of you have planted seeds, not just for the moment, but for one that's legendary. To my wife, thank you for being my prayer partner, my peace, my emergency contact, my plus one. You always make me feel like Superman, like I can fly. Thank you for always making our house a home. You are my greatest blessing. You are my greatest accomplishment. You are my favor with God. To my daughter Taylor, you are my mirror. You reflect what unconditional love looks like. You didn't just come into my life, you changed it. Because I knew you were watching. I wanted the reflection to be something you could be proud of and look up to. And yes, you are the reason why I have 3 gray hairs in my beard. Being your husband and your father are the best titles I wear. My mother, who made countless sacrifices so I could be great. You taught me that first impressions matter, that you always look your best when you leave the house because you never know who you're going to run into. You also taught me that while first impressions is how you look, how you treat people is your lasting impression. To my daddy, you taught me forgiveness and grace. You taught me grit and perseverance. They all go hand in hand. To don't count moments, but make moments count. To my in-laws, thank you for loving me as your own. We've been family for quite some time now. And your belief in me, your encouragement, and always showing up for me. Thank you. Will my Stockton Junior High family please stand? To my admin team, my secretary, and my Stockton staff, there is no school like this school, nor anywhere remotely close to this school. 5 years, what a great run. We've laughed together, we've cried together, we transform a school culture together, we've mourned together, and continue to win every day. Serving you has been my pleasure and the highlight of my career. The impact each of you have left on me has been immeasurable. When you need a tire talk, I'm just across the street. Remember, if we teach like Julie and lead like Larry, we will be great. Because we don't do easy. We do excellence. I love y'all. Every day I get a chance to work my dream job. I get to teach more than math, reading, writing, science, and social studies. I get to teach students how to love. I get to teach students confidence. I get to teach resilience. I get to teach pride, respect, and responsibility. And every single day I get a chance to look at my students and model what is possible. I let them know that it does not matter if you're from Duggan, it doesn't matter if you're from Tall Timbers, it doesn't matter if you're from River Plantation, or Anita Hopper, or Cliffview, Ladera Creek, or Barton Woods. Your beginning does not determine your ending. Something good can come from any neighborhood. Every day I get to remind my students that you can do whatever you want, be whatever you want, and you can go wherever you want. Every day I get a chance to create an environment where teachers love to come to work, where teachers feel seen, they feel valued, they feel heard, they feel protected, and most importantly, they feel loved. I have the best job in the world. You see, this is just not my job, it is my ministry. This is what God called me to do for this moment and for a time as such as this. That is why it's important for me to give hugs and high fives and fist bumps every single day, because I decree and declare that everything that I touch is blessed. I am the proud principal of Timber Mill High School, located at 2700 North Loop in Conroe, Texas. We are the Loop. We are the Loop where our students have limitless opportunities, outcomes, and possibilities. We are the Loop where we're living out our purpose. So what's special about the Loop? The Loop keeps going, and it never ends. What's special about the Loop? Even if you miss your exit, it brings you all the way back around. When you stay in the Loop, you feel connected. You stay engaged. You stay informed. In this Loop, there is greatness. In this Loop, there is excellence. In this Loop, we are prepared. That's who we are, and that's who we will be. In closing, I reverence Timber Mill like a groom coming for his bride. I promise to love this school, to protect her, to lead her, to cherish her, and above all, to provide for her. To my Timber Mill principals and feeder schools, we have a home. We have a mission, and we have a standard. To Dr. Rotasha Smith and the Conroe feeder, we are forever united, never divided. We are only at risk of excellence. So let's show this district, this city, this state, this country who we are and who we will be. And together, we're about to make history. Why? Because not winning is never an option. How we will win is. Timber Mill, we are home. Thank you.
You are not taking this from us. We are voting for you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, he is not taking our vote on this away from us.
It was Dr. Todd's fault this time. Hey, come on, get up.
I think you can all, those of you that didn't, and I don't know how you didn't, but those of you that didn't know Dr. Todd before can understand why this is such a special evening for us as well. Do I have a motion to approve Dr. Carlton Todd as principal of the newest high school in Conroe ISD, Timber Mill High School?
So moved.
First that motion.
What?
Second.
Yeah. You have to say second.
I got it. I have Trustee Dungan for the motion and Dawson for the second. All those in favor, and the whole group says? The motion carries 7-0 with the audience of an aye. All right. Wow, that was a little crazy. And we had our keeper that was out during, the one who keeps us all organized, who was out last week. And we are so thankful to have Ms. Portia Spurlock back, and that we want to thank Ms. Michelle Kraft for her stepping in, baptism by fire, getting ready for a board meeting right as we were putting this all to bed. So that was a little bit unconventional for us, but thank you for your patience.
Madam President, I also want to say that I hope she enjoyed her vacation because she can never go on one again.
Well, it was a little more than a vacation. She was in Africa on a mission trip.
No, that makes it sound better when I say that way, though.
All right, thank you for your patience. We're going to move on to citizen participation at this time. Oh, I'm being asked if we could take a quick break. So the time is 6:56. We will come back at 7:10. All right. The time is 7:09, and we are back in session a minute early. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now move to citizen participation. Public comment is conducted in accordance with board policy, BED local. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to address the board. The board will listen but not engage in discussion during this portion of the meeting. Ms. Spurlock, could you please call our first speaker?
Neftali Cruz. Neftali Cruz. Danelle Cass.
Hello. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Danelle. I am a Conroe ISD parent. And I want to say thank you, President Odenweller, for your email clarifying that this discussion centers on adopting specific SB 11 policies. However, characterizing this as a simple procedural choice is a profound mischaracterization. There is a massive legal and moral distinction between honoring a student's existing right to silent prayer and adopting a formal policy for state-organized religious reading. By doing this, the district shifts from respecting private faith to regulating and organizing religious activity. If parents want a Christian education, they have the right to choose private schools. But our public mission is different. Texas education ranks among the lowest in the nation. Right here in Conroe, roughly half of all our students are still not meeting grade level standards in critical subjects like Algebra 1 and English. So my question is, why are we wasting tax dollars and instructional time on political ideology and Christian nationalism? This board is vocal about parental rights, yet it seems comfortable forcing a specific religious agenda on everyone. While you are entertaining banning books, making political statements, and implementing the Bluebonnet curriculum, our children's actual education suffers. From targeting preferred pronouns to political grandstanding, you have diverted focus away from the very thing you were elected to do. SB 11 is a solution searching for a problem. If students already have the right to pray, and we agree that they do, then there is nothing more than this is nothing more than a political performance. Our students deserve 100% of our instructional focus. Please stop this nonsense and get back to business of helping children learn, grow, and thrive. If we care about their future, or if you care about their future, you will stand up to SB 11 and vote no. Thank you.
Jason Witchett.
Hi, members of the board. Good to see you again. I came and I spoke last month on the importance of agenda item GKD, which is allowing better rates for outside entities to rent facilities in the programs. Rather than talk to you about pricing and different things, I actually wanted to provide a story of impact that these organizations provide. One of my players on my team is autistic this season. I drafted him on purpose. I know that acceptance is a tough thing in sports sometimes. So first practice is basically happened what I expected to happen. Group of kids here, he's here. I treat every player the same, regardless of physical ability, regardless of anything. So as the leader of the team, the players quickly saw this, right? And they start to adopt and see that, okay, even though there are some differences here, we need to accept him. He's part of this team. We had a great moment 2 weeks ago. He hadn't scored any points all season. Challenges playing basketball, quite frankly. But I called a timeout. We were up, and I said, guys, who's going to be selfless and who's going to get Reese a bucket? We came down 4 times in a row. They passed the ball, bad shot, miss, 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 miss. Fast break, ball bounces his way. He hits the shot. You would have thought the team won the championship. We had 5 minutes to go left in the fourth quarter, but you would have thought the team won the championship, right? This is the first time I feel like Reese has ever been accepted in sports, right? This was the moment that I was looking for my team to see that differences are okay, that we are one unit, we're a team, right? The beauty of this is, like, that was a moment for him at that time. But again, as I'd mentioned, we left 30 kids behind that we didn't have the space for in our program. And again, I just want to implore the importance of how important this agenda item is to provide flexibilities for organizations like mine so we can grow and not leave any kids behind. Thank you.
Waylon Leahy.
Good evening, members of the board and everyone here tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Waylon Harder-Leahy, and I'm a member of the CPAC Executive Committee and a parent of 2 children who receive special education support in Conroe ISD. I'd like to briefly highlight the purpose of CPAC, the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee. CPAC was formed at the beginning of this school year with the mission of fostering a collaborative partnership between parents and the district to better support our special education students. Our goal is to build community among families, share information, and facilitate constructive dialogue between the district and parents. We want to celebrate what is working well while also helping highlight and identify areas where we can improve. While the motion to formally create CPAC is on tonight's agenda, I respectfully ask you to support its formation. I support authorizing CPAC with a clear structure that protects parent voice and strengthens collaboration between families in the district. This is an opportunity to improve communication, build trust, and better serve our special education students. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Dominique McClellan.
Not as tall. Good evening, my name is Dominique McClellan. I am a CISD parent. I am a former special education teacher with CISD. I'm a board certified advocate in special education and the founder of an advocacy group here working in our community. But most importantly, I work every week with Conroe ISD families navigating the IEP and 504 process. Nearly 1/3 of CISD students receive special education services or accommodations through a 504. That represents a significant portion of this district. In Texas, where special education systems have faced funding pressures, compliance scrutiny, statewide corrective action in recent years, structured parent collaboration is not optional. It is best practice. Research and guidance from the U.S. Department of Education consistently emphasize that meaningful parent engagement improves student outcomes, strengthens district decision-making, and increases transparency. Across the country, districts that formalize special education parent advisory councils, or CPAC, report clearer communication, earlier problem resolution, and reduced escalation of disputes. CPAC creates structure, and structure creates transparency. When a district-wide advisory council exists, it provides a consistent forum for feedback across campuses. It allows trends to be identified before they become systemic problems. It strengthens communication between families, campus leadership, and the board. It supports checks and balances, ensuring that special education decisions are aligned district-wide rather than varying by campus. Special education law is complex. Many campus administrators are not certified in special education, yet they are tasked with implementing highly technical federal and state mandates. A structured CPAC offers a collaborative avenue to surface inconsistencies, to share training needs and promote clarity without conflict. Thank you.
B. Gasca.
sorry, I'm going to take it like this better. Dr. Beans, members of the board, good to see you again. I want to share with you the International Mothers Committee's key performance indicators after our 4th session out of 10. We have 20 topics to develop. By now, we have 7 of them completed. History and background of the education system, registration, rating and credits, types of school, sports and their relevance, academic opportunities such as gifted program, etc., relevance of the attendance. We also have an attendance of the members of 90%. The moms are really committed with this. And to report how's the spirit of this committee, I want to share a testimony from a past student from Conroe ISD that we received through one of our moms. My name is Lynn. Moving to the US was a decision that my parents made to pursue a better and more fulfilling life for me and my siblings. More than anything, my 8-year-old self felt confused when moving in. That's the word that sticks with me most that day. I wasn't sure why I had to leave Vietnam. All I knew is that I was in a different place, a different country, and that I did not speak their language. That's the moment that changed my life forever. After that day, I took the lead in my family, and we dedicated time every afternoon to learn about the United States. I remember my parents asking questions related to the education system, but they couldn't find clear answers. The letter is longer, but I just want to close with this because this really perfectly encapsulates the spirit of the International Mothers Committee, this phrase. Many of my Vietnamese friends did not make it to college. All of them are brilliant. Do not let the next Einstein get lost within the system. And that's our goal, and we are moving forward. Thank you so much.
Haley Haynes.
Good evening, Superintendent Vincent, Madam Odenweiler, and trustees. I am Haley Haynes. My professional career was spent as a teacher, a principal, a district leader in neighboring districts. And today I speak to you as a proud parent of a Conroe ISD, of 2 children in Conroe ISD, including 1 who receives special education services at Grand Oaks High School. I also currently serve on the executive committee for CPAC. This partnership matters deeply to me because I've sat on both sides of the table. As an educator, administrator, and district leader, I understand the complexity of running a district, the compliance demands, the staffing challenges, and the desire to serve students and serve them well. As a parent of a child in special education, I understand the vulnerability, the questions, and the emotional weight families carry. I've seen firsthand the needs, concerns, and the struggles of students, parents, teachers, and staff, but I've also walked a mile in their shoes with my own child. CPAC exists to be a bridge. We gather parent feedback, identify trends, both positive and sometimes challenging, and help bring forward information that may otherwise go unheard. Our goal is collaboration. When families are heard or feel heard, trust grows. And when trust grows, partnerships strengthen. When partnerships strengthen, then student outcomes improve. Voting yes tonight signals unity. It tells families that districts value the district values their voice and wants to work alongside them in good faith. We are ready to partner, we are ready to support, we already have a formed committee, and we are ready to stand united in serving every single student. On behalf of over 11,000 special education students we are advocating for, we respectfully ask you to vote yes, not just to partner with CPAC, but to partner with the families that you serve. The kids deserve it. Thank you.
Mark Brooks.
I'm here to talk about this board's lack of transparency. Here are 3 examples since last month's meeting. Sorry, I'm a killjoy. First, an agenda item in the closed section portion is titled, quote, discuss Texas Education Code Section 25.0823A1 requirements, end quote. There's no indication that this item relates to SB 11 or to a period of prayer and reading of religious texts. Also, why discuss it during a closed session? Trustees have asked, and Ms. Ballou has answered numerous legal questions during open session discussions at previous meetings. Second, the agenda includes written challenges to 2 graphic novels during the closed session portion. Why are these being challenged? I don't know, because the challenge forms aren't publicly available. Library challenges should be discussed during an open session, and the challenge form should be made publicly available on the library services page. Third, local policy EMB was used to justify an internal email that stated, quote, Conroe ISD should not conduct campus or district activities that are formally promoted as a Black History Month celebration recognition this year, end quote. Here's a relevant section of local policy EMB. Quote, in accordance with SB 12, the district may acknowledge or teach the significance of state and federal holidays or commemorative months only if the federal or state holiday or commemorative month is established through a presidential proclamation, congressional law or resolution, gubernatorial proclamation, or Texas legislative law or resolution, end quote. That's kind of a mouthful. The local policy is not in accordance with SB 12. In fact, the policy is in direct opposition to SB 12, which states, quote, nothing in this section may be construed to limit or prohibit a school district from acknowledging the teaching, the significance of state and federal holidays or commemorative months. All CISD stakeholders deserve far more transparency from this board going forward. Thank you.
Ashley Hurley.
Maybe. Sorry. Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 children currently in CISD, and I would like to address a couple of topics. The first is CPAC. As a parent of children in Conroe ISD that currently receive special education services, I was really excited to see this being formed. And I've been dealing with special education with my kids for about 4 years. And I know how valuable the collaboration between parents and the teachers and everyone in the district is. And I support authorizing CPAC, and I really hope that we see this collaboration. The second topic I would like to address is SB 11. I think having the SB 11 policy is not the best use of time when our students' ability to have that time is already written in, and we have that time. We have a time of meditation where they can pray and they can do that stuff, and I fully support students doing that. And I really am concerned that we need to focus more on the academics and the reading and the math. As a parent, I spend a lot of time with my 4th grader with the change in curriculum and the background just not being there for these older kids. I spend a lot of time working on her with her background math facts and her working on cursive just to make sure that we are helping our teachers keep our kids up to where they need to be. And I really feel like focusing on the academics is a much better use of our time than focusing on some of these policies that we might want to consider. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Ryan Samoris.
Good evening. President Odenweller, members of the board, Dr. Vinson. I am a parent with 3 young children in this district, and so we have a long way to go till graduation, and I think a lot about their future. At the moment, I'm pretty concerned with the direction this board has been taking with our schools, echoing some of the others around the changes of policy. The pace and substance of changes being made are faster than the public can consume them. Dozens of policies changes being made in a short period of time, often without meaningful public discussion, one which nearly caused the district to fail to recognize Black History Month because of a technicality. That's not just an oversight, it's a signal we need to slow down and be more thoughtful. I'm also concerned by what feels like a growing pattern, the repeated use of a board private attorney, no community input on the ELA curriculum, the 10 Commandment posters being approved outside of board meetings, and now more board business happening in executive session behind closed doors. Over time, this lack of transparency can create distance between the board and the community it serves. The district deserves that transparency. We have good people here, as you know, and we've seen here tonight. Dedicated teachers and administrators, families who care deeply about their schools, and when you make these kind of changes that can impact teachers and students, it risks damaging those relationships. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate that we have people like yourselves who are willing to put in the work to be on the board, because I know it's not easy, and there have been positive changes that you have made. But when you make changes like punishing teachers for making sentiments that are unpatriotic or anti-American, which isn't even defined by law, that is wrong. For this board tonight, I ask that you please push further policy changes into a workshop, or at least explain to the public why you were making the changes that you are making. And to say something nice, thank you for supporting SHAC, especially Lindsay with some of the projects we're working on, and potentially a CPAC. Giving parents a voice is vital for this district's success. Thank you.
Mark Fuska.
Good evening. As most of you know, well, my son's autistic. He wears noise-canceling headphones to deal with the stimuli around him. It's in his IEP. We have medical documentation for it. Yet he still gets harassed pretty much weekly, sometimes multiple times a week, for wearing his headphones in school. His school is now turned into a hostile environment where FAPE is not being provided. My son has been followed into the locker room. He's been pulled from class and threatened repeatedly for something that he's legally able to do. Since Grand Oaks High School will not hold teachers accountable for harassing my son, I submitted a PR request to prove they weren't following proper training and proper policies. I asked for mandatory de-escalation training that every teacher takes. I asked for policy directives given to the teachers. I asked for supplemental trainings given to the teachers. And this district's attorney told me this would take 400 hours, over 400 hours, and it cost me over $7,000 to get basic public information documents. I'm asking you today to give me these public documents. Under Texas Government Code 552.267, the district has the authority to waive charges if the information primarily benefits the general public, which these training materials and policy directives clearly do. My son has been mistreated, harassed, abused, and marginalized by this district for 10 years, with zero accountability to the teachers and staff who've done this. Let that sink in. 10 years, a decade. Why my son? Year after year, we hope and we pray that someone stands up and says enough is enough. Someone that will help instead of harm. Because as educators, that's what you should be doing. We as parents expect better. You as the board should expect better. And Dr. Vincent, you as the superintendent need to demand better. Thank you.
Sarah Brandt. Sarah Brandt. Amber Fusca.
So I know you guys all know our history with the district, and I know you understand that those concerns reflect a broader systemic issue, not isolated incidents. And while Mark discussed some of our ongoing issues with the district, I want to discuss something as equally important. You have the opportunity this evening to move from informal efforts to a formal commitment, to put a durable structure in place that supports nearly 1/3 of your students. When that many families depend on a system, there should be clear and reliable ways for their experiences and insights to inform it. Healthy systems don't rely on individual advocates, individual board members, or individual administrators to function well. They rely on defined structures that outlast personalities and election cycles. A special education parent advisory council provides that structure. It creates organized construction forum for families to share insight. It allows patterns to be identified earlier and gives the district clearer understanding of emerging needs. It ensures communication does not depend on who knows whom, who feels comfortable speaking publicly, or who has the time and stamina to advocate persistently. It creates space for collaboration before issues become disputes. In doing so, CPAC strengthens the working relationship between parents and educators. That benefits families, it benefits staff, and it strengthens your governing body. It supports continuous improvement rather than a reactive correction. When communication is structured, it becomes productive. When input is organized, it becomes actionable. When families feel heard, trust grows, and trust is operationally critical in special education. Tonight is an opportunity to make proactive collaboration part of the district's structure, not because of one family, not because of one moment, but because it's the right structure for students who depend on us getting this right. I respectfully urge you to vote in favor of implementing CPAC.
Adriana Ruiz.
Good evening. My name is Adriana. I am a parent of CISD School District. I am here tonight because I see a pattern developing that deeply alarms me. I am tired of watching this board prioritize political theater over our children's education, from bluebonnet curriculum to the resolution in honoring Charlie Kirk. It is clear that this board is more interested in signaling its political and religious royalties than in serving every student in Conroe ISD. The law now requires you to vote on a resolution that says this district shall adopt a policy requiring every campus to provide a period of prayer and reading of the Bible. We have separation of church and state for a reason. It protects my home and my family from your religious overreach. My children are not religious. They deserve to go to school to get an education, not to be put on the spot for their lack of faith during a time where they are supposed to be learning. You are trying to turn our public schools into a vessel for Christian nationalism. I know that for many of you, this feels like a done deal because you're already shown us where your loyalties lie. I know that my words tonight will likely go in one ear and out the other. You might not care to listen to us, but that won't stop me and others from speaking out here tonight. You are running a political show here instead of focusing on our children's education, and it is a disservice to our kids. I am asking you to do your jobs as public servants and vote no on the SB 11 resolution and keep religion where it belongs, in the home and in the church, not in our classrooms. Thank you.
Nikki Whitlow.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the parent of a junior at Conroe High who is a twice exceptional student, but she's not really exceptional. You see, she's like so many that they've already talked about. And I didn't plan on speaking. I really didn't. But I have a unique perspective because I graduated from Wiley High School, class of 95, AMO, Dr. Vincent, when special education wasn't what it is now. That was 30 years ago. I was the first little person to ever graduate Wiley High, and they didn't know what to do with me when I got there. But they loved me. They served me. My sister teaches as a special educator in Wiley ISD in their Transition to Life program. Please, I beg of you, bring one here. Because you see, I'm going to graduate this child next year, ranked 15th in their 15th percentile for a graduating class, has mastered all of her STAR tests so far, exceeds expectations. But when we went on a college tour yesterday to Lone Star Community College to discuss and do an information session with what is their Life Path program designed to support students like mine, after a brief conversation, my child's not ready. She has all A's. She has all A's, and she's going to walk out next May, and she is not ready. And it's not for a lack of love in the classroom. It's not for lack of supportive staff that deal with her, some of whom are here right now. It's not for her lack of effort. She's in tutoring 3 days a week. She's taking an all honors course load. But she also came home, went straight to physical therapy. Then I brought her here. She hasn't been home yet. We need your help. Support CPAC. He has the power. I know his vision. I've seen it firsthand. Thank you.
Mary Skaggs. Mary Skaggs. Deborah Leber.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Lieber, and I'm a longtime resident of the Woodlands. My children attended Conroe ISD, and my grandson will begin kindergarten here next fall. I care deeply about this district and the education our children receive. I'm here to respectfully ask you to vote against adopting a daily prayer policy under SB 11. As a person of faith, I strongly support religious freedom. Students absolutely have the right to pray at school, read scripture, and participate in religious clubs. Those rights are already protected under existing law without government direction or additional policy. My concern is not about prayer itself. It is about the practical and legal challenges this policy would create for our schools. Under SB 11, participation would require permission slips from students and staff, including waivers of certain legal rights. Schools would have to track consent forms, designate non-instructional time, find appropriate spaces for both participating and non-participating students, and ensure proper separation. Prayer cannot occur during instructional time, be broadcast over the intercom, or be visible to those without consent. Administrators would also bear the responsibility of ensuring that no student feels pressured, excluded, or bullied based on their choice to participate or not. All of this adds significant administrative burden and potential legal risk, diverting time and resources away from the core mission of educating our children. Students' religious rights are already protected. I respectfully urge you to remain focused on academic excellence and vote against adopting an SB 11 prayer policy. Thank you for your time and service.
Lynn Walters.
I am Dr. Lynn Walters. I'm a recently retired professor in the College of Education and Human Development at Texas A&M University. Thank you. I am a longtime resident of the Woodlands, the grandmother of 6 CISD students, an active member of my faith community, and a voter. There are many reasons why I oppose the implementation of the school prayer policy under SB 11. But what concerns me most is not the policy itself, but the process by which it's being considered here tonight. There is no reason why the discussion on this policy, as well as the attempt to ban books, should be held in closed session. I will leave it to attorneys to determine whether this is a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act, although I believe it is, because the discussion does not involve personnel decisions, pending litigation, proprietary information, campus security, or a matter requiring legal counsel. It is, however, a violation of this board's stated commitment to full transparency with community and voters, which Ms. Odenweller has made a hallmark of her presidency. We who vote to confirm your presence on this board, who allow you to make policy for the education of our children, deserve transparency. We deserve not to just know the yes-no vote, but what each trustee has used as a reason behind making that decision. We deserve a full discussion that is to be held in open forum, not behind closed doors. I urge you to honor your commitment to transparency and not to retreat into executive session to consider the school prayer policy. We are your voters. We deserve to know. Thank you.
Teresa Kenny.
Hello. I'm here to ask the board to not ban the graphic novels Angry Spirit and Anne of West Philly. I was not able to receive the complaint forms in time to see what the actual challenges were, but I did read both books. So let's start with the facts. Angry Spirit is 23 pages long, fewer than 1,000 words. Hate to spoil it for everyone, but a family thinks their house is haunted, things float, the family moves out, the end. That's it. No violence, no graphic content. It's recommended for grades 3 through 6, so it's perfectly fine for upper grades in elementary schools. The second book, Anne of West Philly, is a modern retelling of Anne of Green Gables. Same storyline and themes as the classic novel, same heart, an imaginative girl who is orphaned, longs for a connection. The only difference is the main character is black instead of white. There is no explicit content, no sex, no violence, no profanity, so the question becomes unavoidable. If Anne of Green Gables is acceptable, why isn't this version? We need to be honest about what we're actually debating. Again, this book is recommended for grades 3 through 7. It's in a Conroe ISD high school, so well above that age, and intermediate and junior high, so on or above that reading level, and a few elementary schools, so at the recommended ages in the upper grades. When harmless, age-appropriate books are challenged, people begin to notice a pattern. And when that pattern extends to short ghost stories and faithful adaptations of childhood classics, it is reasonable that community members ask, what is the end goal? I'm not suggesting that anyone on this board intends to eliminate libraries. But when books that clearly comply with SB 13 are repeatedly targeted, it creates the perception that the challengers are targeting the future of libraries. Thank you.
Barton Wallace. Barton Wallace. Destiny Milton.
Hi, good evening. I'm Destiny. I'm here tonight to address the dedicated prayer period. Many of you ran on a platform of transparency, promising to bring the community back into the conversation, yet tonight, your actions tell a different story. Labeling a major policy shift with a vague statute number is not transparency. It is a bait and switch. By burying the debate in a closed session behind attorney-client privileges, you aren't just hiding in a discussion. You are violating the very promise that puts you in those seats. This dedicated prayer period is a logistical and a legal nightmare. Even with parental consent and parents waiving their First Amendment rights as this law requires, the policy invites massive lawsuits. If parents sue because you violate the parental rights and expose their child to other faiths, will you segregate the prayer period? If you do, then we open the door to civil rights cases that will cost our district dearly. I am aware that Paxton has issued another letter offering protection from litigation costs associated with SB 11. But last year, several of you touted a similar letter when he promised to shield us from the legal costs of the 10 Commandment posters. Yet, as I stand here, since October, we have spent nearly $100,000 in legal fees, on top of our $30,000 monthly retainer. Paxton is not footing the bill. Conroe ISD taxpayers are. Beyond the courtroom, this logistical night disaster will wreak havoc on our district. Who will supervise these periods? Where do non-participants go? How will this impact transportation and the length of our school day? Also, who's going to read these religious materials to the younger children who yet cannot read at that level? These questions all remain unanswered because you are choosing to hide it in closed session. Our students already have protected religious rights and freedom to expression. This policy is unnecessary and reckless. And Misty, if you're concerned about lights and learning outcomes, pay attention to the curriculum. That's important.
Laurel Stevens.
Good evening, members of the board, President Odenweiler, Dr. Vinson. My name is Laurel Stevens. I live in the Woodlands, and I'm a former classroom teacher in another district. I'm a former homeschooling mom and currently working privately as a dyslexia specialist and have a few Conroe ISD students. I am also, or rather foremost, I am a Christian and an active member of my church. Prayer and Bible reading are a daily part of my life. In fact, I've been praying just now. I'm asking today for you to vote against the adoption of the school prayer and Bible reading policy. As a Christian, I deeply believe in the benefits of a pluralistic society in which the government has no influence on religion. I desire for all people to know the love of God, but any activity that hints at enforcement of a particular religion or belief is on the road to tyranny. Pluralism allows individuals to make their own choice to follow one religion or another or none at all. Parents should have the freedom to choose how to worship and how to raise their children regarding religion. Even if parents and families can opt out of the prayer time, it becomes burdensome for teachers and administration, as we've heard, and painful for children to be excluded or to decide if it's worth the risk of excluding themselves from a certain activity. As a constituent of this school district, I ask that you uphold religious freedom for students and vote against state-organized prayer in schools. Thank you for your time and your service.
All right, thank you all very much for being here and letting us hear what you have to share and say tonight. We're moving on to the next item, which is consent agenda. Items A through G listed are considered for approval and will be approved in one motion unless a trustee requests that an item be removed for separate consideration. And seeing that no one requested for any items to be removed, we will move on to a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Trustee Board, I would like to object that you guys took down the paperwork to be able to speak tonight during this meeting. That is very inappropriate and is not transparent at all. Thank you.
Sorry, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in approval of our consent agenda show by the uplift of hands. The motion carries 7-0.
Our President Odenweiler, this isn't related, but may I speak about the agenda?
Sure.
I sent an email earlier this week that we move a few items from closed session into open session, and those items were closed session B, 1, 2, 4, and 6. Could we move those into open session?
They are in open session as well.
So all discussion will be in open session?
Yes.
Thank you.
They're in closed session in case there's any legal questions. Otherwise, all discussion will be out here, just to confirm that for you. Okay, I believe we are on to administration. We've moved things around today. All right, item 7, administration, 7A. We will now continue with the remaining administration items. A, receive information regarding the campus mascot and school colors for Casey Arnold Elementary.
Dr. Winkler has an amazing presentation and accurate colors for Casey Arnold Elementary. So Dr. Winkler.
I hope you find my one slide compelling. Well, I am here for my annual mascot review, President Odenweiler, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. So we now have a principal at Casey Arnold, so we're very excited about that. That's the first step, is getting your principal. So our colors are navy and green, but now it's time to talk about the mascot. And as you know, we always try to make sure that the high school is honored, so that's where you see our blue coming from for the Grizzlies. So right after you approved the rezoning for Arnold Elementary, that Friday we sent out information to our rezoned families and also asked for nominations for the mascot. We've got some great mascots lined up, but we also had one that stood out that was not quite on here. I wanted to give a shout out to the family who nominated the Aether Panthers. They had some really good reasons. But the top contenders were the alligators, the armadillos, the owls. The owls is also nominated by Casey's family. We talked to Casey's family, and they like that as a mascot, and the panthers. So there's nothing to do tonight, but we did want to bring that to you. We're going to, after you approve, or if you want to add or delete any, we'll send out another email to families. We'll let them know that Ms. Almond is our principal, and then they will vote on one of 4 of the mascots, which we will bring to you in March for a final vote. Are there any comments or suggestions about the mascot for Arnold? Okay.
I keep pushing for the turtles, but nobody will buy. That's
well,
dead last.
I wanted the axolotls, but no one bet on that one either. So.
I'm just doing all I can. Madam President, next we have information regarding Janine Fowler Intermediate. And so that's your cue, Dr.
Well, we have the presentation for Cartwright, yes. Cartwright. Yeah, for Cartwright.
Cartwright.
Okay, so here you'll see President Odenweiler, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. You will see the colors that were selected previously during the construction of the building so that all the materials could be ordered ahead of time. So it is a burgundy, which represents the colors from Timber Mill, and the gold, which represents the colors from Conroe High, since it will be a split campus.
I was worried because it looked brown originally. And
It's
I'm not
burgundy.
against it, but it's burgundy. I know, but I have a bad printer.
Okay, so here is the front of the building. Okay, so there's the actual colors from Sherwin-Williams. And here are the schools feeding into the campus. As I mentioned, it will be a split campus, and they will feed into Timber Mill, students coming from Conroe High as well. Okay, and these are the nominated mascots: Chargers, Colts, Cougars, and Mustangs. So initially, when parents and students were sent a survey, we let them know how much the Cartwright family loves horses, and so that's reflected in the nominations. And I will say the Cartwright family has a favorite, and I'll go ahead and share that's the Colts. That's what they are hoping for. Okay, thank you.
I think some of us received emails on that.
That's cool. The, Andrew, okay to, very good, I can hold. This is Andrew, yeah. He does AV, gets everything organized. He was carting that TV around earlier, so I don't know if something happened. The next one is the discussion of the Grand Oaks High School mascot and colors. Is that Dr. Morrell, or is that Grand Oaks Junior High? It's a real shocker.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yes,
You've
keeping
seen
it.
these colors.
So we would like to keep in the theme of the Grand Oaks feeder, and we would like to recommend the colors that are currently at the high school. And just a little bit of feedback, the address, we are anticipating opening with 638 at this point have been zoned. We know a year from now that number will change. Here is the rendition of the front of the building. And we would like to keep the mascot, the Grizzlies, as reflected in the high school feeder to provide that continuity, the school spirit in the community, and the connection between schools. So we are proposing that we have the Grand Oaks Junior High School continue with the orange and royal blue theme with the mascot of the Grizzlies. It actually was on there last time, so. Okay.
Next, we have, I don't know if this is actually going to be true now because we're going to call them the Loops, but we're going to be talking about Timber Mill High School. So, Dr. Morrell.
President O'Weller, members of the board, Dr. Vinson, I'm honored to be here to present the school colors and mascot for Timber Mill High School. Pretty quick and simple presentation for you, as we've seen Timber Mill earlier, and then also heard from the biggest fan of Timber Mill High School as well. So first of all, when we looked at the mascot for Timber Mill, we looked at something that would build pride in the community. It would build a connection between the schools and create a community family as well as a strong spirit and support pre-K through 12. One thing we looked at is around our district, some of those feeders that had that real strength that we see, and trying to emulate that same strength. And you will see that in a second. Our colors also to create pride and enthusiasm, give options for the school and teams. It's important that they are able to switch up colors periodically just to keep things interesting. And then capture the community, something that will pull the community together. So in an effort to simulate some things that we have going in Grand Oaks as well as the Woodlands feeders, is we looked at the stallions as the mascot. So you would have the same mascot 7 through 12 to build that community, to build that going all the way through high school, 7 through 12, and there be a connection for that entire community. And then our colors, maroon, Columbia blue, and gray. And that goes with the stallions. The Columbia blue is a secondary color, and then gray is seen throughout that feeder as well. And there is our Timber Mill stallion, and the first stallion, Dr. Carlton Todd. And so, at this time, I think we ask for your approval for that mascot. Thank you.
want to give credit to these guys. I know even Dr. Merrill, he's been diligently working on this from the day when I've gotten here, and he's been very ardent about how important it is. And I heard him on the other day say, if we keep the same mascot, I only have to buy one T-shirt, which is really practical if you think about it. So that's nice.
All right. Do I have a motion to accept the items, the colors, and the mascot as presented?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you, ladies. All those in favor,
I have a question.
You have a question, sorry.
As presented for Timber Mill or?
For Timber Mill. It's the only one that we're voting on
All right,
tonight.
just wanted to clarify.
It says Grand Oaks Junior High as well.
Oh.
Yeah, need to clarify.
All right, well, we'll go back to the other one. Timber Mill is the one we're approving right this minute. Sorry.
Okay.
Are you good with that? Okay, just making sure. Okay, all those in favor of the colors and the mascot for Timber Mill High School, show by the uplift of hands. 7-0. I apologize for skipping over the last one, as the one before was just representation. All right, now we're going to go back to discuss and possible action on the Grand Oaks. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, ladies. All those in favor of accepting the colors and the mascot as presented, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion carries 7-0. Let me just make sure. I'm pretty sure the last one was just information only. Okay. Moving on to item E. Discussion and possible action to authorize the superintendent to develop and implement a Conroe ISD Special Education Parent Advisory Council known as CPAC. Dr. Wiggins, it's a rare occasion that we get to see you tonight.
Hello. President Odenwaller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. Tonight really is a special night for special ed because we started off by talking about Casey Arnold Elementary, which Casey was a legacy in special ed in Conroe and worked very hard to create that relationship between parents and the school district and spent many years, and many of our parents in the district know Casey. So I'm excited tonight to talk about the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, or Council. You know, this is my 6th year in the district, and I think we've taken a couple of stabs at it, and we've had some parents take a couple of stabs at it, but now I'm excited that we truly have a clear path moving forward side by side to support our students. So let me go to there we go. So the board goal that this would be related to is communications and community relations. Conroe ISD shall build partnerships and foster a culture of trust with parents, community stakeholders, and within feeder zones by providing meaningful and timely two-way communication, transparency, and opportunities for more involvement. This is kind of just an overview of special education and 504 in our district. This was as of Friday. So as of Friday, I didn't take the numbers today. They seem to change each day. But we have 11,603 special education students. We currently have 1,166 initial evaluations out. That we are about almost 1,000 up from last year at this time. We're 16% special education students in the district. In 504, we have 6,107 504 students, so 7.8% of our students are in 504. So overall, the CPAC representation of the students in our districts and families is 23.8% of our district is in special education or 504. Parents that are supporting those students of our district. And one of the biggest concerns that we see, and we've spent some time, we've had some people from this very room that have gone to Austin and lobbied for more money for special education, but this is the biggest concern, that we've had quite a bit of loss of funding. So while we're increasing so much, we have had loss of funding in our general funding and Medicaid loss, quite a bit of money. So that does bring a concern. And what we want to do is, utilize whatever resources we have as a group to make sure that we're providing the best services for our students. So The goal is to move beyond compliance and toward a culture of inclusion and communication and that is seamless with every student, and with every child's potential is championed by a united front of educators and parents. We want to unite together to make sure that we're providing the best services for our students, and that overall we're looking at partnership over complaints, working together for what's best for our students. The vision is to, whoops, I'm going the wrong way. There we go. Okay, creating a vital bridge connecting Conroe ISD leadership and the families of students receiving special education services. And the plan is a board-recognized advisory body providing informed stakeholders input, improve district policies, procedures, and practices. So our overall objectives is a liaison and voice. They act as a platform to ensure parents' perspectives are integrated into the school culture, and systemic improvements, identifying trends and gaps to shift from a reactive to problem solving, to long-term strategic planning. So capacity building, creating, among other things, a digital resource center to empower parents with educational tools and training. Because as y'all know, special education is very complex. This is year 26 for me in special education, and I feel like I learn something new every day because there's so much to know. And sustainability, building an institutional memory through formal bylaws to ensure that council remains effective year to year. So our governance and operations, the authority, CPAC operates as an advisory capacity only. CISD retains the final decision-making authority over all policy and programs. Our memberships is a diverse group of board-appointed parents, members representing all campuses and feeder zones. Meeting cadence is a quarterly general meeting with a formalized agenda setting processes to ensure both administrative and parent priorities are met, and the standards are all presentation and recommendations must be research-based, TEA, and district approved. And I hope that on top of that we have the opportunity to spend more time with CPAC board to make sure that we have that collaboration, because I also plan on meeting with them regularly to just get feedback and make sure that we're working together to do what's best for our students. Development to formalization. So overall, this isn't really a new concept. We have some wonderful ladies in this room that have we started this last summer, I think it was in July, that President Oldenweiler, Miss May, and Mrs. Gambino, we all met and talked about this and wanted to move forward with this. So we've spent about a year working on this, as Mrs. Gambino did a great job of drafting some bylaws. So this isn't a new process. We've been working through this system. And the hope is that we have a vote to formalize an actual established body. And so it's not really a new concept. In other states, a lot of times this is a part of law. They have a CPAC committee. Texas is not one of those at this point. So we're hoping that Conroe ISD starts the trend of creating this as a law in Texas, that it is a part of our Texas law that is a required committee. Okay, so our governance framework, advisory role. So it is an advisory capacity, no independent decision-making authority. The board, the oversight of is a board recognized with the direct superintendent oversight. The structures, bylaws currently being refined in collaboration with the district. So we've worked through some of those, and we do have proposals to work through on that. Membership is a selection and appointed process to be finalized during implementation. And then overall accountability is that we would do an annual reporting to the board of our status and what we're doing. And these are the metrics that we would potentially be looking at. Parent engagement, participation trends, thematic trends identified and addressed. So what we, through surveys, getting input from parents for those meetings, reaching out to the parents, communication clarity improvements, reduction in escalated concerns, and an annual summary of CPAC recommendation and district responses. Those are the metrics that we would look at and we would go over annually with the board to let you know how it's going. And the district participation, so special education ambassadors. So district staff will serve as non-voting advisors to provide operational context, answer questions, and give technical insight. And then we will also disseminate, the information hub of the district will utilize the CPAC to get information out. Potentially if we have something we're looking at new, we'll get impact and ask them to get impact from the parents so that we can work together to make sure that there is the least amount of bumps as possible when navigating the whole world of special education in Conroe. So the timeline, board approval, if Conroe ISD approves to adopt a Conroe ISD Special Education Advisory Committee, we would have planning, we'll begin formally creating a plan and the recruiting process. And then we hope by June 1, we would have a finalized plan, a formalized committee in place. So the CPAC would officially begin August 31st, and our quarterly meetings would begin. So the recommendation is a discussion and possible action to authorize the superintendent to develop and implement a Conroe ISD Special Education Parent Advisory Council. So do you have any questions?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the superintendent to develop and implement a Conroe ISD Special Education Parent Advisory Council.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion?
I did have a question about the board-appointed parents. Is this kind of like what we do with the shack, where anybody can apply and then we just appoint that list?
Well, I don't know yet. I don't know that we have developed that yet. But overall, we typically, what I've seen and what I've talked to some other districts that have done something like this, they did do something similar where they had an application process on the website, and then we brought all of those names. I don't know that it's been developed yet on how that would.
Trustee Horton, I might offer this to say that one of the things that we talked about is that we need a long runway so we can do really good planning. Because there's some of those things, those answers, those questions that need to be answered. Mm-hmm. And then, so our goal, once if this is adopted, is to start working towards a calendar to get ready, which the launch date is going to be in August, so when you start school. Because there's, the one thing about this program is that a lot of them haven't been successful, so we need to analyze what didn't work. Because, we looked at Plano, we've looked at Holland Park, and, I took a lot of my stuff that I did with to get parent involvement from Plano, but mine was informal. And so how we're going to do this is really make sure that we kind of collaborate with the parents as far as that stuff goes, and then come up with an outline and a plan with them, so they get to hear their voice, and then so we can kind of get the parameters, make sure it's legal, and we'll work through it. Does that answer your question?
I will say too, I'm really excited about CPAC. I love the collaboration between staff and parents. I think that's essential, right? We're
Absolutely.
better when we work together as a community. So props to everyone involved with this.
And I think that once the stakeholders get in the room together, the district staff and then the CPAC leadership as well, I think that they'll begin to work, you guys will work together to come up with these solutions. And I would like to encourage the CPAC, one of their first things is to create policy, because that to me is the lasting effect that they will have, and it will clearly hammer out exactly, what you will do moving forward. Because to Dr. Vincent's point, there have been CPACs throughout the state that have not worked, and I would like us to be the leader in the state for what is going to work. And I think a policy that clearly defines that will be very helpful. So that would be my first ask. For the CPAC when the stakeholders get in the room together is to begin working on a policy.
If I could, I prepared a little statement about CPAC. Can I share that now? Okay. So every special education family in Conroe ISD deserves a structured, consistent seat at the table, and CPAC ensures that voice is heard. CPAC will not replace the district's authority, nor is it an advocacy organization representing individual cases. It's an advisory council whose role is to gather input from families across the feeder zones, identify themes and trends, and provide thoughtful recommendation to district leadership. This creates a formal, organized channel for feedback, not an individual dispute resolution, but it's systemic improvement. It's not about criticism, this is about partnership. Special education families navigate complex systems. They are their child's primary advocate. And so if we equip parents with education, clarity, and a structured advisory pathway such as CPAC, we reduce confusion and conflict, and we increase alignment with everybody. Our teachers and administrators, they carry a tremendous responsibility in supporting special education students. They deserve partnership and shared problem solving. So CPAC creates this consistent structure for the partnership to exist intentionally and constructively. CPAC also builds something that can't be mandated, trust. When an advisory council is led primarily by parents who live this experience daily, it's credible. Those voices understand the realities of special education because they're living them day to day. We know, as Dr. Wiggins has mentioned, there's a funding issue. It's limited. We don't have what we need. Resources are stretched within our district and throughout the state. Those realities are true, but once we acknowledge them, we cannot allow them to be excuses for inaction. CPAC is about intentional action, choosing collaboration and improvement within the realities we face. For me, this effort began with a simple belief. No family should feel isolated or unsure of how to navigate the system when advocating for their child. There should be a structured, collaborative pathway where concerns are elevated constructively and addressed at the appropriate level. So tonight we have that opportunity to formalize this commitment. So I'm very excited for all the partnership that we've had. There's been several of us who have been involved. It's exciting because again, this is a moment of driving change and maybe even changing the trajectory for our state. So I'm excited. Thank you.
I had a couple of questions. For CPAC, well, how will the other SPED groups in the area, I know we've got a few parent groups and nonprofits, how will they interact with the district? Are they required to go through CPAC or will that stay mostly the same?
Well, we don't ever require anyone to go through a certain organization to reach out. I mean, we always have the opportunity to reach out. So as far as that, we have opportunities for other organizations, like we have transition fairs. We're hoping to create through this potentially a parent resource conference and some other things that all of those could be participants from, other stakeholders. But as far as communication, we always are open to communication and don't have like a set, anytime we have an issue or there's questions about special education, they can reach out to our office directly and we would answer those. We wouldn't typically direct anyone back into CPAC. That's part of our collaboration. Now, they may be a resource that we use and that we talk about that, but overall, as far as communicating with the district, that would come to us directly.
Okay, and then do we have Conroe ISD board members on the CPAC board as well, and will that continue after?
I don't think so, no. There's no one that is on the current board that is also on CPAC.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Duncan.
Well, I just want to say that I'm sorry to hear that organizations like this or groups like this have failed in the past, because if it's one thing we're good at in Conroe ISD and in other districts is creating committees to collaborate and get things done and bridge gaps between parents and the district. So I'm a little shocked to hear that the efforts in the past have failed. And I'm hopeful, because like we do with our bond committee and our foundations groups and our curriculum, we're about to hear about curriculum where we had a committee formed. So I think we have the capability to successfully organize a committee. So I want us to exercise that ability here and be successful so we can set the standard for the state of Texas, because I do see the need for this. We've heard it several times just this evening and in the past, and we've seen the benefits of the communications between the district and the parents. So I'm hopeful. And I know that funding may contribute to issues, but I really think that this is a great thing for the district and mainly for the students. So thank y'all.
I think the thing that we did really well the first time is we really waited and went through all of the things. And I mean, you guys have really, all of you differently have asked questions and stuff. And so I think that what we've come, there's no hurdles now because we've listened to everybody. And I mean, as far as all this stuff goes, and it's a partnership, as far as that stuff goes too, all of the things that typically, derail these programs, that we thoughtfully, carefully, in in purposeful ways avoided a lot of the pitfalls. Plus, I think someone did a great job on this presentation. No, it was me. So no, that was us. But no, the thing is that I think that we listened, even with regard to all this. This is a culmination of a lot of hard work. And it's fun, and it's going to be good. And the thing is, it's going to be a great, when mamas and daddies feel good that we're taking care of the babies, it's a good place.
And I would ask, one request is just clear communication on the selection process. That is, I know that has to be hammered out, but a clear communication with the board on how that will be rolled out when it comes time to do that, so that we are all
Trustee
aware.
Duncan, I think with that process, what we're going to do is, if this is approved, and then what we'll do is start actually creating an outline, and then, and then you'll be tired of me presenting it in the board brief every week.
Well, no.
So to give more information, but so we'll structure that through and get you a timeline as far as how that's going to go.
Yeah, just clear communication is what I asked. Thank you.
And, one thing I'd like to add about it not working other places, I actually think that's to our advantage, because we can learn from what occurred there, what went well and what didn't go well. And so we can learn from those lessons, apply those to our organization, and really create something, it is, to your point, there are some states where this is a requirement. Why it's not in Texas, I don't know, but I can only see the benefit of what it does. So nonetheless, there are several organizations that we can learn from. We can build something that works for us, Conroeize it, and make sure that, again, at the end of the day, the number one goal is to make sure our students' learning experience is number one, right? And CPAC gives us that ability to kind of hone in on this special group, that makes up a third of our district, so.
Okay. I wanted to speak real quick. Just want to say that I know that several of your hearts have been in this for a long time, and I am excited to see it moving in the direction of a council. I think this direction will provide more opportunity for parents, for the district to have some input. So I'm excited to see these steps being taken.
I just was going to tell you, Dr. Wiggins, how much I appreciate you sharing the idea of CPAC a while back, and that you had a desire for it. And then when we had people willing to step up and move forward and communicate with you and your department, I think it will add to the fact that this will be a success. In addition, when you take that time and when we work together towards something in that way, that a community, we can help, or whoever's on the CPAC, they can help with y'all in taking a lot of, your department is only so big. You are stretched beyond limits in that area as we keep growing in our special ed needs. So I'm excited for this, and I think that will, because of in addition to what Trustee Duncan said, that if this is approved, that we will set a new standard on this. People will be in a much better place than where we are because of just limitations. So thank you very, very much. See, is there any other discussion before we call a vote? All right. Do I have a motion to accept? We already have the motion. We did it differently. Discussion came afterwards. All right. Trustee May made the motion, seconded by Dawson. All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Okay, that's 6. All opposed? Okay, all abstain? The motion carries 6-1-0. I'm not even sure how to call that. 6-0-1. It carries. There we go.
6-0-1. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
So excited. On to another extremely huge part of our educational outcomes. We are up to teaching and learning, a discussion and possible action regarding the adoption of high-quality instructional materials, also known as HQIM, for mathematics K through 12. And we have Ms. Carlisle.
Yes. Good evening, President Odenweller, members of the board, and Dr. Vinson. It is our pleasure this evening to bring you a recommendation for the Math K-12 Highly Qualified Instructional Materials. Back in October, if you recall, Dr. Upshaw shared our revised EFA local board policy, which outlines our process for the review and selection of instructional materials in our district. Although I'm not going to read you the entire policy, I do want to hit a couple of highlights with you this evening. First and foremost, The ultimate authority for determining and approving instructional materials lies solely on the board. Administrators, teachers, district employees, parents, and community members may give their recommendation to the board. The selection of instructional materials is an ongoing process. And finally, we submit to you that the materials we are recommending to you this evening do meet and comply with Conroe ISD district and board policy. And I do want to come back to that very first bullet there, because that is something that we clearly defined with our guiding coalition. As you know, making this decision is multifaceted for you. It's not just based on the quality of the instructional materials. There's so many other factors that this board is going to take into consideration. And what we really outlined for them was that they were giving their expert recommendation as an educator what they felt would be the very best material that they could utilize in the classroom. But ultimately, that decision, that very big decision, rests on you. Why are we engaging in this process? Well, there are several reasons. The number one reason we're engaging in this process is because to date, our current math instructional materials do not meet the highly qualified criteria that has been set forth by the state. Also, as you can see in the slide, we engage in the process of our district improvement plan, which does require us to complete a comprehensive needs assessment. It is a review of data, and we ultimately identify focus areas that we want to work toward and grow as a district. And the area of math is a focus area for Conroe ISD, specifically 7th grade math. And that is denoted here in this slide. We do have a district improvement plan goal under student achievement goal 1. All right, and before I do acknowledge the members of our guiding coalition, I would like for you to know that we had a large committee comprised of 127 members. About 74 to 75 of these members were campus contacts that were appointed by the campus principal. They were the point of contact for all things instructional materials, math, K-12. The other 50+ members completed an interest form and were randomly selected to be a part of the process. The committee was 127 educators. 112 of them were classroom teachers. 5 were campus coaches, 3 were campus administrators, there was 1 interventionist, and 6 district coaches and facilitators. And at this time, I would like to invite any of the members that participated and served in our guiding coalition to please stand and be recognized. And finally, I would like to share the list of staff members here. These are district staff who offered advice and their expertise throughout the process to the guiding coalition. And without further ado, it is my pleasure, my honor, and my privilege to introduce to you the stars of our show tonight. These 2 individuals are, they do so much of the work that goes on behind the scenes that nobody sees. They're our elementary math coordinator and secondary math coordinator, Miss Brittany Kester, K6, and Dr. Carlos Barron. He does 712, and Brittany's going to start this evening.
There we go. All right, President Odenweller, members of the board, Dr. Vinson. My name is Brittany Kester. I'm your elementary math coordinator, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to talk to you about the recommendations coming from our guiding coalition for K-6 instructional materials. Before I jump into the K-6 recommendation, I want to take a minute to talk about some key takeaways from our work with the guiding coalition. As you know, Dr. Upshaw came to you in October to begin this cycle, and she talked about the IMRA process and how the math materials that we were going to review were part of this IMRA cycle, and that's really kind of what kicked us off here. After we pulled together our guiding coalition, the first time that we met was on December 9th. And on this day, the guiding coalition members had the opportunity to receive an overview of what high quality instructional materials are, as well as explanation on the IMRA process. They received training on the research-based instructional strategies, which we call the RBs, for math from our Region Service Center 6 representatives. And also during their time together, we defined the committee roles and responsibilities that they had for serving on the guiding coalition. Between January 5th and 23rd, that is when our materials were under review, both by educators, and they were also available for our community to review and provide feedback. During this time, they had the opportunity to answer some questions on a survey, and we'll see some slides coming up in a minute with some of the results from those questions. Now, we know that all materials we were reviewing are high quality, right? They've met the rigorous standards of the quality and suitability rubric as part of the IMRA process. So what we asked educators to fill out feedback on was about their usefulness and their effectiveness. So we know they all have emergent bilingual supports, but how useful are those supports for your students, for Conroe ISD? So when you see the feedback, it's not about whether or not those things exist in the materials, it's the quality and the extent to which they're going to be great for our students. Our community members had the opportunity to review materials either digitally online, or they can make an appointment at the textbook warehouse, and then they had a form that they could submit feedback on as well. After that closed, the surveys, we had another guiding coalition meeting on January 27th. And during that day, our committee members were able to do a few things. First of all, they received some information from TEA on the science of math. And I'm going to share some takeaways with you about that in just a minute here. We received this information, I think, about 6 days before this meeting from the Associate Commissioner of TEA, and we felt like it was really timely and relevant to the work. So we kind of pivoted and made time to share that information with them. They received the responses from the feedback survey, both from the educators and the community. The top publishers from the educator survey were invited to give in-depth presentations. And then they were able to engage in structured conversations with other members of the committee about all that information they had received, and had an opportunity to dive really deep into those IMRA rubric reports. So they had the whole packet that had the IMRA scores and then the rationale behind why those scores were assigned. And then finally, at the end of the day, after lots of brain work, they made their recommendations for their top 2 choices to bring to you tonight. So I'm going to share a few of the key principles from the science of math. As I said, this was shared by the Associate Commissioner, and it's about those evidence-based practices that give all students the best chance of being successful in math. And it's very important for us to consider these when we're looking at instructional materials, right? We want to make sure that the materials support these principles that our Texas Education Agency is recommending. The first is called the instructional hierarchy, and this basically describes the progression in which a student should learn skills. So the first time that they learn a new skill, they need some time to acquire it in that acquisition phase. After they've had time to learn the new skill, they need lots of practice until they become fluent with that skill, and then they move into generalization or adaptation, and this is where they can apply those skills to problem solving or to new content. So that's the first principle. The second one is about direct explicit instruction, and there is research out there that indicates that directly, explicitly instructing students within math is the most effective way, rather than allowing them to discover their learning. It really connects to that instructional hierarchy progression. The third key principle is about automaticity with math facts. So there are some standards in math that are like super standards, right? Like knowing how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. Those skills are really important for the upper grade math. And so TEA is recommending that we have daily fact fluency practice in the relevant grade levels, typically K through 6, of about 5 to 7 minutes each day. And so once again, that was something we wanted to say, like, hey, is it in the instructional materials we're reviewing? And if it's not, that's okay, but we need to acknowledge it's not there so that as a district we can supplement and fill the gap if we identify it. The next principle is about spaced and interleaved practice. So basically, after learning a new skill, we need practice spaced out and mixed up together, right? So kids learn how to apply the content and they don't know, like, I've just been learning subtraction, so I know the next problem on the test is gonna probably be subtraction, right? We wanna mix up those skills after they learn it. And finally, this one connects to one of the RBs, is the importance of both conceptual and procedural learning in mathematics. So we shared this information with our guiding coalition. They engaged in all those other tasks that I talked to you about, and then they voted on their top recommendations. And I'm happy to bring to you tonight some of the recommendations that they shared. To start, we'll look at the community feedback we received. This is specifically to kindergarten through 6th grade math, so we had 71 community responses. I'll give you a minute to look at the slide. You can see the breakdown by grade level. And you'll also notice that about 79% of the feedback was from parents and 21% were non-parent community members. And I know that in a district of our size, 71 sounds kind of modest. However, I do want to let you know that the last time that we had a community survey was for our science proclamation in 2024, and we had 3 responses, K through 12.
Can
so
I
to have 71,
sorry, can I
yes,
just interrupt?
ma'am.
I really would like our community to be more engaged. I mean, these are core issues, right? I mean, we get tens of thousands of comments on our calendar, but not on core subjects like math and reading. So I know you guys tried as hard as you can. I'm just disappointed to see that our community is not more engaged on this.
Can I add Hold on. How, to that point, when we are soliciting feedback, what are the mechanisms that we're using to survey families? Is it just through like Facebook or like social media? Are we emailing?
This was shared on, on our instructional materials website. So there was information there about our adoption process. It was also shared through our social media channels. And Dr. Vincent actually wrote a math blog that we were very pleased to see. And we got a lot of the uptake was right after his math blog went out. So I see you unmuted over
must have been really
good. One of the things that's really going to be important is I wanted to say I had a tenfold increase, but I'm not that great. But the thing that what in all seriousness, the thing that we have to do is when we do a data, like we're doing our parent climate survey, whatever it is, we've actually had over 5,000 parents respond. And so, I mean, it's in the short amount of time.
Can I ask, there was an email sent directly out just for that survey.
And that's what I'm going to start doing.
Yeah.
This is a practice.
I don't think we did this for math.
No, the thing is what we've had decentralized, like we have a lot of things about these surveys. And so we're going to have a centralized survey. And because it does a couple of things, you can't take the survey 17 times because we can monitor that. Not that anybody would. But, and then the second thing is it really makes sure that it's central and that we have a consistent message. And so the way I've done, I try, being here not a short amount of time, we give principals, everybody the ability to do that. But the thing now, it's a lot easier if we just give it and then give them the results. And so that's what we've been doing.
I would agree. I like that approach. I was going to suggest, I'm glad that you're doing that. Also, the newsletters at each campus has their own newsletter. And through some.
And I do believe our principals received this as well to share out through those communication channels, but it wasn't a direct from the district.
The direct emails probably the best.
Please help us. And and I think that's what we're going to increase as far as that stuff. Those are simple things because, parents, and if they also know, the one thing that we're going to do is even like with regard to what we're doing for, getting my goals together and y'all's goals is that we're going to tell everybody what we did. And so when they start seeing the results, that should have a major impact on what it is because they'll get one more blog from me, and then you're going to hear complaints like, Dave Vincent emails me every day. But I mean, the thing is it's good to communicate.
Yeah.
You're welcome. All right, so here are the results of the community feedback. We asked them to rate each material that they reviewed, either as highly recommended, recommended, not recommended, or did not review.
Can I make a comment on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you quantify how many people voted on each one of these?
Off the top of my head, so that's a percentage of 71. So like, for example, on STEM scopes there, we have a little under 20% of 71, so that'd be about 12 people there.
12 people voted on that.
Voted in the highly recommended category there. So you're gonna see 71 responses across each stacked bar graph here.
And how many parents do we have kindergarten through 6th grade? How many people could have?
I would say tens of thousands.
140,000.
Okay.
As far as that, if it's 70 times 70.
yes. K-12, yes, that's correct.
I appreciate that we're sharing this
Math.
community feedback, but this is not a clear snapshot of community input. It just is not. It's not enough. It's a tiny sampling.
And that's important to note. This is not really a representative sampling. However, we do want to value the input of the individuals who did take the time. And so we did want to include that tonight, but I completely understand your point.
And if I could just ask one other question, in terms of what we were asking the community, because I would guess to say a great percentage of whoever participated, they may not be educators, they may not have the same background that you do. So what are the questions that we're asking them to provide us feedback in a decision-making process for curriculum?
Specifically with this survey to parents, they were asked to rate it as highly recommended, recommended, or not recommended, or did not review. And then there was an opportunity for them to give any sort of qualitative responses as well.
And how did they review the materials?
They had the opportunity to access digitally, so a digital access, or they had the opportunity to make an appointment at the textbook warehouse.
I'm going to be honest, I was a language arts teacher, and when I saw this, I thought to myself, I'm going to just trust the math teachers that they know what would be the best curriculum.
Yeah.
Why I didn't take it.
I mean, I do think there's some value in asking, the community. But again, it's, the professionals, the people that have the experience, they're going to, as a parent, I'm going to look to you to say, well, you tell me, what do you think? So maybe if we do want their feedback, maybe it needs to be in a different way where they can provide, their feedback is valuable to the decision that has to be made, because it's unfair to ask a parent, what do you think of Savas? They don't know. They may not know. So that's just something I think for us to consider as we move forward.
And I just want to quantify or clarify that the suitability and the quality of reviewers, which were hundreds of educators throughout the state of Texas from all over the state of Texas, they were charged to read the curriculum from beginning to end, every single focusing on the rubric. So the quality and suitability reviewers, in particular the quality reviewers, those are the big guns in this, right? They're the content experts. That was, so because we've got different buckets here, right? We've got our Conroe ISD educators, how did they review the curriculum? Did they read it top to bottom? How did they do that?
So with the educators, which we'll get to that slide in just a minute here, and their responses, they had access to the materials on campus. So one of the roles of the Guiding Coalition was the campus contact. They were in charge of making sure the materials were available to all educators on their campus and that they knew the process. Whether or not they read it cover to cover, that would be up to each educator how they reviewed it. So we did not structure it the same way that the IMRA process would have done so. They had 3 weeks to review it, right? So that is another consideration as well. So they had the materials.
All of them? Sorry, they had 3 weeks to review
correct.
all of the curriculum?
Yes, January 5th through the 23rd was the timeline. So they had that opportunity to review the hard copy materials. We had online access that the publishers provided us, so they were able to do everything online as well. We had a showcase that was like an exhibition hall style. Trustee May, you were there. I got to speak with you a little bit. So that was a really great opportunity. They got to engage with the publishers, ask questions, really dig a little deeper into the product. We also had the opportunity for them to join virtual showcase during the day. So teachers who did not want to come after school had the opportunity to hop on 30-minute virtual meetings with the publishers. They demonstrated lessons out of it. They talked through the product, asked and answers questions. So they had several different ways to receive information and review the products.
Were there any criteria or guidelines of these are the things that you must complete as part of your review, or is it just go review and these are all the avenues? Because you gave several avenues, so there's tons of opportunity. But were there any criteria given to say, we want you to go through at least of the 6 options, we want you to do 3 things,
There were not.
Okay.
There were not.
And again, that might be an opportunity, because then you have a variety of different, everyone has a minimum baseline of what was expected. Because I was going to ask, did they get to see proof of concept? The teachers have the materials in front of them. 3 weeks it's really not a lot of time for them to be able to say, yeah, I love this. I do like that they were able to, it sounds like the publishers demonstrated how the material was used in a faux classroom setting maybe or something. Yeah. So, but it might be helpful so that they have some expectations of what, because then you can come back and say, well, we had 50% attend this, and so you know that they saw. Some of them went and did a deeper dive. It just provides a little bit, I think, more clarity and context to what the feedback that they're providing is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also think it's really important to remember that it was clearly communicated to our educators that these are high quality materials. Like, we already know all 4 of these are high quality. They've met that rigorous standard. We're just trying to look through the lens of what's going to be most useful for our students here in Conroe ISD.
Yeah. I think that all works well together.
Okay, so we'll move into the educator feedback responses. I've already alluded to this a little bit. First of all, we had 670 responses from our K through 6th grade teachers. We received feedback from 51 of our K-6 campuses, and you can see the breakdown by the different roles of those who provided feedback, both by grade level and by their position. So a good variety of feedback across the board.
Were their responses anonymous? Were they allowed to answer anonymously?
I believe that it collected emails. I don't have that right at my fingertips. I'd have to double check, but I think for the sake of ensuring, I do know that answer. For the sake of ensuring that we didn't have the friends who submitted 16 votes for the same thing, we did collect email addresses so that we could double check and make sure we didn't have any duplicate responses.
And do you think that one kindergarten teacher possibly talked to their other kindergarten teachers in their school and they kind of worked together? Okay, and they represented.
I think that's definitely possible.
Good to know, thank you.
And this is a good sampling. You know, we have about 250 kindergarten teachers, so this would be about 50% of our kindergarten teachers who responded to the survey. And it could have been even higher because, as you alluded, some of them might have come together as a team and submitted one response, whereas other campuses, every teacher might have submitted. So what we did, as I mentioned, is we asked them to rate the materials in 10 different areas, and within those 10 areas, they were asked to give a rating of a 1 through 5 response, and it was about the effectiveness and usability of each of these supports that we know are already embedded in the curriculum. And so you can see here the average ratings for each material by each of those 10 areas. You can also see the average rating across all 10 areas for the 4 materials that were reviewed for K-6.
Those 4 materials that were reviewed, how did you choose those 4? Were they the highest results?
For Conroe ISD, for K through 6, we looked at materials that were approved IMRA, K through 6 continuity, right? So there's some vendors out there who have a K2 product that made the HQIM list. They didn't make it through with 3rd and 4th, and they have 5th and 6th. So because we wanted to make sure we had that consistency and that vertical alignment, we said it has to be on the HQIM list, kinder through 6th grade. It was also important to us that they had an English and a Spanish counterpart available as well. So when you took those 2 criteria into consideration, all 4 of these publishers met that.
So with that in mind, because I picked up on you saying the emergent bilingual earlier, how did that limit us, or did it limit our options by making sure that component was prioritized?
So I do believe that all of the materials that were available K through 6 had a Spanish counterpart. I don't think anyone was limited. We did have some publishers who we did not review because they had a missing grade level, but not because they were missing the Spanish piece.
Is that typical that they just skip 1 grade level?
I think in some situations it's because the publisher may have submitted all grades, but not all grades made it through the IMRA process. In other cases, I'm not quite sure why, but like there's one vendor out there that submitted K and 1 the first year and they submitted 2nd the next year, so it could just be how they're rolling out their product. I don't know why the publishers did or did not submit.
I'm trying to get an idea of how it possibly limited the
options. So the one that had like a gap in the middle, I believe it was because they did submit, but it didn't meet the high quality standards of the IMRA process.
Thank you.
Okay, so I will now bring to you the 2 recommendations for kindergarten through grade 6. The first recommendation is Savas Learning Company and Vision Plus Texas Math. And the second recommendation from the K-6 Guiding Coalition is from Accelerate Learning, and that product is called STEM Scopes Texas Math. And just
real quick, can you discuss how, is this like a voting, majority vote? How do they come to those 2 conclusions?
Yes, it was a majority vote. We asked them to first vote for their top recommendation, Savvis was in first place when that happened, and Accelerate Learning STEM Scopes was in second place. And then we asked them, what was your second recommendation? They could not select the same thing. And in that situation, STEM Scopes came first and Savvis came second.
Can you go back one slide, please?
Which one? Sorry.
To the Conroe ISD rubric.
Is that me? I'm going to blame Andrew for that.
There. So it looks like they voted iReady, number one. How did that not make it into your recommendation list?
So iReady was the top-rated material coming out of the educator feedback survey. It was not one of the top two when it came to our Guiding Coalition recommendation vote. And I believe there's a few reasons for that our Guiding Coalition cited. When they came together for that day on January 27th, they had the opportunity to really kind of dig even deeper into not just the feedback, but the publisher presentations. One of the things that became apparent was that the iReady program is actually two separate year-long curriculums. And in order to meet the 100% TEKS coverage for some of the grade levels, iReady Texas Classroom submitted a pacing guide that indicates like you would go from lesson 1, 2, 3 in this book, and then you would switch over to the Ready Texas book for lesson 4, and then you would switch back to the other. So it was really navigating two different teachers' editions, two different student workbooks, and when I asked the committee how many of them were aware of that prior to the presentation date, 3 of the K-6 members indicated that they knew that. So about 95% of them were not aware that there were two different platforms to navigate. That was a big concern for our Guiding Coalition. Another concern—
How did they review it if they didn't see that?
They received the materials, and the materials have two different books linked on the digital, and they had two different books that they received on campus. I honestly think that they just did not realize that the pacing guide caused them to navigate between the two. When the vendor was doing his presentation, he kind of pulled up the pacing guide and he said, every time you see RTX here, that references a Ready Texas lesson, and you'll go to the other materials, or it'll be a Ready Texas materials. Even then, I did have to clarify for the committee because they were not clear on the fact that it was two different teachers' editions and two different student books.
Right.
A couple other concerns they had about iReady. One was that it had the lower EMER rubric ratings of the 4 materials, so they did have lower scores on some of those. There's not TEKS listed at point of use on the Ready Classroom materials. It is on the Ready Texas book, but not on the iReady Classroom book, and so they were concerned about a crosswalk. And another really big one is it did not integrate with our MAP growth assessment. So the top 2 rated publishers, or the top 2 recommended publishers that we're going to talk about tonight, both have either a direct integration or else a PDF crosswalk that connects a student's performance on MAP growth with recommended activities to intervene. iReady did not have any sort of integration as far as that was concerned.
But the Savas does integrate into MAP. Okay.
Yes. Excellent. Okay, did that answer your question, Trustee May, about iReady? All right. So let's look at some of the glows and concerns that the Guiding Coalition shared about Savvis and Vision Plus Texas. I won't read to you everything on the slide. You can kind of look at that, but I'll hit some highlights. There's a lot of resources in the Savvis and Vision Plus program. Lesson plans, slide decks that teachers can use for presenting their daily lesson, intervention resources, enrichment. It's not just the tier 1, it has all of the supplementary pieces they would need as well. There's also a lot of AI smart planning tools. I've already alluded to this, but it has a direct MAP growth data integration. We'll actually import the data. You can group your students. You can assign specific activities tied to their performance on MAP. It integrates with our LMS system that we use here, Canvas, as well as Eduphoria, which is our assessment vendor. Really strong emergent bilingual and multilingual supports. In like previous versions of materials, they would give you emergent bilingual strategies, but they wouldn't be specific to the lesson. Every single lesson has a specific emergent bilingual support. There's also Google Translate for digital practice that will do text-to-speech and translate resources into over 100 languages. So really strong language supports. Braining Camp Live was a real big hit with the teachers. It gives students the opportunity to show their work and use digital manipulatives on their screen, and the teacher can be on her computer, can see everybody's work at the same time, and it will use AI tools to start like grouping misconceptions students have so they can in the moment see mistakes kids are making and find commonalities so they can intervene. So that was a really big one, and it does have a good consistent lesson structure as well.
Is that similar to the old chalkboards or whiteboards that we would use in our classrooms where the students would do their work and then hold them up and you
Absolutely, absolutely. But if you can imagine, like,
but this is digital. See,
they're
laughing at me because that's how old I am.
yeah, and a teacher can like click on a certain student's response and it'll display it. It'll make it anonymous so you can't see whose work it was, but they can use it as
that
as
is
an
the only.
exemplar.
I'm not big on adding more screen time to our students at all. They've got enough, but it does provide the teacher the knowledge of who's got it and who doesn't without it being a public statement of it being held up. So,
can I ask with this, how much of it is digital the main mechanism versus workbooks or some kind of paper?
So the nice thing about Savvis is it affords us the flexibility in K through 6 to do one or the other. So they do have, and we'll look at pricing a little bit later tonight, and what we've recommended is a blended package. And the blended package would include a print student consumable workbook, which is going to cover all the Tier 1 components of the lesson. But there's also 100% digital. Like anything they give you in paper, it's also available online. And that is, if you notice, one of the concerns was a little bit concerned about screen time, especially our younger grade teachers shared that. The nice thing is that's something that as our guiding coalition goes throughout the implementation days and starts talking about what these products will look like in the classroom, we could set recommendations at the district level about these pieces need to be on paper versus these ones could be the opportunity on practice, but this gives us the option of both.
You mentioned the elementary teachers, something about screen time. What feedback did they give?
There were just some of our elementary teachers shared that if we went digital only, because they were concerned we were not going to recommend purchasing a print material, they were concerned about our students only having math practice on digital screens. We are recommending a purchase package that includes the print. So I think it was a concern coming from the place of they weren't sure whether or not a print workbook was going to be provided.
Out of curiosity, was that ever discussed as an option?
It's not that it was discussed. However, our current resource, we used to receive consumable workbooks, and we currently don't get consumable workbooks. So I think it came from how have we done things in the past few years, and that's where that concern came from.
Workbooks.
That we currently do not purchase workbooks. They were not being used.
How long?
For how long have we not been doing it? Let's see, we are near 6 years.
Wow, thank you.
So that doesn't mean that doesn't mean we're all digital. It means we have worksheets.
No, it means that we have worksheets that we can print ourselves. We don't have a book that we purchase. Yes.
So if it's, you said it's 100% digital and it's 100% paper.
It's flexible. So we have both, and we can make the decision
right,
about
because there are students who do, my daughter is one, right? Based on her needs, she has to have the paper. So she should be able to replicate whatever the lesson is that's being delivered digitally or her peers are doing digitally on paper.
It's not going to be a one or the other. We have the option for both.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
I will say, just in general, screen time, the amount of instructional time on a screen is a concern to me, and I've actually asked the SHAC to work on that. I think they have a report coming out like in the next month, maybe. Yeah. So I'm anxious to hear what you guys find out, but in emails back and forth, you did say that we could establish clear guidelines or recommendations for how frequently digital components are used. So I think once we understand what's currently being done, what the recommendations are, I would like to discuss this more holistically, not just for math, but any subject, especially K through 6.
The great thing about this is whatever recommendations come down in the future, whatever we recommend today shouldn't set us back because we're not recommending a digital-only product. Yeah. Okay.
This is the next question, or the question I have is, are we trying to negotiate if we buy the paper version, which is much more costly, then are we trying to negotiate that they give us the digital or at a much lower rate because we're already investing in the actual paper versus just saying, hey, what's the price? And they just give it to us? Are we trying to negotiate that?
So with the IMRA process, publishers have to set their rate, and what their rate is that's published for HQIM products is the rate. So there's not really a negotiation back and forth. However, they did provide us with what would the pricing be if we went print. There's not an option for print only. So print plus digital, which they call a blended package, or digital only.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have one more question. So Savasa is what we're currently using, correct?
That's correct.
And I know that they have tweaked their curriculum to make it qualify for HQIM. Can you talk just a little bit about, if we're looking to improve learning outcomes, and Dr. Vince and I have talked a lot about learning outcomes with math, and that is a big opportunity for us, right? So if we are currently using this, I know they've tweaked it to make an HQIM, but how do we take what we are already using and get to the next level?
Yep, so actually that takes me to my next slide, which is about what's new to Envision Plus Texas. So Envision Plus Texas Math is actually a brand new program. So Savvis is the publisher. We currently have something called Envision Math 2.0. That resource is going away. So one of the things that our publisher shared with us is that once they have gotten Envision Plus Texas on the list, they will no longer support once a contract expires, which our contract is expiring with Envision Math 2.0. It is built for Texas based on that IMRA process, that high quality rubric. When I reached out to our publisher to say, can you kind of give me like a crosswalk that shows the difference between one and the other, they said it's really hard to quantify that because it is a brand new curriculum. He even said, we even considered changing the name because we thought people might think it's the same product. So these are some of the highlights. These are some of the highlights of what's new in Envision Plus Texas that are not part of the resource that we currently have. And first I'll say that what we currently have is a resource, right? It's something to draw from. What Envision Plus Texas is an entire Tier 1 curriculum. It has all the bells and whistles. First of all, it has 100% TEKS coverage, 100% ELPS alignment, and it received perfect scores in every single grade level for every single area of the IMRA quality and suitability rubric. It has curriculum smart tools, so some examples that it has a standards line lesson plan generator. A teacher can go in if she's going to be out, say, make me subplans on this TEK. I want it to have a Taylor Swift theme, and it'll like generate the whole lesson plan and all the practice problems to go along with it. There's a differentiation assistant that helps differentiate for the needs of students. And then there's practice generators that create dynamic practice. So as a student answers questions, if they're doing it on the digital, it will look at their responses. It will give them videos that they can watch. They can get feedback on if their answers are right or wrong. And then the next question will adapt based on their performance to make sure they're getting that just right math content delivered to them. Something that's new is the parent portal that gives them access to instructional resources. It also has tutorial videos for every single lesson. Parents can watch those at home for homework help with students. There's something called a differentiation levels. I've already talked a little bit about the Braining Camp Live. That was the one like the digital whiteboards where they can see student work. There's something called Topic Prep, personalized by Success Maker. This is like a assignment that gives students practice on the prerequisite skills they would need for that lesson to determine their level of readiness. Envision on the Go, these are videos for our teachers. So this is like built-in PD. It actually shows a practicing teacher teaching the lesson so they can kind of see it modeled, what the lesson should look like. I've talked a little bit about the adaptive practice, how it makes adjustments to student needs. It has a comprehensive assessment suite. There's all types of assessments. It has the tech-enhanced items we see on STAR. There's data reporting tools. There's review and practice materials aligned to every assessment. There's a STAR practice exam. I mentioned it integrates with NWA MAP, and I think I talked on the last slide about the robust language supports. So these are just some of the highlights that are completely new to Envision Plus Texas.
I have a question about the direct explicit instruction.
Yes.
The things that you're discussing right now, like the adaptive resources that per student, are applied. Is that considered direct explicit instruction?
So my thinking is where that would fall is in that instructional hierarchy in that middle phase, which is what we call fluency. So the first phase is the acquisition, and that's where the teacher is directly teaching a new skill. You think, I've never learned how to add with regrouping. As a teacher, I'm not going to say, try this and figure it out, right? Like, here's some blocks, try to figure out how the algorithm's written. I'm going to provide direct guidance on what that looks like. Once you know what that skill looks like, now you have time to practice it until you become automatic at it, and that's where these practice pieces would fall in. So it does fall within that instructional
So
hierarchy.
all the things that you just listed off are not a part of the direct explicit instruction, which is what, if you go back to your first slide, that was, I think it was number 2 in the bullet list.
Yes.
As important.
Yes, and it's not that direct explicit instruction should happen all day, every day. It's when a new skill or new concept is introduced. Thank you for the word. And the SAVIS lesson structure, they have 3 types of lessons: let's build, let's investigate, and let's model and 3-act tasks. Every skill that they teach goes through that progression, which meets those. The let's build would be where that direct explicit instruction comes in.
On average, what % of time spent in the classroom is direct explicit instruction?
You know, I don't have that answer at my fingertips.
I'm interested in
but
that.
I could look and get back to you.
Thank you.
So those are some of the things new in Envision Plus Texas. We'll look at our second recommendation from the Guiding Coalition, another high-quality instructional material. First, you look at some of the glows and concerns on the slide here that the committee shared. Much like the SAVIS, it does have an extensive resource set, the same editable slide decks for teachers to use, centers, intervention and enrichment activities. It has a parent portal with parent supports as well. It follows a 5E lesson model. It embeds that concrete representational to abstract progression, which is key to math understanding. It also has very strong emergent bilingual supports. It is a Texas-based curriculum. So this company is housed right here in Texas. It's been developed by Texas educators. And they shared with us that they have seen success in some similar districts as well. And another big glow from this is the digital components. So they have like QR codes on every single homework page or worksheet, and if you scan it, it'll take you right to a video that teaches you how to do the material that's on the page. So that was a really big highlight from our committee. They did have a few concerns. One was that they felt like there was a lot of heavy lesson material prep. There were a lot of times there were like card sorts or things that you would have to print out and cut out in advance for sets of partners, and so some of our teachers were concerned with that. They felt that like the student materials were not quite as visually engaging as some of the other options, and not as friendly for teachers. While it does have strong emergent bilingual supports, there was limited language beyond English and Spanish. And while it does have a map connection, it is not a direct integration where you're like uploading student scores.
A question about
Yes,
the STEM
ma'am.
scopes. When I looked on their website, it looked like they were new in the math game, like only the past few years, I guess, right? So this is, and I think you did send me some information I asked about, because I used their evidence kind of portal on there, and I was not able to generate any evidence. And so I was just curious, I haven't had a chance to take a look and see if you were able to get some from them and send that over, or what does that look like?
Yeah, I did reach out to them this morning as well. They shared some of our, some districts that have been using STEM Scopes Math in Texas. The only one that's really one of our peer districts would be Sci-Fair, and Sci-Fair is a new adopter. They just implemented it this year, so we don't really have evidence to see the effectiveness of that program yet. What they shared was student gains in STAR performance, and they had, and I can share this with you later, but a graph that shows like non-STEM Scopes districts performance, and then after year 1 of implementation, year 2, year 3, and they showed that after like each year bump up, we saw a bump up of year 1, year 2, and year 3, an average of about a 3-point gain on scale score on STAR is what they're showing for districts that have been implementing it in Texas.
But the methodology of the Envision and the STEM Scopes is similar, is that correct?
So the STEM Scopes follows the 5E model. SAVIS follows I mentioned let's build, let's investigate, let's model and 3-act tasks. I would say that they are both very similar in that they have a hook for students to kind of get them engaged in math, direct teach of the math, practice of the math, and then apply it at a problem-solving level. So at its core level, yes, they would be similar.
And they both got basically a perfect score, IMRA score?
That is correct. Both vendors received perfect scores. I'm going to speak case 6 because my colleague is going to come up here and talk 712, and I don't want to step on anything that I misspeak on for his courses. But for case 6, both SAVIS Envision Plus Texas and Accelerate Learning STEM Scopes received 100% on TEKS coverage and on all of the components of the IMRA rubric.
And the Envision, the new one, has any other peer district of ours been using that? And is there any evidence out that
they were just approved at the November 2025 board meeting. So unless someone piloted it, it wasn't available for adoption. Okay. Well, if you have no more questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Dr. Carlos Barron.
It's a lot of questions.
Good evening, President Ottenberg, Dr. Vincent, and then of course members of the CISD board and distinguished guests still here in the audience. Hopefully the microphone will not kick off my code switching, so I apologize up front because obviously I can hear it in my voice as I'm speaking. But this evening I want to kind of share with you as well, kind of like my colleague shared. First of all, my name is Dr. Carlos Barron. I'm the coordinator for secondary mathematics here in Conroe ISD, and I work with Ms. Kester in supporting our K-12 initiatives, specifically in math. Moving forward, what I would like to do is I want to share very similarly the way the feedback was collected, both from our community stakeholders and then, of course, our educators. So as we move forward, I want to highlight the different feedback that we got from the community. We did have 34 responses with respect to the community feedback. I know there were some feedback earlier about the percentage or the number of submissions or entries that we received from the community. Total, there were 105 community feedbacks, 71 for elementary, 34 for secondary math, specifically grades 7 through Algebra 2. You see on your screen as well, of course, some of our advanced placement courses. 34 representatives or 34 entries from the community, 15 being residents of the community versus 19 being parents or guardian. We took a very similar approach in grades 7 through 8, and then of course our high school focus. We used pretty much the same rubric with the intent of we wanted to solicit feedback from all the members in the community with respect to what was their take on how they wanted to approach accelerated learning and all the other vendors, looking at is it highly recommended, do we want to recommend or not recommend, or did not get an opportunity to review.
Can you quantify how many people voted here on this? So seventh was 6 community votes. 7th honors was 2 votes. 8th grade was 4. Algebra 1, 10. Algebra 2, 8. I understand it's community. I'm just quantifying that this is a very, very, very small sampling.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So with the previous chart shows specifically the number of actual feedback for grade 7, pre-algebra, grade 8, algebra 1, and so on. So yes, ma'am, that is correct with respect to the actual number of entries for those different grade
And
levels.
how many parents do we think we have in 7th through 12th grade? How many could have potentially voted?
I'm really excited that the board's so engaged in the community feedback and the teacher feedback. I am with Trustee Horton. As a parent of a 9th grade student, I didn't super take the survey because I teach English and that's not my area. And so maybe other parents might have felt the same.
And I do appreciate that. I think I just want to clarify that when we're looking at this. And I did go back and forth with the team, and I share my concerns. I appreciate that we want to share the community feedback, but when you look at when you move forward again and you go to the next slide, and you look at this, you know, I don't know. I mean, this 7th and 8th grades, that would have been
12 total.
6 votes, which created this whole slide.
Trustee May, I can tell you that because we were counting up Chromebooks, if we go 1-to-1, there's 40+ thousand kids as far as that grade level.
And I agree with Trustee Semler that this is the educators, wheelhouse for sure. This slide to me is confusing, and it is a bit misleading, if I'm very honest. So
I do think somebody made the point earlier, though, and it's important that, we do want to honor the people that took the time to go over the curriculum by showing the results. So
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I see what you mean by it not being very many people, but at the same time,
it just is a bit misleading is all.
I mean, yeah, it just doesn't hold much weight in terms of the overall recommend just because it's not statistically relevant, right?
Correct. Statistically, 10 or 12
Yeah.
entries for the different grade levels.
Thank you.
With respect, again, with Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, and then we did get an opportunity to make sure that we were being extremely transparent and soliciting feedback from some of our advanced level courses. So this is the feedback we've received specifically with our AP program, specifically our AP statistics program. So looking at the educator feedback, we had 171 responses from 20 campuses specifically. We went ahead and we looked at not just the high schools, but we looked at, was it feedback from a 9th grade center? Was it from an alternative center? As you can see, we had 20 campuses out of 171, 140 general ed teachers with all the different other compromises. Specifically with grade 7 or grade 8 or Algebra 1, we had quite a bit different diverse number with our big numbers of input from Algebra 1, Geometry, and Algebra 2. Because at the secondary level, we do have teachers that sometimes have multiple preps, we did give them the opportunity to provide feedback and review not just one specific grade level, one course, but give the opportunity. So what is your concern or what are your needs with respect to that vertical support?
So how many teachers do we have from 7th through 12th that teach one of these math curriculums?
So at districts, yes, sir.
Was it 140?
So we had 171 responses.
Mm-hmm.
But at district staff development in past years, when we were able to do district staff development in grades 7 through 12, we had about 400 representatives that included general ed, support, and of course content.
Okay.
I would like to ask a follow-up to that question, because I've been wanting to ask this.
Yes, ma'am.
Of this guiding coalition, you said 100 plus. I didn't catch the numbers in the beginning, and I just looked back and I don't see it on the slide. Can you explain to me what makeup is teacher on this? I think it was 150 roughly on the coalition. 112.
112.
So total 127. And then of those, 112 were teachers. And they were selected randomly, it was said?
No, about 74 of them, About 74 to 75 of them were appointed by the campus principal as the campus contact. So we required that person be a teacher and not be a campus coach. We wanted teacher voice to lead. And then the other 50 plus members completed an interest form and they were randomly selected.
And those weren't all teachers? Or were they teachers? I'm trying to get an idea just how many teachers
Some
are
of
on
those
this coalition.
50 were teachers, yes. The majority of them were, 15 were not.
So of the, I'm sorry, it's really important. Of the 127 members of the coalition, because the coalition is who's making the recommendation,
Yes.
not this, the survey data really out the window once these 100 plus people here. So I'm trying to get to that because aside from the community feedback and teacher feedback, we have 127 people recommending these curriculums.
And of those 127, 112 are teachers.
Or teachers hand select, or selected.
A mixture
some
of
are selected by
selected
the
and
campus principals.
Yes, ma'am.
And they're all math teachers, 112 math teachers?
Yes.
Okay.
So the opportunity to, and this is based on feedback that I've received over the years, is that a lot of times when we have these groups that make these decisions, no disrespect to the decision that's being proposed, but that the teachers that wanted to participate, or the teachers that could have maybe given feedback, maybe not through a survey, but active participation in the coalition, weren't asked or weren't appointed. So I'm really trying to gauge that, because this decision is important to all classroom teachers, and that seems like a small representation of our overall.
Absolutely. And in the past, the way that we handled the guiding coalition, I completely agree. And it's one of the things that I feel this board has done such a great job of changing as part of our process, is that all of the members of the guiding coalition were appointed by someone, either a campus principal or a district staff member. Now that is no longer the case. We do have some people who are appointed by the campus principal, because there needs to be a point of contact, somebody who's going to receive all of those materials. But what we did do differently is we said that person needs to be a teacher. No longer can that be an assistant principal or your math coach. We want it to be a teacher that's engaged in the process. And the other members, they filled out an interest form if they wanted to participate, and again, were randomly selected.
When you say randomly, how randomly?
Yes, ma'am. So literally,
like
we had a randomizer on the computer, and we had a spreadsheet, and we said, for the Caney Creek feeder, number 5 in the spreadsheet, and whoever number 5 was, that's who.
And the reason I
got
ask
selected.
is so when I do speak with teachers, or
It was not fancy.
Well, when this decision is made, though, that we can, as a board, speak to the fact that we know how the teachers were selected, because this is a critical decision, and it impacts all of them. And if they don't feel like they were given ample opportunity to participate, then I want to know. So.
Absolutely.
I think we were definitely given more opportunity this time than last time, so surely there would be a little bit more buy-in.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand these numbers, because I didn't up until this point, so thank you.
You're welcome.
So we were looking at specifically the number of feedback. As you can see, the largest number was 37 for algebra, geometry, and then algebra 2, which is bulk of our responses, looking at the feedback in a minute. With respect to grade 7, very similar to grades K through 6, we did, however, get an opportunity to invite and open the process to every resource, because in high school, we truly did not have more than 2 resources that were supported 7 through algebra 2. Several resources only submitted and were approved for grades 6 through 8, or 7 through algebra 1, or there was almost a hodgepodge of resources. So we went ahead and we made sure that every resource that was approved by the HQIM was given an opportunity, not just to our teachers, but to everybody else to review for all the components that we discussed. For grade 7 pre-algebra and grade 8, for algebra 1, and then of course for geometry, when we're looking at feedback from the different teachers, for algebra 2, for our advanced placement courses, for our calculus BC program, our multivariable, just a point up here, multivariable calculus is truly our advanced level course. It's usually an equivalence to a 3rd semester of college level calculus. So right now at the moment we have about 55 students out of the entire graduating Conroe ISD student body that is in that course right now. Our AP statistics program. With respect to the recommendations for grades 7 through 12, listed are the recommendations for the first recommendation and the second recommendation for grades 7 through, of course, our multivariable calculus program. A couple of the things kind of just alluding to what in our K through algebra 2 program. One of the big differences specifically for our secondary world is that the resource itself actually includes support for SAT, ACT, and TSI, which is one of the key components that differentiated Savas from some of our other vendors or some of the other publishers that were reviewed. The other part that was very important as we were looking at is the video tutorials, which was obviously highlighted in our K through 6 program. That was very critical both in the secondary world because our students do have different levels of proficiency. So video tutorials were one of those key components that the committee felt was a glow. There was a couple of concerns specifically with the assessment items, and then of course the teacher training and the use of the new program itself. With respect to STEM scopes, again, very similar. My colleague mentioned that STEM scopes does follow the 5E model. It does have a couple of the other components that were shared earlier, specifically the supports for the different learners. A big concern specifically for the committee members was that with respect to STEM scopes, it does not provide a resource after Algebra 1 currently. So STEM scopes does provide only support or a resource in the list up to Algebra 1 right now. The other component that they mentioned is that there was no tangible support with respect to SAT or TSI for that higher level support, as we're looking at many students that do start looking at PSAT, SAT, and some of those other levels. McGraw-Hill was one of those vendors that did have that vertical support for grades K through Algebra 2. Specifically, one of the things that was a big low was the use of Alex, which is an online platform. It did include some of the other supports like the TSI, the SAT, the STAR preparation. It does incorporate specifically our manipulatives and some of our strategies. But one of the concerns, even though it was a glow, was the fact that the platform may be overwhelming for some teachers and extensive use of training would be required. They did point out specifically that this program specifically for McGraw-Hill felt a little too worksheet driven, too heavy on worksheets. And it was not as visually engaging or appealing to both, they felt, the teacher and of course, but specifically for some of the students looking forward. Okay. At this time, I would like to call back my colleague to talk about financial commitments for the recommendation.
Could I ask you a quick question about the math? I noticed that our 7th grade math scores are kind of outliers when you compare them to the rest of the scores. And so I was wondering curriculum so that each grade level kind of builds on itself since we're doing it at the same time.
So the resources that we're looking at, specifically SAVAS, McGraw-Hill, STEM scopes, do provide additional supports because, one, they are truly aligned to the HQIA, the IMBER process. The specific need is that that vertical component will help tighten some of those processes. Some of those gaps that maybe were stemmed from literally COVID loss or just of that vertical transition or just transit, providing a truly vertical K through Algebra 2 program will tighten those practices. Same vocabulary practices, same strategies, same pedagogies.
Can I ask, I might have looked at it wrong. It appears that it's switching from one to the other. Is it going all the way, the recommendation is all the way SAVAS or all the way McGraw-Hill?
So can I move to that slide? I believe this is the slide you're, oh, sorry. That one. So the recommendation from the committee was that we looked at specifically McGraw-Hill and SAVAS as some courses. STEM scopes was one of the outliers for grade 7. And it was one of the outliers.
Do you think there would be a benefit, though, to going all the way through with one curriculum?
Yes, ma'am. I do believe the committee, one of the things that several of the members echoed was that in order to tighten the process, we needed to look at a vertically aligned program, K through 12.
It's really important from that perspective. The other thing is that, you know, Marzano always talks about the notion that you need a consistent vocabulary with regard to how you implement the curriculum. And so those kind of things are there as far as how it goes. And then the second thing is new concepts with regard to math. The more familiar you are with them, it provides building blocks as far as how you design and deliver the curriculum, which is then in a tighter way. And I mean, when we look at all those things, I mean, it all kind of comes in together as far as if you can stay familiar. Since COVID, we have a math gap, and kids just need so much more levels of support. Hopefully, some of the things that we can do with the math academies and stuff like that is going to fix some of that as far as instruction goes. But you know, it's just it's really critical that we kind of stay familiar.
Well, so then my question is, if we could go back to that slide, 7th grade is again the outlier. It's the only one that doesn't have SAVAS. Well, I guess we switched on to STEM scopes in this one. Would it be beneficial to go 7th through, however far SAVAS goes or McGraw-Hill goes, all the way 7th, all the way down? Because right now it's showing STEM scopes for 7th grade as the first recommendation with the vocabulary and, with the curriculum. I think that would help it build upon.
The deal is, guys, they're all HChem, and the notion of it's going to be is that they're going to have that similarity. The thing is, in that familiarity is process. Sometimes it's just a beauty contest as far as materials and those kind of things. Honoring those pieces and parts and processes, but at the end of the day, it's what's going to be best for the learner, and then also what's going to be best for us to be able to manage it, because one of the things as far as 7th and 8th grade math, we have a secondary specialist, coordinator for math. We have a elementary coordinator. I would suggest, as far as when we go back and we're retooling how we do things, is to find somebody who specifically owns middle school math. I mean, if you really look at it, even in our data, our social studies and science at those levels don't do well either. And so when you look at math too, I mean, I think that you would agree with this, that 5th and 6th grade is the most new information that you learn all the time. 7th and 8th grade math is really a lot of review as far as what you do. It's the building blocks for different things, and it becomes when people are taking algebra and that kind of things. But at the end of the day, consistency, tightness of the curriculum, adherence to research-based standards that I've lived through and built curriculums on, from what Yuri Tresmont talks about at the Dana Center to what Marzano says as far as good practice, that these programs all spiral, which is incredibly important. That when I first started, we taught Saxon math. It was the best. It tortured children. It was a textbook, and they hated it, but they also learned. But the thing is that it was consistent, and you knew every day what you're going to do, and it spiraled, and that's a lot more, those Singapore math type styles.
So if we're looking at consistency, is there a recommendation for one curriculum? Or are you saying because they're all HQIM, it's going to be consistent?
I think it's going to be consistent. The thing about it is everybody says they're HQIM, and they really are. That means that they have it. But the deal is that they cover the rigor of the text, because everybody will do that. Like I've told y'all before on some curriculum, it'll get you to approaches, but it's really going to get you to growth and mastery, because I mean that's what the goal is. And so when you're working through those kind of systems, yes, it's really important that we have conformity and stuff that we can support, number one. Number two, that makes good sense that teachers are going to buy. The HChem levels and the standards are so much better. Guys, the SAVAS we had before is not that your mama's SAVAS. I mean, this is a better SAVAS now because it has to be standard. I was talking to the commissioner about this 4 or 5, 6 years ago, and he was right. I mean, the thing is that, they would talk about alignment, like McGraw-Hill or one of those programs. Now, it is aligned, but you have to go to 2 different documents, right? So you have to go back and check what you're teaching in Texas, because all of these curriculum is written, taught, and tested. So the taught curriculum that they have is all based on the, what's the national curriculum?
Common Core.
The Common Core. And so they have to go edit it back to meet Texas standards. And so when you're looking at the National Council of Teachers of Math that develop all these things, they're pretty similar, but there's quite differences in terms of what they have as far as the standards go. And the thing is that it's a little bit easier process to determine now, because there are HChem, and we're so glad for that. And the EMER process does a great job of evaluating it, but it still makes sure that there is consistency, stuff that we can support, and those kind of things.
So it sounds like, based on kind of what you're saying, and to what Trustee Horton was suggesting, is that it might make more sense that if we're going to go SAVAS, that we stick to it, because there's multiple implications of the language, the consistency, and how it's taught. You got the parents all excited about the tools, and the teachers, and then you go to 7th grade, and then now it's a different impact to the students' learning experience, right? They're not going to necessarily have the same things.
Trustee Gambino, that's right. And plus, the other thing is you get a big fat discount.
And also, I wanted to bring up, I agree with the discount. I think one thing too that I'm still hung up on is that you keep talking about all the bells and whistles that come with it, aside from what is just that direct instruction. So you said that, if that is truly a priority and that is factually or research-based, that's where the learning happens. I am interested, I would personally be interested for the board to understand what percentage or what is going to give us more of that direct instruction.
I think that, I think also you're looking at direct instruction maybe a little differently than the educational term of direct instruction, and I
Well, they
could be-
couldn't tell me if what qualifies
Well,
as it, so.
So my reason for stating that is that in the teaching, in methodology of teaching, you have, in your teaching of a lesson, you'll have, well, you probably already.
I think we're overcomplicating the conversation.
Well, it's just that I'm just saying is that direct instruction is a step in it, and then there's the independent, and then there's these different parts that go into learning a concept. So I think it's hard for them to tell you a percentage of direct, I mean, all the
I think
curriculum
my point
is
is
direct.
that in the beginning of this presentation, it stated in the bullet points that direct explicit instruction is key in learning math. If that is truly the case,
So I'll clarify a little bit for you. When we received this information from the Associate Commissioner, specifically about direct explicit instruction, he contrasted it to the other end of the continuum, which is inquiry-based learning. And inquiry-based learning is more so where you present students with a new concept that they have no prerequisite understanding of, and you tell them to try and figure it out and see if you can discover the mathematics. So it's more about the approach of, we are directly teaching you the skills, and we're going through it in a manner. It's not every day standing up and lecturing, but I'm not just giving you a project to get you to discover some new math. So that might kind of help understand these resources we're recommending follow this direct explicit instruction methodology. They are not, unless you want to jump in and clarify for anything with that, but for case 6, they are not an inquiry-based model, which would be the opposite of direct explicit instruction.
Great, there we go.
That's what I was trying to get.
And I'll let Carlos clarify if he
job.
needs to, and then we do have a recommendation to share to you tonight, with you tonight, that is a vertically aligned recommendation, which I think is what the conversation is here, so we'll go there in a minute.
Can I ask a question? Carlos, on grade 7, Savas is not on either Rec 1 or 2, so I'm curious why they did not like Savas for either recommendation.
So, based
For grade
on
7, yeah.
based on the feedback from the committee, some of the concerns that some of you have shared this evening, that they feared that it was too similar to what we currently have, influenced some of the decisions. When the presenter did get an opportunity to come back and showcase based on the top 3, some of the members shared that had some of these conversations been more strategically held in their building, they would have seen that it is truly a new platform and not something that was, we already have this, it's just a continuum. So part of that was some of the highlights that were shared by the members that came and specifically spoke to grade 7, grade 8, algebra 1. Those were some of the things that were brought to light that afternoon. The other thing is we wanted to make sure we honored the feedback, that based on the feedback of every submitted entry for grade 7 and 8, we honored their top 2 or 3, which is one of the reasons why we did not invite Savas to specifically address grade 7. However, looking at the research, it is imperative that we consider a truly vertically aligned resource to tie up. 1, we want to make sure there's continuum learning, and 2, we want to make sure that as we're moving forward, if a teacher or an instructor unfortunately has 2 preps, they're not navigating between 2 very different approaches. That is the reality with grade 7. It is something that came to light after some discussions, further discussions with the committee members on January the 22nd. But that was a very good
point. It kind of
point.
goes back to what we were talking about
Yes,
earlier
ma'am.
about setting like the criteria of what they're looking for, so that we may need to kind of get a little bit rigor. With all that said, I think the
Yes,
Guiding
ma'am.
Coalition is amazing. I love it. Conceptually, it's a best practice. I mean, I am in more of the corporate education space, and that's what is done. So I think it's amazing that you guys are doing that. There just needs to be some refinement on when they step in, we need to tell them this is what you're looking for versus just leaving it kind of open and fluffy, because they know what they need, and they can come back to you and tell you these are the criteria you gave me, and check the stuff off and provide it to you. So kind of going back to, you do have a recommendation for vertically aligned that we don't see here.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll let you get.
You had one more question, you said, trustee.
Okay, so we're going to look at financial commitment, and we're going to look at it in two different segments, because right now we're looking at the materials that are available for HQIM, which comes from a different funding source of our MTA, right? We get those extra dollars we can spend on HQIM. So what you see here are the pricing. We looked at a 2-year contract or a 4-year contract. If we were to go with the first recommendation out of the guiding coalition for grade levels kindergarten through Algebra 2, plus pre-calculus and algebraic reasoning, as those both have a HQIM product available. I'll give you a minute to look at the numbers there. And then if we were to go with our second recommendation from the guiding coalition, you can see the pricing for 2 years and 4 years here. You may notice that the pre-calculus and algebraic reasoning recommendation is the same on both slides. There is no second choice. There's only one HQIM, and so we, for totaling purposes, to make sure we got the accurate total, we included them on both slides. And what we've alluded to is that we do have a recommendation that would be a vertically aligned adoption for kindergarten through Algebra 2 with Savvis Learning Company. It is important to note that Savvis is offering us a 15% discount if we are to adopt vertically. That is a little over a $1 million savings over a 4-year contract term.
But that was not the recommendation of the guiding coalition.
It was not the recommendation of the guiding coalition.
But most of them had it as their first or second choice, except for
with the
7th grade.
exception of 7th grade. All of the courses from K through Algebra 2 had Savvis as either their first or their second recommendation.
But did I understand that had they had a little bit more understanding and the presentation had been done a little differently, that they now would have realized it's totally different curriculum, which I still don't understand, back to what you had mentioned earlier. If they were reviewing it, how did they not know it's different than what they're already using?
So I can only speak to what was shared and the feedback we collected on the 27th. Those were some of the key differences after having that second showcase and collaborating with not just teachers from necessarily their vertical, but across the board. So part of the conversation was specifically, so how does this implement new resources and what does this look like for the new program? But that is correct. With respect to, with the exception of grade 7, Savvis was either a first or second recommendation in grades K through Algebra 2.
I have just a statement and then a question. Statement, Trustee Horton, I also actually emailed that question over to the team today or last night about the not being aligned in 7th grade, noticing that 7th grade was Trustee Semler's term an outlier. So that was confusing to me, just even as a layperson. And then a question that I have is, we're currently doing a curriculum audit that I guess is coming back soon. Is it worthwhile for the curriculum auditors to audit these recommendations, or is it not necessary?
One of the things that we actually had the auditor actually look at the curriculum and make sure that what the adoptions were. And Dr. Upshaw, you talked to Carrie Gain, and you want to fill us in with that?
So just to reiterate, the curriculum auditors are not going to review a highly qualified instructional material because the state's already done that through their process.
No, but they're going to review what works best and what for our district, correct?
We did email them last night and we did have a conversation, and their recommendation is going to be to us is to implement and purchase a high quality instructional material.
Okay, all right, well.
Yes.
Thank you. Well, that answers that question.
No, it's essential though, but the thing is that, and again, I want to reiterate this, that textbooks a long time, this resource materials were sort of a lab and not really, these really are, and then it becomes the nuance as far as the delivery and process, and you're going to want to make sure that you have all the elements that are included with regard to remediation, enrichment, and emergent bilingual curriculum. All of these things have those features and functions that are going to help you as a resource to get what needs to be done. The deal is, though, is we have to own the curriculum. We have to manage the curriculum in a way that we pace it all the way through, that we're prepared for the STAR, and that we know what it's going to be. We have to have our assessment. One of it's already done. I'm so glad we have MAP, and now we need to make sure that our unit assessments are aligned and meeting the rigor of what we're doing. And our goal is going to be to understand the data and have informed and and engaged, math teachers that have a lot of efficacy on what they're doing, so they feel like their delivery, that when you get to that point, the vertical alignment is going to be really essential. So we're going to grow our people to be that and do that. It's going to take some time, but I mean, we have some smart people that want to do it. These guys are ready to help.
So then this recommendation is from whom? It's not from the coalition. So who is it from?
So with the exception of grade 7, this recommendation includes the feedback from everybody that was at the guiding coalition.
So my big concern is if the outlying situation of 7th grade, I love the idea of the spiraling and all aligned, vertically aligned. I think that's key. My only concern is that those 7th grade teachers that reviewed this had the concerns, and they were reviewing this 7th grade new math and saying it's not different from their current math curriculum. And we're already having issues in 7th. Are we really fixing the problem in 7th grade?
Well, y'all correct me if I heard you wrong, that they picked 2 that didn't happen to be Savas, so then Savas didn't come back for the training, so they didn't get that hands-on experience as compared to the other ones that had Savas as a first or a second. So I think that's kind of what it came down to. They didn't get the extra experience.
Well, and would it be of any value at this point? I mean, I think so, but to take it back to them so they have a better understanding? I mean, because, it was 7th grade, and it looks like Algebra 1 also didn't make the cut either, right? So is there value, since we're relying on their expertise, they know math, to take it back to them?
So Algebra 1 did have did recommend Savas as their second recommendation.
Okay.
So Algebra 1 did make that top 2 tier.
Okay, yeah.
With respect to grade 7, it was, yes, I think we wanted to be as transparent with them, and we wanted to include programs that were vertically aligned. I think had we limited maybe some of the possibilities or recommendations, it may have made a difference. However, looking at what the feedback from all the committee members were, all the supports that are in place, I think it's more beneficial based on the feedback from the committee on January 27th and some of the things that were in place. I think based on the conversations, it would be a very similar outcome, that it is essential that we support Savas in grade 3-7.
Could I make a recommendation? Yes, that Dr. Vinson informs me that we don't actually have to make a decision before April in order to have this done and get it in time. Could we give them that opportunity, the 7th grade, those members, those reviewers of whoever, to look at this and make that evaluation with the extra information and look at Savas and see if they would be still choosing it as one of 1 or 2, or they would choose it as 1 or 2, so that we can move forward with one of these 3?
I think, just personally, before we go into that, we had all of these teachers across grade levels, and a lot of them recommended Savas. Looks like going through the grade levels, by and large, almost all of them did, except for 7th grades. I would say just kind of take the whole and do Savas all the way through. And we did get our feedback, and this is the 1 grade level, but we also didn't want that grade level to be totally different than every other grade that we're doing.
I have this happen a lot. Whenever you're going through this, you do have this. And so 1 grade level, let's blame the 7th graders. But no, that's where we're at as far as it goes. Yeah, what we want to do is come back in March, if you're going to have to do that, and have that opportunity to review where you're at. That's when probably the drop dead date, because we have to make the recommendation, because we also have to make the recommendation for our reading assessment annually, as far as that declaration, or what do they call it, declaration, proclamation? Ratification, something like occasion. And so we have to get that done as soon as possible. But the one thing I will say this, next month, we're going to provide you a handy dandy, really great word workshop at 5 o'clock on March 17th, don't miss it, on 3 things. We're going to show you middle of the year data on your map, and we're going to show you our update with regard to Bluebonnet, and then we're also going to give your curriculum audit update. So you'll have all those elements. And I apologize it's been taking so long to get here, but we want it to be right. And
Is
we,
that when you're recommending to do this vote?
no, I mean, the thing is that if you wanted to, that's what you could, if you wanted to do it that, you'd have more data and information, and we could go back in and review it. I mean, Dr. Upshaw, I mean, do you see I know that you're squirming a little bit because
Thank you, Dr. Vincent.
I'm squirming in a good way.
Just some of the things to consider is, yes, if we were to postpone the timeline, that we would ask, we could make that decision in March, because we have to ratify the TEKS, and in order to, we can't order Bluebonnet to come in until we do that process as a board, and we know that we started the school year with not all those materials, and want to make sure that that does happen. I do also want to just explain something that's a caveat that we had with the Guiding Coalition. We had a conversation with the Guiding Coalition when we started this process, and we said, you are the feedback team to give us your first, your second, third recommendation. But overall, the board, the district makes the decision of what is the best implementation for the district financially, and what is, even in this case, vertically. Because in most times in adoptions, we have gone ahead, and if there was an outlier grade level, like Dr. Vincent's alluded to, we went ahead and went through and adopted that vertical component, because this is the most critical grade, the one that has the most gap, and it's even more important for what's coming up through 6th grade, and then after 7th grade goes to that next grade level, that consistency is there. What I do think is probably a training period or a training opportunity for those 17 teachers that did respond to that particular 7th grade portion of the survey.
I think we need to go ahead and make a decision on this today. Just give our people the time to start implementing this curriculum and get the orders through. And, you know, I really think we need to go ahead and make a decision.
I completely
on it.
disagree.
Second.
I agree.
Or did you make a motion?
I'd like to motion to adopt Savas K through 12.
Second.
Okay, Semler.
I didn't
Could you
hear
repeat it?
I didn't hear it.
Okay, so Trustee Semler, would you please make your motion?
I'd like to motion to adopt Savas grades K through Algebra 2.
Second.
Wait, is this for 2 years or 4 years?
So, yeah, we haven't even talked about the finance.
I'd say for 4 years because of the 15% discount. It saves,
I mean,
what
why
was it,
would
$1
you do
million?
2 years?
Can we get the 15% discount with a 2-year? Or is that only for 4 years?
Yes, no, the 15% discount is reflected on the screen you see here, both in the 2-year and the 4-year. There's just quite a cost savings over going 4 years versus 2.
Right,
At
I mean,
2
every
years-
vendor is going to do that because they want you to continue with their curriculum. I would prefer a 2-year contract.
At 2 years, how would we even measure success? I mean, you've only had 2 years to implement and measure. Wouldn't you want 4? It doesn't make sense to me to do such a brief commitment.
We do see the, ooh, it says it's time to go home tonight. Can you guys still hear me? I just think I lost battery.
I think we're losing battery.
Everywhere.
I think 4 years is better because of the cost savings, personally.
And it takes a minute to get used to a
does,
curriculum.
yeah.
Well, if we were to commit to 4 years, right? And we are not seeing the results that we need to see, because that's the bottom line. We need to be able to see that we're seeing considerable improvements everywhere, especially in 7th grade, right? So what contingency is there in the contract if we are not seeing that and we decide we want to pull out?
Miss Wendy Tisdale.
We're going to invite Miss Wendy Tisdale.
Yes, expert.
Speak with you guys.
There is not that kind of contingency in the contract. However, what I would say in looking at the numbers, just financially speaking, if after 2 years we decide this is not where we want it to be, we're not seeing the outcomes, it would take you a 3rd year to make a new decision, which then puts you at year 4.
Yes.
Now, that 4th year, we could have chosen something else, but that 3rd year alone would end up costing you what you would pay for 4 years in advance. So financially speaking, the recommendation would be to pay for the 4 years. If you change your mind in year 3, you're not spending any more than you would have by buying a 2-year plus a 1 year. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Somebody already did the math.
Thank you.
All right, so the motion, again, would you please repeat it, Trustee Semler?
Yes, I would like to motion to adopt Savas grades K through Algebra 2 for 4 years.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on
I
this?
just have a question. Does that mean then we need to vote on a second? We have to make a second motion for the remaining
Pieces.
Yeah, okay.
Just wanted to clarify that.
Did someone second?
Yes, we have a second. So are we ready to vote, please?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. That's 6. All those opposed? And the motion carries 6-1 for K through Algebra 1 for, Algebra 1, 2, 2. I wrote 2, sorry, 4 years. And then now we will take up the remaining 2 pieces, or do you want to just do them one by one?
Lump them together.
Someone's got to make a motion, please.
We can do that. I'll do the remaining 2. I would, I'll motion to adopt McGraw-Hill for pre-calculus and Cosenza and Associates for algebraic reasoning for 4 years.
Second.
Can we just, I'm sorry, we've done a lot tonight. Can we just go back and see what the options were for pre-cal and algebraic reasoning one more time? It's only those 2 or the only options?
They were the only options.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Telling you.
Do we have another mic?
He just changed it. Something's wrong.
They're ruining the microphone.
Yeah.
It's the math people.
Calculus, McGraw-Hill, there was one resource on the HQIM list, which is McGraw-Hill. For Cosenza and Associates, it was already an adopted resource that we have in the district. The only component that we're bringing to you this evening is the additions to highly aligned it to the HQIM rubric, which was the online component with the parent access. Okay, that is the reason why for Cosenza and Associates, for algebraic reasoning, it is only $30,000 for a 4-year commitment, because we have the book, we have the student access, we have the teacher access. The only component is that other component from the INRA, specifically with the digital access, which is the reason why it's only $30,000 versus $100,000 or whatever that dollar. And then with respect to pre-calculus, again, that is the only resource on that HQIM list.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we vote? Okay, all those in favor of adopting the other 2, McGraw-Hill and Cosenza, for our pre-calculus and algebraic reasoning for 4 years, please show by the uplift of hands. I have a question being asked. Trustee Duncan, are you okay?
Yes, I voted in favor of those. My hang up with the previous motion and vote was that we could have waited on the data and had everything we needed next month. But
Except for that they're not going to tell us other than adopt an HQIM. So we might as well move forward. All right, so the motion carries 7-0.
The other recommendation specifically is now our advanced placement program, which before you is the recommendation for AP Stats, and then of course our AP Calculus programs and our multivariable calculus. The information here is our first recommendation for 2 years and 4 years.
Are these also the only options?
So these recommendations are the recommendations from the committee members, and there was no discrepancy between first recommendation and second recommendations on those.
Well, these are highly specific, so I trust these teachers.
They are very
Never took these courses.
And some of them are available also in college and college level classes. So yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt, should I list them all and their names? BFW for AP Statistics, Pearson for AP Calculus, Pearson for AP Calculus, or sorry, the first one was AB, second one, AP Calculus BC, and then Savas for multivariable calculus.
For how long?
For 4 years.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other further discussion? Okay, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0. Did we get through them all? I feel like we made such an accomplishment.
Good job.
Good job, guys.
I do want to thank every person that took the time to be a part of the process, not just, administratively, but all the way down to even those 71 in the community that took the time. So thank you. Those that served in the coalition, reviewed on campuses, I really do. I know the board appreciates that. Thank you. I think this one could be pretty quick. Let's knock this one out, and then I'll give a break. Oh, okay. No, it's this one. We're on to discussion of possible action to approve the library materials in accordance with Texas Education Code 33.026 and School Board Policy EFB and Senate Bill 13. Dr. Vinson, do you certify that all the library materials that have been presented to us are compliant with the TEC 33.026, School Board Policy EFB, and Senate Bill 13?
I do certify.
Okay. Do you have a presentation, or are we just moving for, oh, thank you, Jesus. Okay. Yes. So, no offense to you guys and your beautiful ones, but it's getting late, so, yes.
Dr. Vinson, we come to you on our second month of our list that our librarians have put together for the month of December and January for your vote. As you know, that this list contains everything that's been donated and anything that's new to our library catalog and our classroom libraries.
So, any questions or discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the library materials in accordance with Education Code and EFB, Senate Bill 13.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor show by the uplift of hands. And the motion carries 7-0. I promised y'all that would be fast. Okay, I have been asked to take a quick break if we can before we get to the taper report. Would you all mind that too terribly? I know you're exhausted too. So the time is 9:59, and we will open it back up in 10 minutes for our taper performance report. The time is 10:19. We are back in open session, and we are going to do our public hearing on the 2024-2025 annual report. Dr. Landry.
Good evening. President Oberweller, members of the board, Dr. Vinson. This is less of a presentation and more of a public announcement. So, according to Texas Education Code 39.306, every school district must publish an annual summary report. So this is a compilation report which comes from various reports that you guys have seen we presented to you, reports like the taper and the financial report. The state of Texas feels that this information is important enough that we pull it, because it's sometimes hard to find, and put it in a format that the public can readily access it. And then it requires, in a public setting like this, for us to make the announcement to the public that the summary report is, in fact, complete, and it is published on our website. So this is our compliance with the Education Code to say that the report is complete and it is published. And just a little bit about the report, in case you had questions. So the annual report sections, you have data from the taper, the Texas Academic Performance Reports, which is, percentages of pass and fail and things like that. We also have financial data and then our accreditation rating, so the A through F rating is there as well. The campus performance objectives, which include our CIPs and our goals and how we are doing in that regard. A report on violent or criminal incidents on campuses. Student performance in post-secondary institutions. This comes from the Texas Higher Education Board. This information is lagging data, so it goes all the way back to 22, 23, and 23, 24, but it gives you an indication of how our students who graduate from Conroe ISD then perform in post-secondary institutions. And then, of course, we have progress toward House Bill 3 goals, which we've seen at various levels, which include our third grade scores and our CCMR data, and then it includes taper and glossary. And like I said, it is really just a compilation of data that we have presented to both the public and to you before, and this is us putting it all in one place and publishing it on our website. And this is us saying that it is ready to go and available should anybody wish. It is on our website under accountability.
Thank you, Dr. Landry. Is there anyone wishing to address the board on this topic? Okay, seeing no one, this will conclude the public meeting, 10:22. Okay, moving on our agenda, we are now up to board policy action items. We'll now consider policy items either one by one, or a motion can be made to take them all up at once.
I would like to motion to take almost all of them up at once. We need to make an amendment on the last policy.
Okay, so A through
H. So I motion that we adopt policy CH local, CKC local, CKE local, CL local, DGC local, EIA local, FFAC local, and FFB local.
Could you add to that motion that you can make non-substantive grammatical changes?
And we can make non-substantial grammatical changes. And I do just want to state for the record again, these are state mandated.
Wait, hold on one second. We have to get a second and then you can state that. Sorry. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, now go ahead. Sorry.
These are not our changes. These are changes mandated by the state. So I just want to be clear, we're not trying to push through a ton of policy that is ours. This is from the state mandate.
I actually had a question about that. I know our legislative session ended in September, so I was wondering why, are we going to continue to get batches of policy, or are we about done with the updates from the legislative session?
That's a great question, because I know you did ask that, and we as a board chose to get through getting our superintendent search done, and we postponed on a number of policies, and we kind of kicked it down the road because our board meetings had such big topics to discuss, and now we are faced with getting them through. We don't have a choice, and that's why we've had so many come through at once.
Is there, but are we almost done, or are we going to be getting?
We are getting there. We are getting there. There were over, how many legislative?
Well, in any given legislative session, there's hundreds of policy changes that impact education. And then after that happens, the Texas Education Agency is also developing administrative regulations. And so it just can take a minute to get through it all.
Do we have any estimates on how many more policies we're going to need to change?
I've actually asked, I know Portia too, we've asked for how many more policy releases they're anticipating. But I will say that as we speak, the Texas Education Agency is working on adopting rules and things like that. And so it's not a, yeah. And there was also more than one legislative session, so more stuff came out even later. So there's just been quite a bit of activity.
But when you say that updates that they're expecting, who's they? Is it coming from TEA, and then we're taking them?
It comes from T, but sometimes also if TEA adopts new, so even, what I mean is even after the laws are passed, then what happens is sometimes the Texas Education Agency is adopting additional administrative regulations and asking boards to review those or adopt those, and they're still in the process of doing some of that.
And are we flagging these? Like, I know we put the legal policy next to the local policy. Are we flagging these so that people know and they can see where the law has changed and they can understand, okay, this one's because of this change from TEA, or this is from our legislative change?
They're all dated.
They're dated?
There's a revision date at the bottom of each local and legal policy.
It's just we're getting a lot of questions about, why are we doing this policy or why are we doing these policies? So it might be helpful to show people.
I mean, I will say I work with boards all across the state, and they're continuously working on policies. Some of them are doing more of it on, for example, on the consent agenda, but it's not unusual to see heavy policy releases where boards are on a continuous basis having to work on their policy efforts, especially right after a legislative session.
Maybe we could put legal updates on the consent agenda if it's straight legal updates from now on.
I don't think we can do that policy-wise. It's not recommended.
I think she said some are.
Some are. I think that we could definitely put some things on the consent agenda if you guys want to just do it that way. I think that one of the things that we're doing right now is any policy that's coming from T, we are making sure that it's going through legal review as well as staff review before it comes up for first read. So that should make it so that you guys can probably do more on the consent agenda if you want to.
I know that was a huge concern, was that we don't want to be doing a board policy that hasn't been through administration to know, can we even be compliant with this? Does it work with procedural, how we do it? So I think that's a really big point. So if we've had it go through, maybe we can then.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely do a lot more of these on the consent agenda to make it quicker. But there are boards across the state. You're not the only one that's, working on big policy adoptions right now.
And I think that's a lot of misunderstanding. Most of this stuff, this material is in our board packets, if not all of it. It's in our board packets, and it's available through our watching of the videos that they can double check it. There's a lot of misunderstanding of what we're even doing, even though it's there. It's there in the print and it's there on the video streaming, or they can come and be at the board meetings.
I mean, I'll also say out of this session, working for 2 governors for 15 years on policy, there were, and Dr. Vinson would probably be able to, knows a little bit about this as well, but there were a lot of big bills that came out of this legislative session with a lot of, you guys even tonight, there's several things that are brand new that are happening. So it was just a heavy session with a lot of big important bills and policy changes that happened. I don't know, Dr. Vinson, did you think this was any heavier of a session than any other one?
Yeah, I mean, it was really prescriptive in terms of how things were. So this has been unusually, my bill, House Bill 6, and then some of the other ones as it relates to some of the different, very, very specific. There are situations, though, where it's going to be just changes, but I think that you could there could just be boilerplate stuff, and then reserve that time, like we're doing with GKD, to figure that out. And so it doesn't mean, because remember, I'm going to give y'all a small group to review it with you, so y'all know all that. The second thing is you're going to get it in your board brief a couple of times, so you're going to know all that, and then we can kind of filter out which ones we actually want to go discuss, and I can tell when y'all lock in on one or another that y'all want to go review. But the good news is, you're not going through just a general review. You're actually going to someone who shares your values, like T, and then they're going to be changing those kind of things. And then Kara actually reviews it. I've never had this before, so you're having 2 layers of review.
Right.
And so you're pretty much assuring that those things are going to meet EMB, meet all those different pieces and parts. So there's a level of trust that you can have as far as the process goes, and then maybe it would be more valuable time spent with those ones that we don't. So can we work on a proposal for that so we can see what that will work?
Sure.
I'd love that.
Yeah. I think I have a motion on the table.
Yes, you do, and we have a second, but this was discussion time. So, all right, the motion is to take up items A through H. I'm not going to list, Trustee Dawson already did all of the policies, as one action item to approve the language in these policies. That is A through H.
I just have one more question, I'm sorry, about CL. We never found the CL that we adopted last spring, right?
Yeah, the CL that you adopted last time is now in Policy Connect, and the red line that is in your packet is your existing adopted policy, but now updated for the new legislation.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we have the old one in the...
So the old one's in Policy Connect correctly, exactly as the board adopted it in May, and now it's, the red line that you have is updated against that existing policy that you have.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, all in favor, show by uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, motion carries 7-0. Happy anniversary. All right, we're on to item I, FFG, Local Student Welfare, Child Abuse and Neglect.
I'd like to motion to amend FFG, starting in the definitions section. In sentence 5, we want to cut or a member of the governing body of an open enrollment charter school. In addition, under training, we need to add training shall include this policy and address and employees. Actually, that doesn't make sense.
It should say
Address and
professional
employees.
employees and employees. So you're going to add and employees.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong section. So, the district shall provide training to professional school employees and employees as required by law and district policy. So 2 changes.
What are these changes for? It's just kind of grammar changes?
No,
or-
the charter school one was, it was just a reference to it said, it was referencing ISDs and also charter school boards. So it's just to remove that charter school board since it's not applicable to you.
Okay.
And then on the employee one, the law is talking about professional employees. And professional employees includes, for example, student teachers and interns. And you want to make sure they're getting this training on reporting, and also your employees.
It's expanding it.
So it's
then.
expanding it.
Okay, thank you.
To ensure both your professional employees and your employees, which are slightly different definitions in the law, are both getting training on mandatory reporting of abuse or neglect.
Sorry, you said student teachers. Where?
The definition in the bill of, or in the policy of what are professional employees. And it's a little bit broader than just the definition of employees.
So we're expanding that we will do our training farther than just the professional employees.
Yeah, so you're well, right now you're training all of your employees. And the law contemplates and has a separate definition for what is professional employees, and that includes some additional categories of individuals that should receive the mandatory training. So it's just making sure that both professional employees, as defined by the law, and employees are both going to be trained on mandatory reporting.
Any other questions? All right, then we will call the vote. All those in favor of those changes as presented and adopting FFG, please show by the uplift of hands. All right, the motion carries 7-0. All right, now we need to take the official, yes, that was the vote on the amendment. Sorry. Now we need to take the official vote on the policy. All those in favor of adopting the policy? I need a motion.
So moved.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, a motion to adopt the amended policy.
We already did the amendment, and now, yes, we're adopting the amended policy.
Second.
All right. All those in favor, show by the uplift of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that motion carries 7-0. Well, that was an efficient policy, second read. All right. Are you up for it? All right. We are up to GKD, discuss revisions to board policy. This is a first read. This is for discussion item only. Mr. McCord, I would like, before you start, to say that I thank you immensely, greatly, you, Ms. Ballou, Ms. Garza, your whole team that has worked on this tirelessly. I know I personally have worked with you for hours on this. And that my main concern with GKD and the policy that we're looking at right now was that we have a policy we currently have a policy in our district that we're not compliant with. Our board policy we're not compliant with because it's not the way we operate. And so we need to make sure we have a policy that we set forth that the district is able to comply with. And so that's one of my first goals on this. The second is that we need to make sure that it doesn't lose us valuable educational dollars and resources, which is time and energy. And the last one is that all campuses are aware of it and what is allowed and available to them consistently across the district. So I know I tasked you with that to look at what we had in GKD that we'd worked on to see if we needed to look at it further in consideration.
So I will echo her sentiments, and the first thing I will say, even though she's a trained professional and it's her job, I will thank Mrs. Ballou. She spent weeks on GKD. Also behind me in the studio audience to my left, and they're eager to chime in at any time if we get into a point of granularity. Special thanks to Karen Garza, which you mentioned, but also Cindy Westrup, Marshall Schrader, Brandon Stiles, Bob Horton, and Chris Ferris. They deal with GKD on a weekly but more often daily basis. So I appreciate them, and they are here tonight to contribute greatly to this very succinct late night presentation that I'm going to give on GKD. So just the first thing I want to cover, I think if you're going to talk about GKD, if you're here or if you're tuning in over the internet, GKD just is a broad policy that covers everything outside facility rentals. It really is one of the broadest, most intensive policies we have. I think it's important to, if we're going to talk about this, if we're going to make decisions that impact the campus, we need to know what goes into it for a campus to make it happen. And I won't read all these bullets at this time, but if you look at it, there's a lot of work that starts very far in advance, interaction between really campus, district maintenance, Brandon Stiles back here behind me, custodial to make everything occur. We want the event to be great for the renter and for the campus. And we have established some great relationships over the years with organizations that use our buildings. I just wanted to mention that. Also, I've shown this slide maybe 3 or 4 times the last 3 years. But this is a certified, verified slide that shows the actual rental rates that area districts that are surrounding us actually charge for rentals of various types. If you look at Conroe ISD, we're on the left, you see Tomball, Klein, Spring, Humboldt, Katy, and New Caney. And if you look at these, you'll see that we are very much in line with the others. In some places we're a little less, in some places we're a few dollars more, but we're very similar to our surrounding districts in what we charge outside renters. So this is always good to keep in mind. And it's really there. Everything's there, and it's been verified.
Do we rent our fields? Our fields?
Athletic fields, generally, depending upon the athletic field, if we go through maybe athletics, which is why Coach Ferris is here back here in the back. So, Coach, we do rent athletic fields. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't see them on here.
Yeah, athletic fields. And so,
Well, wait, does that fall under a different policy?
That would fall, athletics rents athletic area fields, such as the stadiums and fields.
Right, but is that under a similar policy that's different?
It falls under GKD also.
Just the prices aren't included?
No, we don't have the prices there for assessment. Okay. So, Dr. Vincent is really good with the internet. He put out a survey to our principals because they're the ones that make it happen, just to see what their feelings were on facility rentals, and you can see their feedback. So some of the positives, including community relations, partnerships, and supporting students. Their top concern about the potential of expanding rental access is just supervision and liability. And you can see they are either neutral to supportive on the concept of expanding what we currently do for rentals. Looking at GKD maybe changes, what the major point would be, which is really why we're here tonight to talk about this, there is some addition of specific terms. And I think Mrs. Blue would tell you, any good policy clearly defines the terms. So she has worked and we've worked to clearly define these terms. President Ogle, you helped a lot also, we worked through that one day. Also, as far as the renters of all types, they must have insurance. But the exception would be the group delineated as campus-affiliated facility users, which would be PTAs, PTOs, and booster clubs. But everyone else would need to have insurance, and specifically insurance that names the Conroe ISD on their insurance.
Does our current policy have that exception?
Currently, PTAs, PTOs, and booster clubs do not currently have to have insurance. Athletic rentals generally have insurance. Regular rentals have insurance. Musical fine arts rentals, people that do instruction of music during the day on campus, outside individual parties, they can have insurance. They may have insurance. It is not required. Under the proposed changes in GKD, it would be required that they have insurance, and they have insurance naming CISD on the policy as an order of protection. So that would be a change. The 3-month out rental window, we have a 3-month out window that we allow facilities to be rented. And we do that because the further we go out, the more likely there is to be a conflict. But with really no charge, we can extend that window. We just need to understand when things happen, something happens on the campus, if there's an ice storm or a rain out or a hurricane or whatever, things change. But we could extend the 3-month rental window out with really minimal effort. It's something that could possibly be done. It's mentioned in GKD. Outside the student after-school facility users, this is a group that really is mainly for-profit businesses that may want to offer instruction in some type of area. I just chose karate, chess, tumbling, whatever the case may be, after school, and generally the requirement for the last 133, 134 years, Andrew, has been that they rented it for 2 hours. It's been proposed that they be allowed to rent it for 1 hour. If they rent it for 1 hour, it does considerably lower their costs. It would basically cut their costs by 1/3. So that has been proposed. That is in GKD, the proposed changes. Also significant, and I've got a slide showing area districts that do this. It's proposed that teaching staff could be allowed, after their contract date is over, that they've done all their duties on the campus, that they could tutor students, not their own students, but students on campus for profit, for their own profit. So we've got a slide that covers that momentarily. And currently we have an elaborate regular rental portal website, and we have a fine arts instructor portal outward-facing website. It's been proposed that we bring everything, including athletics, regular rentals, and fine arts under one umbrella, under one website, and one-stop shop on the internet for that. That has been proposed. Those are the major points for the GKD. I cannot tell the story of GKD without telling this, and that we revised the rates in 2024. January 1st, 2025, the new rates took effect. Even with this and the changes that are going on, other districts changing their rates, inflation, we are losing money. And the main contributor to us losing money is electricity. When we rent a building, we rent a part of a building. It may be some areas and some buildings, depending upon controls, we can rent a small portion of the building. In other older buildings, we may have to have more air in a wider area part of the building to make it work. We do our best to narrow it down and restrict it, but electricity is the main thing that costs us money. But at some point, you can see a future where we're going to need to come back and look at what we charge outside facility vendors to make sure that we achieve cost recovery. And remember, all we're trying to do is achieve cost recovery. We're not trying to make money. In fact, the board policy is told we will not make money. But we do want to achieve cost recovery.
Well, and something I have a question about, if we could go back real quick. Admin on duty was another one that is up there, and it seemed when we looked at the breakdown across schools, that some schools, we've got an admin there. Do you have that slide? You sent it to us. Not this breakdown. You know which one I'm talking about? Where they might have an admin there for their booster club, but another school doesn't have an admin there. Do we have any consistency. I know that there at one point was proposed that there's like a 2 free meetings, and after that you pay, and I think some schools it looks like are going by that and others aren't.
3. And a couple of years ago, the board changed it, and so until the board changed it, until 2023, they were allowed, these different organizations on the campus were allowed 2 free uses per year. In 2023, in March of 2023 specifically, the board changed policy where campuses could achieve and use more times per year for organizations, whether it be a booster club, an ROTC, a PTA, a PTO. So that has been expanded, and the business and the schools are taking advantage of it, and they've used it appropriately. And it was really done alleviating mainly the specifics I remember to give East County schools and other different areas where they could not afford to rent the facility better options. But we have had a lot of that. It's fine, it's great, but it does indirectly cost us money.
Well, and it seems like it's not necessarily just East County. It seemed like there was some going on in some of the other feeders, and that's a cost that the district is eating, right? They're not charging the PTOs. So what we saw from that graph you sent out was some are costing us a lot, and some aren't taking advantage of it at all. I know our PTO seemed to think we still had the 2, only 2 events, and we're going by that. So I think that could be an area where we could cut costs.
Trustee Board, in fact, we're at $72,000 for that aspect of it. And that's why when I first started, GKD is huge. It's this huge umbrella. So this is for outside facility rentals. That component, we're at $72,000 net loss.
Mm-hmm.
So
in addition,
aggregate.
So we're tracking it. So that's being tracked separately.
Yes, ma'am. Exactly. And when I have to approve them, they come through Brandon Styles back here. Then they come to Marshall, they come to me, and we approve them. And they're all legit and they're all good, but they do add up over time. So you have a composite list of all the ones that we had as of a couple of weeks ago.
So typically, do PTOs rent cafeterias, small gyms? So cost is less. If we applied that to athletic facilities, we're going to see an increase.
Yeah, it could be an ROTC, it could be a PTA, PTO, it could be a booster club, it could be high stepper, booster club, it's all over the place. So, just some additional financial considerations, and this is Garza helped me put this together. And these are potential, these are just things to think about. Is if we get too big on facility rentals, there is a world where we would have to hire additional help. Also, it's been brought forth the idea of using substitute teachers to oversee facility rentals. That's not beyond the realm of impossibility. The things we'd have to consider would be their knowledge of the safety of each campus, keys, access, but also, Mrs. Garza maybe will speak to it. I think I can get it quickly, succinctly as not. TRS would not play well with that. It seems like it shouldn't be complicated, but in the world we actually do that it is. Also, we talked about potentially after-school facility businesses going from 2 hours to 1 hour. That would really cut their cost from $300 to $200, which is fine. It would be a net $100 loss per event if we were to do it. It's also worth noting with that better rate, which is fine in principle, PRI and CIPLA. If you just had 50 more setups, not new organizations, but 50 more places where that happened, and they did it once a week, if you do all the math, that would be an increased net loss of $180,000. So it's like you can't get everything in life. It adds up. The last thing I would put, and I was talking to Dr. Upshaw, that last part there in blue at the bottom, the district is able to pay some in-house teacher tutors to help students after school. And I believe Dr. Upshaw mainly through Comp Ed and Title I funds. And so they get paid, it's basically $30 per hour. If we do allow teachers to teach after school for their own profit after school, that's great, but there is a world you can visualize where we can lose the teachers that are tutoring for us, where they can have a much more lucrative situation to tutor personally. So I'm not saying it would happen, but it is certainly within the range of outcomes. If I can make $75, $80, or $85 per hour versus making $30 per hour, it could be an issue. Not saying it will, but you can see it.
And if we were paying that if that were coming out of district funds, then we would control which teachers that were selected to do that?
To do the tutoring for us, yes. But, so, and we paid them $30 per hour under Title I comp ed funds.
But we get to choose which teachers.
We get to choose, but it's a little bit of choosing, but it's also
Who does it?
who will do it.
For that hourly rate.
So we don't need to be moderately selected.
Right.
We do our very best. We do our very best. But, teachers can do math. That's one reason we hire them. $30 an hour versus $75, $80, $85 per hour. Sooner or later, they're going to figure that out. Potential. Had happened, just throwing it out. This comes up a lot. I wanted to, and Brandon, thank you. Brandon did a lot of research. As far as surrounding districts allowing teacher for tutoring on campus for their personal pay. And so what we found in Conroe ISD, of course, we know Tomball ISD is a no. Klein is a yes. You see the addendum here. Spring is a yes. Humble ISD is a no. Katy is a no. They went to a yes, and then they reverted and went back to no. It was not working out. New Katy is a yes based on superintendent approval. So that gives you an idea of what surrounding districts allow tutoring for campus for pay. So part of the task, yes.
That, if we are doing it after the end of the contract period, would there still be air conditioning and such going on in their rooms, and would they also need to have insurance?
Our understanding is they would need to have insurance, and they would need to name CISD on that insurance policy. Our plan would be to run, the air will run full speed for 30 minutes after that last bell. Now, you will have residual cooling and heating for a while, just like in your house, if you turn your air conditioner off. But any chance we have to not lose money on this would be predicated on we're not running the air.
I just was trying to point it out, so thank you. That was my main concern.
And really, most of the year you'll be okay. If it's extreme hot or if it's extreme cold, it can be a little problematic, but it really should be okay. So this is a quick overview. We were tasked with, what are things that are implementable? I looked at it as a word. Equitable and not overly financially burdensome within this that we could possibly do. Well, obviously, the specific terms, that's easy to do, it doesn't cost us anything. We've already done all the work. Renters of all types having insurance, that would be on the renter. Naming us would be part of it. The exception would be PTAs, PTOs, and booster clubs. The current 3-month out rental window, that could easily be extended. Doesn't cost us anything. Teaching staff conducting for-profit tutoring after school. If that's the direction the board wants to do, that's something we certainly can do. And in the one universal website, it basically is already done. We can merge them together. That would not take a lot of money. We could do it fairly easily. And Ethan's really good on the internet. He can make it happen. And we would be good. So that is just our team's thoughts. We're just here to give feedback to deal with it.
So mainly my one question is, if those things are implementable, we're still losing a minimum of $180,000 a year.
Give or take. And we're going to have to go back and reevaluate that at some point.
I'm just trying to get a baseline. So
the 180,000, it was 50 possible new companies signing up, or that's where we are now?
What we said, we lost $148,000 on our current outside facility rentals as currently established. Okay, we lost $72,000 based on the previous board's decision to basically allow campus-based individual groups to have somewhat
unlimited,
but a good amount of free usages of our buildings. So you put those together, and then if you go here and you see a world where if we were to reduce rates and we became more attractive for these businesses to come on our campuses to provide these services, which are really good for students, it's fine. It's just if you look at the math, if you take conservative math, well, you're looking at losing an additional potential extra $180,000.
But we were talking about going like right after school was the original proposal, if I remember right, Trustee Sembler?
Yes, the original proposal is to go during normal business hours right after school to save on electricity. There's an administrator there.
They're already there.
Another consideration are sports teams that come on the weekends. that's kind of a different, that's just a different scenario altogether if the facility's not being
That
used.
truly would be a regular facility rental. Now, there are tracks that we have open in every feeder for people to use the tracks. And we have fields available, for example, at Hawk, also known as Crockett, at McCullough, where people can just use the practice fields. But if you're going to use the main practice fields, game fields, that would go through, generally speaking, Coach Ferris's organization, athletics.
I'm specifically speaking about a gymnasium at Grand Oaks.
Oh, that would go through Brandon for an outside facility rental, yes. And then when you rent that, you would come back and these are our rates. And you can see the rates we have for gymnasiums compared to tomball, climb, etc. And that happens a lot. We do a lot of that. And I was told this too, and it's late at night, so I don't want to talk too long. As a principal, I like it to some degree, because I like having our people, somebody within the circle of trust, that is usually another administrator that works with me, or myself, there on a weekend in case something goes wrong, or at night. So there's a lot of positives. There's a lot of positives. We just need to, and Mrs. Garza may be able to say it more eloquently than I, we need to achieve break-even net zero cost recovery.
Well, I think if we look at things like that 70,000, I mean, that alone is not extremely equitable because some campuses are taking extreme advantage of it and of the free staffing, while others aren't at all. So I think if we establish some sort of guideline or went back to a previous guideline, that right there could save 70,000.
And you can certainly do that, and Kara may want to weigh in. This is the first reading. Back when I was here long ago, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, there was a maximum of 2. But who's to say there couldn't be a maximum of 5 or 10 or whatever you wanted it to be? It doesn't have
just to keep it consistent, and maybe some schools that you sent, they were doing like several events.
Correct.
Well, and it's also, it could be 2 PTO events, 2 choir events, 2 band events, 2 track team events, all on one campus, and it just adds up.
And generally what it would be, and Brandon may have more granularity than that now, but usually it's a PTA or PTO or booster club or ROTC doing events not during the school day, but in the evening. That generally
is what kills us.
Close to being correct. So that's what those are.
I think that if we limited those, we could actually stand to lose more money than just from the PTOs bringing in money. Because usually their events are things like fundraisers,
but it's
and
going
they cover
directly
things for the
to
different
school.
schools, right?
It goes right to the school. But if we're looking at like a district standpoint, the district's losing 70,000.
But if
they would bring it in, and then they could take somebody that doesn't
into the school, wouldn't the
I have a
district have to
question.
cover the things the PTO is covering at some point? So I know with our school, like they'll ask for things like printers and stuff like that.
No, I mean, it's all run by the
Yeah.
Okay, can we go to the slide with potential? Okay, so we're saying, again, if my belief, when I was kind of reading through this, was if we do make a reduction, and so there's the PTOs, so there's that group, but then there's the for-profit group, right? It would look very enticing if I was a business owner and I can rent this facility at a reduced rate, right? At a reduced rate. This is just a potential scenario. But it could be greater. We don't have any real way of knowing, right? Correct. So an estimated, this is just a scenario of 180,000, but we forgot to mention the $65,000 burdened FTE that's up here that would now have to be hired, right? It's a potentially fully burdened FTE. So there's additional costs in addition to just the rental. And so my question would be, where are these funds, where would they be coming from? And what would we be giving up in order to provide this service?
It was general funds, just like we fund other staffing positions. Now, right now, Brandon, if you live in Brandon's back there, local celebrity. He does this half-time, and the other half of his time, he does energy management for the district, including the lights that are going to go out here in about an hour and 58 minutes. So he does energy management and facilities. He does a great job. But if it grows too much, then you need more help. So.
I just want to mention that this slide right here is talking about very specifically the cost just associated mainly with just providing the after school. So the policy got started with just, can we provide camps and additional opportunities for kids right after school? And so the idea would be that to attract people and provide these students with more services right after school, what would we need to do? Well, if you're going to provide them a discounted rate, that has to come from somewhere. If you're going to get staff, that has to come from somewhere. And so it says additional financial considerations, but this is really just to provide the core of the policy, which was the right after school option. Because, and Chris is more than welcome to correct me if I'm wrong, but things like this, a lot of teachers can't teach right after school because if they're being paid by Conroe, they can't also run their own tutoring or run an after school. So we're going to have to bring in a lot of staff from somewhere else, like a substitute pool. So how are you going to get those staff in? How are you going to train them? It's just these kinds of considerations that have come up. So Chris, is that fair?
That's fair. What I would see, yes. So the organizations coming in, they do a good job, but they often purport themselves to be a club. And they call themselves a club, but at the end of the day, they are a for-profit business that's providing instruction on tutoring, or checkers, or mahjong, or whatever it is that you're doing. So
I would just like to say I'm not okay using taxpayer funds to subsidize for-profit companies. That's a hard no for me. I don't know if it's a matter of our policy, if this reflects, cost recovery, or if we need to change our rates.
I can explain where that part was coming from. So we've been getting a lot of emails from different companies that were wanting to offer after-school extracurricular activities to Conroe ISD students. And so my goal when working on this policy was to open some of those after-school activities up a little bit more and lower the price for Conroe ISD families, not just the for-profit companies, but for the families, because when the costs are higher, they have to pass those costs on to the families, and they weren't getting enrollments because it was becoming too expensive for the families. So I thought that this could provide, especially our less privileged students, the opportunity to engage in some more after-school activities that they probably wouldn't get otherwise. Because it also, as a parent, it saves you the drive back and forth from the school. It gives you that extra hour so that the kids can, they're already there instead of having to cart them around. So I was hoping that it would open that up a little bit more, and I thought other districts that I had looked at had done it right after school because the air conditioning's already going, the building's already staffed, you don't have to bring anybody in, you don't have to unlock anything. So it kind of covers a little bit of that cost.
So maybe that's where the clarity needs to come, because if it is truly after school, I agree with Trustee Dawson. I don't really see us using taxpayer dollars for-profit organizations. Granted, I do, my kids are involved in things. With that said, I look at these numbers and I think, where could we use this? I can think of some places. I mean, what you have here, you could potentially have 3 FTEs, right? You said we had until 11:55. The electric's being turned off. That's what I'm saying. But the funds in this scenario, granted, this is a scenario, we could be using that to advance our, the student learning. And of course, there's the utilization of our current staff. In addition to potentially having to hire someone, my other question would be, and it's not presented here, is how much time are you or any of the other staff having to reallocate their time to focus on this effort to, be able to do this? That's also another consideration.
What this would probably look like on a campus is, say someone's doing mahjong or chess, whatever. It's probably going to be an AP that's going to oversee. And they're going to go to the bus room, get the kids off, wave to them, make sure everybody goes home, has a great day. And then they're coming back, the group's going to meet, they're going to oversee, set up for that group, oversee the group, then the group's going to finish, and then the supervisor, whoever did the winner teaching chess or whatever, they're going to go home, but we're going to have a CISD staff or an administrator, preferably, with kids until they're all picked up. And then recover whatever area it was utilized to teach chess or checkers or whatever the case may be. So where we're losing from that $100 that we would reduce the rate, but we still have to pay, even though they're paid 1 hour to rent, We still are going to have to pay the second hour for an administrator to make sure every child gets picked up and is safe. Number one, well, we can't have anything happen to a child at the school.
Okay.
That's like jogging. So that's where the delta comes in, potential.
I think this policy is great in theory. I love the heart behind it. I just see a lot more complication than benefit at this point. So I'm not sure.
It's just comic relief.
I'm not sure where to kind of go from here in terms of the policy, but I just I have just serious hesitation about it, just primarily from a financial perspective.
Yeah, we do already have a lot of after-school programs. It's just they are kind of pricing out our lower-income families. So by kind of at least lowering the rate so we can open up some of those programs to some of our other schools, I think it could benefit them.
I mean, if we can do it without, yeah, but somebody's having to assume the cost. And so we're suggesting that we assume the cost. So let me ask you a question. So this is a potential scenario. Would this be in addition to what you've already presented on the other slide, the 72,000 plus the 148,000? Could it be potentially in addition to that?
It would be in addition, it would be aggregate.
Okay.
It's all
So close, it could be anywhere from 300,000 to 400,000. We have no idea of knowing. We have to allocate these funds somehow, right, Ms. Garza? We have to allocate these funds. We're pulling these funds from somewhere. It's the bottom line. And I agree, yes, it would be wonderful to be able to provide that, but if there's a way that we can do it where it would be no impact to us financially or very minimal, then I think it's worth entertaining.
My original goal was to have us have a policy that we could operate from. So, and not lose money. And at this point, you're telling us that there's no way around it. We're already losing funds, and if we reduce it any more, then we're going to be losing more funds. So I need a policy that for GKD facility rentals that does not lose us money and lets us operate under our board policy.
So, Mrs. Beluso, you've worked on this. We presented things that were brought to us to present. This is the first reading. Where do we go from here?
Do we not just adjust our fees? I mean, it seems like that's more of the issue.
With your approval, we can. We adjusted them in mid-2024. It took effect, we did it in summer 2024. It took effect on January 1st, 2025. We had a little bit of a runway because we wanted, organizations, churches, different people that use our building to have time to budget and plan. But just like all these other districts are having to constantly go back and reanalyze what their rates are, you don't have to be a prophet to see that we're going to do that soon too.
What I might suggest, I'm sorry to interrupt, but perhaps that we could come back and workshop, different scenarios and rates and things like that would show us the net zero cost. And what we were playing juggle with all that, we'll make Karen do it. And the thing is that when we work through that, that'll be easy. So she likes those things. And so, but I mean, that's really the only solution. If that's really what we're hearing, that's going to happen, right?
Well, and I think it's 170 over a year, right, with multiple campuses. So hopefully, granularly, it won't be as much of an increase per campus, right? But I mean, we'll see. Karen, the guru, can help us with that.
I agree, Trustee Dawson, based on 965 rentals, I don't think it would take much of an adjustment to make up $148,000. Trustee Sandler's point about PTOs and PTAs costing us $72,000, while yes, we are losing money on
Oh, that was mine. I don't want to force that on her.
Right.
Which I think is great.
Yeah.
That can.
Oh,
yeah.
That part
That's
of it.
different. Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely, yeah, and I don't want that to be misunderstood. I'm very active in my PTO. I was just saying that I think some are kind of taking more of our money than others, and if we are opening it to beyond 2, that needs to be widely publicized so that everybody can have an equal chance.
Consideration that we do a hard stop at 5, whatever the number is.
Yeah.
To kind of keep that under control for those organizations that are doing 8, 10, 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought about the scenarios. I do like that. I really like that idea of different scenarios that would, if we do 3 or 4 scenarios, whatever it is, and this is to get us to 0, this is what it would take to do that. I think that would be wonderful. I think in addition to that, or while you're doing that, consider, so who has to pay the full price and who doesn't? Like there needs, I don't think I really saw that defined, and if I did, it's my oversight.
It is.
It is. So, but, for those businesses who don't qualify, they will need to know why they don't, I guess, that's part of it. The other part to this is, are there any guardrails that we've considered of limiting, how many campuses will utilize this new service if we do some type of reduction, or any guardrails on the amount of days that we will allow it to do. Just, you don't have to answer it now, but those are some other considerations.
The only reduction in this policy is the hour after school for extracurricular activities and things of that nature that students are engaging in, just that hour after school. So a lot of those companies, they only do, they'll have an hour-long program, not a 2-hour-long program. So we were just saying we're not going to charge them for the 2-hour-long program when they have an hour-long program.
However, we are of needing to have someone there until the child is picked up. That's number one. Number two, the concern, and I understand where you were coming from, that someone who may not have the financial ability, they're getting priced out of these after schools. And I don't want to be the haves and the have-nots. But when we're looking at dollars that are going to be taken away from somewhere else in order to benefit a few versus all of our students in some way, that is something we have to consider. And if I'm not mistaken, we've recently come into Title I grant money to help, or money to help with after-school activities and tutoring or something, if I'm... She just mentioned Oh, okay, well, never mind, because I thought we had a solution for that, but never mind. Okay, so there. I'd like to, if we could just move on from here at this point. Mr. McCord and Karen Garza, I think we have an idea of where we're wanting. I know I would love to offer the after school, but not at the risk of taking money and time, resources away from other areas, but. So
I wish that during the meetings that we had about the policy, we'd just gone ahead and said that instead of having everybody go through this at the board meeting.
I have said that to them all along.
Probably.
I didn't even realize until what the 1 hour reduction was going to do on the loss of money till Friday at what time when we, I don't know, whatever it was. And that's when I was like, wait. I didn't know we were going to be losing money on this.
I was under the impression when we rewrote this policy, it was for that, and then it required rebuilding the rest of the policy for that. But is that not true? Or if we took that out with the rest of the policy?
I'm sorry, if you took out just the after-school activity piece?
Yeah, if you just took the activity piece out, would we just leave the rest of the policy the way it was before, or did we rebuild it for something else?
We would still need to make some alterations, but it was quite a bit, had to do with trying to define what is an after-school activity, and then how do you give a discount for an after-school activity. So and I just want to say, because Chris may be afraid to say it, but we've looked at a lot of scenarios. It is very difficult, you guys can disagree with me, it's difficult to see how you can offer after-school activities at a discount without losing money. It's hard. We'll go back and look at every guardrail we can and some other things, but it's hard to offer a big discount to after school, various clubs when you have to have staff there to make sure kids are safe.
Other changes that were made, if I'm not mistaken, were the defining or putting the guardrails of insurance coverage on organizations, which we did not have in place, which is very critical. It's very important.
So we're actually raising their costs then if we're going to. Okay.
For clarity, outside rentals, they're required to have insurance. So the things to think about as we lead up to the second reading would be the musical fine arts instructors. They would be required to have insurance. Right now, they may have insurance, but they would be required. If we allow teachers to tutor, theoretically, see if I can be best practice for them to have insurance. Naming CISD. Those are all things to think about. This is just the first reading.
Thank you all very, very much. All right, we're to closed session time. It is now 11:16 p.m. The board will move to closed session as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 to discuss the items listed on the agenda. All final votes, actions, or decisions will be taken in open session.
I would like to motion to move the library material out of closed session.
Second.
We don't have anything, that's just for legal counsel. We will be addressing it in open session when we come back.
Why can't we just have legal counsel
address it here.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on it? That she's waiving legal counsel. All right, all those in favor of doing legal counsel out here and open for our book hearing? Yeah, that's what she's doing. She's taking us out of closed session to be able to ask
Can you
legal.
restate the motion so that we're clear?
I would like to motion to move the discussion about library material and the legal counsel about library material out of closed session.
Okay.
And I seconded it.
And there's a second. All those in favor, show by uplift of hands.
Can we have a discussion?
Oh, sure, sorry. I asked if anyone, sorry, go ahead.
So what, please explain to me what we are giving up by doing that.
You're waiving attorney-client privilege, and once it's waived, it's gone. So it'll just be kind of free-form legal advice in a waived situation.
But it's my understanding by having our legal done in executive session, we still come back out here and have open discussion about the decision, about the book.
So usually you do your closed session so that you can get legal advice, particularly on things that you are at high risk of being sued.
I want to be clear
where there
that
may be litigation.
Going into executive session to receive legal counsel does not give us a pass for having discussion out here. That discussion can occur.
Well, and that was a concern of mine because of what happened last time where we did have discussion in executive session. So I wanted to ensure that we would have our discussion here. So if we do go and get the legal advice, I'd like to refrain from having any discussion during that time.
You're free to open up whatever discussion once we're back out here.
Okay. All those in favor of waiving attorney-client privilege and having it held out here?
That was not what I said in my motion.
Okay, could you restate it, please?
Yes, I said I would like to motion to move the library material into open session. And, sorry, it's getting really late. So I'd like to motion to move the library material into open session, and we can have our legal counsel out here advise us.
You are waiving privilege.
But I'm not motioning to waive privilege, I'm just motioning to have our legal counsel out here where the public can hear it.
But you are.
But that is what happens.
Okay.
That is what
But that
Kara
wasn't
just
the
said
wording
would
of my
happen.
motion, you changed it.
That's what you're doing.
Okay, all
So-
those in favor, if there's no more discussion.
I have discussion. So to be clear, there is no, if we're having discussion out here, there is no attorney-client privilege. That is waived.
It's waived.
Right.
Yes.
So if anybody wants to have a discussion with legal counsel, and be, behind closed doors, that's what the time is for.
We're not engaged in a lawsuit or any of the reasons why we would need to have attorney-client privilege.
It's to
Keep us
prevent.
out of a lawsuit.
It's to prevent a lawsuit.
Our action is what would engage us in a lawsuit. What we vote on out here is what would engage us, not whatever she would be advising us on.
Is there any other discussion before we call for a vote on this? Okay, all those in favor, I don't want to put words in your mouth, of taking up the library materials and having all discussion and legal counsel out here in public, is that correct? I don't want to.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Show by the uplift of hands. All opposed? Oh, sorry.
Wait,
Four.
I was confused.
Opposed or in favor?
All in favor of waiving, of doing the book out here? The book's out here for counsel.
With legal counsel, okay.
Without.
That's without.
It's without.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Not without.
All opposed? Motion carries 4-3. So do we go back for the other items and then take these up when we come back?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, either way, you could do it. I mean, you have to, if you want to change the agenda, somebody could move to do that. Like change the order of the agenda.
All right, we're in closed session. It's 11:21. The time is 12:22. The board is now back in open session. We've already taken care of, we don't have anything to discuss on item A, which was, we didn't have any action on it, so, okay. Item B is discuss and possible action on the written challenge to the library material Anne in West Philly by Ivy Knoll Weir.
I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to not accept the book challenge on Anne of West Philly and An Angry Spirit. Yeah.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Yes, okay, so I actually have something. I actually was quite pleased with the content as far as in Anne of West Philly and the topics that they covered of the challenges of a foster child, bringing awareness and empathy to the other, not just, it gave that student the ability that was being, the foster child an opportunity to learn lessons, but it also shows that students that don't have any idea what it's like to be a foster child could have experienced that. My main concern about the second book in question is that, well, on both of these, I have a question. Dr. Landry or Vincent, whomever is the representative, I mean, I'm not sure who it is, but on both of them, the age appropriateness of them. The experts in our district, as far as age appropriateness on the content of the eighth graders, it said that it could go on West Philly from third grade up to eighth, that
Correct.
criteria.
Correct.
But it's in a library. The books that we were given were in elementary campuses that were anywhere from pre-K through
Fourth grade.
or sixth. It could be through sixth. So my question is, how do we limit access to those that are not age appropriate?
So most of the libraries that have, like the K through 6, they will have a section that is for the fifth and sixth grade students, kind of relegated to that portion, where the K through 4 students do not have access to the titles in that particular section.
Okay, particularly, this was at Bartlett, so the complaint came from Bartlett Elementary, which is a K through 4th campus?
Correct.
So how do we handle it there if it's a 3rd through 8th grade selection, and you have pre-K through
Yeah,
4?
if it's selected by a K through 4 campus, then it would be
general.
it would be, so, we could have a librarian, we could develop a procedure, have librarians relegate a section for 3rd grade and 4th grade if that's the desire. If, you guys can restrict the book to any grade level that you choose. Typically, we would do either K through 4, 5 and above, 5, 6, or we would do it in the sections that we have at school grade levels.
I think that's my question. How, like, say maybe we don't have something in place currently, but I thought we were working on that, so this is just a good opportunity to learn and improve. So this book was selected for a K through 4th campus. However, based on my research, it's a middle grade graphic novel. So that suggests it would be, I'm assuming 3rd through 8th or 5th and up. So I guess my question is, number one, how did it get in a K through 4th? What can we do to prevent that moving forward as a district?
Well, we would have to develop a procedure that where we took a grade level K through 4 campus, and then section off titles that would be appropriate for 3 and 4, or whatever you guys, whatever you desire to see.
Okay.
We don't currently have
That's
those
not
in
in
place,
place, is
that,
my point.
to my knowledge.
But at this
No.
point, we wouldn't do anything with the motion that's on the table.
With the motion that's
book-
on the table, no, the
Yeah,
books
it
go back
stays
into
right
the
where it
stacks
is.
as it is.
We
Correct.
could, though, in these standards, Follett has a great system. They can basically do anything you want it to do as far as who can check
Well,
out
we've
what
had
books and those
Follett
kind of
for
process as that goes. And
this
so
entire time.
when
So
we can go
told
work
us
through
they
that,
couldn't.
right, and so, I mean, isn't the Follett software available? Is it Follett that we use? Yes. And so when you're checking systems out, you could
Well,
we could
then
put
why
a
hasn't this been done is my
grade
question.
level.
We were told they couldn't check it, like, to make it not available.
It's never been a question, the book has never been questioned before.
But books in general,
But books
like-
in general, we were told that.
Like, this should be a process, my point is that this should apply to all books that would have any kind of limit. Then we need as a district to figure out a process or procedure so that we can get these books out of the inappropriate places.
It's really difficult because some kids are advanced learners and can read at a third grade level. And so from that perspective, it's really going to be important that it's not as linear as that. But you know what we can do? Why don't you let us go back and see what we could do as far as that goes? Because this brings it up. I mean, the thing about it is, I really never thought about scary books, you know. It's easier to do things. I mean, and this is a scary book. And, you know, I'm really not afraid of a lot of things, but my brother was. But so, you know what I mean? It keeps up
But
in
no,
that.
like when a
And it's
book comes, it's not about how you perceive the book. It's about how the book is presented, how the book is described. If this book is listed as a mid-grade graphic novel,
It also says exactly what it's about on the cover. So that's kind of one of my things is I think the parent should know what it's about. And if you look at it, it says an angry spirit, a ghost story. It's pretty clear.
but if you're a librarian, you're the expert, you're receiving these books. You
Yeah.
have a system, a procedure, a process where your process categorizes these books so that they fall in the appropriate category so that a third, fourth grader would have access, however, a pre-K through second, third grader would not.
It's going to be, it's complex because, I mean, the thing
It
is,
has been the problem, I mean, this has been the forefront for years of discussion, so I'm a little disappointed and frustrated that we're still having these conversations
Well-
when
I mean,
we've been
wouldn't a
told we
parent
have processes and
immediately be-
procedures, let me finish, processes and procedures in place, we can do this, we can manage it, we can buy software, we can, you know, they're the experts, they're the category, you know, they're the categorizers, they're gonna be able to categorize these books so that they're the ones responsible and charged for putting these books in their right place. So how do we, as a district, is my question, in charge, that we have a system in place where these books are appropriately placed? Because that's what the discussion has been for years.
To me, this book is appropriately placed, and as a parent, you know, I would know exactly what my child had checked out and be able to discuss that with them as soon as I got this email because it
Well,
pretty
that's
much
great.
describes
I'm
it.
saying as a school district, not a parent, as a school district with
Yes.
experts in a library, how are we receiving these books and placing them appropriately?
We do have a system for that. It's an elementary school book in an elementary school.
It's a middle grade graphic novel. So middle grade is not pre-K.
but I was going to say that sometimes, like my son would read Goosebumps. It's kind of a scary book. And he read it as a first grader. He read it, and it's a fourth grade book.
But again, as a librarian, not a parent with, you know, a mature kid, as a librarian, when this is categorized as a middle grade graphic novel, what are we doing? Because we're ensuring parents that we're the experts. We're properly placing these books because that's our job. So why isn't that happening?
I don't see that it isn't happening. Like, this is appropriately placed.
It was in a K through 4 campus. That is not mid-grade.
It is mid-grade. You're saying middle school. What is mid-grade?
Okay, let's just put it
Grade
this way.
3, I think this was 3 through
A
6.
kindergartner can walk into
3.
this library. So what are we doing to make sure that kindergarten appropriate books are over here, or
Yeah.
not mid-grade books are available to kindergartners? Help me.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is the system that we have today, if our kids go and they try to check out a book, and I think to what you're kind of suggesting is there anything within the system that we're using that will not allow that child if the book is geared toward, in this case, let's say it's geared for fifth to seventh, and they're in one of our flex schools, right? is there anything that would prohibit them systematically from being able to check out that book?
Not
I don't think
parent-driven.
the software that we have,
Doesn't
but
allow for that.
if a child checks out a book, then the parent would immediately get an email saying that that book was checked out. So that's the only notification, but there would be nothing, the books aren't flagged that way,
'cause I don't-
to just say, red flag, that red screen, no, you can't check that book out.
Okay.
So it's safe to say that any book in our system can fall into any shelf because we don't have a category for listing what these books are graded as. So if it's
Not to that granularity, no, but they are purchased in collections that
Sure.
are tailored for the grade level K through 4 campus or intermediate 5, 6, or junior high.
But this middle grade ended up at an elementary, is my point.
Because we have third grade in that campus, and it's for third grade and fourth grade.
So as a
because there are
district-
third graders and fourth graders on that campus, it is appropriate for those students on that campus.
For the fourth
For
grade.
some of
For the
those
third and the
students.
fourth graders, correct.
Well,
So,
But I mean, like Dr. Vincent said, it's not linear. So like some of the second grade students are going to be able to read a third
Correct.
grade level book. So it's not, you want them to be able to read a little bit above their level so that they can advance themselves.
And I want to understand what we're trying to get done, and I really want to try to help you, Trustee Duncan, because I want you to be happy with it and be practical, and I want to keep kids safe, and I want to make sure the kids aren't exposed to things that are going to make them scared and those kind of things. And the good news is we've done so much in the district to really regulate as far as making sure things are appropriately, the content's appropriate. As a teacher, I would suggest different books and different things to try to get kids to read, especially boys. No word. But so we would try to do different things. I was always really careful as to the process. But I get what you're saying,
Well,
and I don't want to just blow smoke. I really do want to try to find a way to get to some solutions as far as what you're trying to say, because this is kind of a nuanced situation, and but in some situations.
Well, it's our responsibility. It's
It
something
is.
we've been singing a song about for at
and
least
you've
3
made
years.
incredible strides.
This
don't know that,
concerns me that this tells me maybe we haven't done as much as we could have.
Well, this is like a scary story, and I think the focus has been more on, sexually graphic novels, things of that nature. So we haven't really focused on scary stories. So I don't think it was.
It's not so much about the plot of the story. It's about this book falls into a category, and it's given that category. So when the librarian receives the book, and we put stickers on books, we categorize them. So that's our charge. As we organize these books. So what is keeping us as a district from organizing these books accordingly?
I think that we're organizing them. I think it is that if a kid's reading at a 5th or 6th grade level, they don't want to read it at a 1st grade level, and so that's what they're trying to do. And that's the goal, is to try to one of the things that I want to do is reading is enrichment, to read in interest in an appropriate way. And I hear what you're saying, and I want to answer your question. I want you to be proud of the programs that we have. And,
I want to have confidence in our systems.
Yeah.
I think we're talking about processes right now, but we have 2 books on this.
I would like to
call
go
the
back to the
question.
my book questions if possible. I did follow up with our top elementary person and asked, because I know her level of knowledge, Dr. Winkler, and I know her personal care for these littles on her campuses. You're smiling too, so I know you know exactly what I'm saying. So I asked her, and she said she didn't have a problem with I'll just take each of them independently, the Anne of West Philly. She said, but in their goal, they would prefer there not be books that have anything to do about relationships because they're younger and we're trying, let them just have other books that they could enjoy, but that's just not the case. My main concern on this book is I don't think it's age appropriate. I think maybe 6th, 7th, 8th.
Are you talking about Anne of West Philly?
Yes, I was speaking specifically for Anne of West Philly. That's my concern, and the policy, or the vote before the board right now, the motion before the board right now would allow this to still stay pre-K through 4. And I don't think it's appropriate for that age level.
So at 5th grade, is when in the TEKS, when we start teaching
See?
students about
Relationships.
and healthy
That
relationships.
was gonna be my
And
next question.
So if you're going to restrict, the natural cutoff seems to be fifth grade, because that's where the conversations are gonna be. They're gonna start having conversations about healthy relationships with others in that way.
So regardless of the the motion that's on the table, if we were to restrict it to fifth and sixth on those those K through six pre-K through six, whatever, campuses, it would be protected for age appropriate if that weren't for the motion on the table, but it's not, right?
I'd like to.
And then the second book is that I have a concern with, well, on Anna, I'm just gonna finish because I only have one other thing to state on either of the books. TEKS quality, as far as that appropriate level and where it falls, that's my concern for Anne of West Philly. When it comes to An Angry Spirit, A Ghost Story by Anita Cray, those pictures are extremely graphic. I mean, those ghostly, they're not just like Casper the Friendly Ghost kind of ghosts. And that book is also pre-K through sixth grade campuses. I find it horrifying that a kid that could pick up those pictures and see them just because they're so graphic. They can't read it at that age, but they can certainly see those pictures. And then the second thing on that, I also asked Dr. Winkler, and she goes, oh, those are scary pictures, and those littles would be terrified. And so I'm just saying, a parent, you can see it says An Angry Spirit, a ghost story, but how do they know it's not like Casper type look? So I don't feel either. I don't feel either is appropriate for the age range where we have it placed, and that would have been my only statement on it. As far as, I mean, I would have moved it to a higher level. So
I wanted to make the point. Anne of West Philly is Anne of Green Gables in graphic novel form. So in theory, it's actually easier for a younger child to read this book because of the graphics. And so if you're going to say you don't want Anne of West Philly, then you need to remove Anne of Green Gables as well, because they're the same story. It's just in a different setting. So they just modernized it, but it's exactly the same. Every major part of the story is the same. And
well, I think you make the point for me is that, yes, they are taking classic novels and adapting them.
I
and
actually thought it was really cool.
And so I think it's quite sneaky that, yes, they're
you asked me when
I would like to motion to call the question.
Second.
Let's do it.
We already have a motion on. We already have a motion on the table. So, but we have a motion to call the vote, and we have a second. So if we've got to first take a vote on calling the vote. So please show by the uplift of hand if you want a complete discussion on this topic.
We're not completing, like in discussion?
Yes, okay. Completing the discussion, no more discussion. Okay, all those opposed? All right, so the motion carries that we're going to end discussion. Now we're going to vote on the books because the motion did include both Anne of West Philly and Angry Spirit Ghost Story to not accept the challenge, and they would remain where they are. That is what that means. Just clarifying that.
Is that what the motion, is that what the original motion was?
Yes. And it's seconded. So all those in favor of the motion on the table, please show by the uplift of hands. Okay, all opposed? Okay, the motion carries 5-2 to, that motion carries to allow them to stay where they are. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep it clear. All right, moving on to item, we've covered B and C. We are now on to discuss and possible action pursuant to Texas Education Code 25.0823A1.
Madam President, I make a motion to all those not in favor of adopting the resolution in accordance with Texas Education Code 25.0823A1. Show by the uplifted hand.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion?
I just had 2 points on this. The first point is the number of mandated instructional minutes that we have. So I just got a third grade schedule thank you for the district for providing that. 435 minutes. These are state mandates. 145 minutes for language arts, 80 minutes for math, 30 minutes for science and social studies, and 150 for non-core. I don't know where there's time to have a period of prayer with these state mandates in place currently. My second point, I wanted to read directly from the bill, SB 11, towards the bottom. Regardless of whether the Board of Trustees of a school district or the governing body of an open enrollment charter school adopts a policy under subsection A, this section does not prohibit a student or employee of the district or school from participating in prayer or reading the Bible or other religious texts during a period of the school day that is not designated as a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious texts. So the bottom line is we are free to pray now. This bill does not change that. So with that stated, I do not think that this resolution is needed.
And I will second your comments. I was shocked to read this bill in detail, carefully, and to see that it did nothing more than really reiterate what's already in existence.
Amen.
So I think it's important that we show our children what is expected when it comes to prayer and our faith. And I think we heard comments from the podium tonight about faith belongs in the home. I think that as parents, we accept that charge, and then at school they do already have the ability to pray. So I don't find this necessary.
And read material of choice.
Yeah.
So, all right. Any other further discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Okay, the motion carries 7-0. Oops, I put it in the wrong spot. Okay, moving on to item E, discuss possible action related to the annexation and detachment of Montgomery Trace 4. Oh, sorry, I thought I heard someone. Annexation of detachment of Montgomery Trace 4. Do we have, the motion on that is that we move our hearing related to the annexation and detachment of Montgomery Trace 4 from March 3rd to March 2nd. Did you get that, Ms. Portia? Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor show by the uplift of hands. Yes, Doug did. Thank you for double checking, though it's late. Okay, the motion carries 7-0. Moving on to, we already covered the item F. So now we're down to discuss and possible action related to board job duties. And I was asked to place this on the agenda by several trustees. Is there anyone that has something to say?
I do have a motion. I want to set a motion to set clear standards in the board policy for reimbursement for advocacy and training expenses for trustees.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have something I'd like to say. This is in regards to TASB's Federal Advocacy Conference. While the rest of the board worked well into the night during our last board workshop working on board operating procedures and goals, I was surprised to learn that Trustee Semler was concurrently on a taxpayer-funded trip to D.C. with TASB's legislative task force. I believe this trip should have been brought back to the full board for awareness. This board has voted more than once to step away from TASB. First regarding policy services, and again when we chose a different path for our superintendent search. Additionally, the board has no clear understanding of what was being advocated for on behalf of Conroe ISD. Last spring, ahead of the 89th legislature,
this board worked collaboratively to craft and approve a legislative priority list. It would have been prudent to do so again before any trip to meet with legislators. This board is strongest when we operate as a team of 7, representing the most comprehensive views of our community. On a personal level, I struggle with TASB leadership. Over decades, I believe TASB has quietly and systematically diminished the governance role of elected school boards through mechanisms such as the Team of 8 training, the 30,000 square foot view, and the encouragement of unanimous votes. Public education is a state-run system, and elected school boards are meant to serve as its checks and balances. That balance has been weakened, and in some cases, the true governance role of boards has been effectively squashed. Transparency is something we speak about often, and it must remain a guiding principle in our governance. Trustee Semler's recent trip with TASB lacked transparency, as most of the board was not informed in advance. While prior notice may not be formally required, it is a common professional courtesy to inform the board president of such travel, especially when it involves taxpayer dollars. That did not occur in this instance. I also want to be clear in distancing myself from this trip. I am not in favor of taxpayer-funded lobbying, and I have been attentive to the direction articulated by the Republican Party of Texas on this issue.
Well, I would like to respond to that. Thank you. So the trip consisted of a 2-day conference. The first day involved structured educational sessions focused on education policy and governance. I attended these sessions, took notes, and transmitted those notes to the district so the information could be shared and utilized as appropriate. The second day included the conference's organized Day on the Hill, during which participants engaged in dialogue with federal legislators regarding education policy. No agreements were negotiated, no commitments were made, and I did not purport to bind or represent the board pursuant to board action. Prior to travel, I sought and received authorization from the superintendent and relied on that authorization in good faith. The expenses incurred were associated with attendance at this conference and were reasonable and customary for such events. TASB held a valuable training that familiarized me with many issues coming from the federal government, like breaking up the Department of Education into multiple departments and the use of SGOs for extracurricular activities, extracurricular after-school activities for our district. When I did have the opportunity to engage one-on-one with legislators, I discussed the fact that the federal requirement for Texas schools to break performance standards into racial groups with different requirements for each race is negatively impacting lower performing students. If Texas schools fail to meet the racially based targets required by ESSA, it directly affects the school's overall accountability rating. This widens performance gaps rather than lowering them because it forces districts to direct resources away from lower performing student groups to avoid a low score in the A through F accountability system. It also directly contradicts the spirit of recent anti-DEI legislation by building DEI concepts directly into the accountability system. There have been multiple instances of board members engaging with legislators and government agencies without a board vote. In one instance, a board member even gave a public award to a public official on behalf of the district without board approval. Based on past practice, I had no reason to believe additional formal board authorization was necessary to attend a conference.
I just have a quick response: taxpayer-funded lobbying.
Just something that I would like to add is that at the end of the day, that any training that any one of us of the 7 attends on the taxpayer dollars needs to be fully transparent, not just to the board, but to all of our constituents. Which is why I've asked for this motion, so that there is clarity and that there isn't any ambiguity in our policies, so that we are clear on what's expected of us.
I'd like to take a moment to speak as we're speaking about taxpayer money and using that for personal trips. I've learned that President Odenweller took a trip to cheer on the cheerleaders. I don't think it's fair to hold certain trustees to standards where they're going to get board training when you're paying for a hotel night.
The difference was that Dr. Vincent and I were invited by the school to go and be there for them. That was number one. And number two, Dr. Vincent was unable to go for the first few days, so I went for the first 2 days, and then he tag teamed in for the remainder of it. I was representing the district as an official person there, and that is why. It didn't require an agreement, and I didn't charge for my travel. I didn't do mileage. I didn't do meals. All I had them do was cover my overnight stay. That was it.
But we were talking about taxpayer money, and we were
But it
talking about
wasn't a
board
taxpayer. It wasn't a
transparency.
taxpayer paying it, and I was going to a lobbying firm for some training. I was there on behalf of the district.
No, they're not a lobbying firm. It's an association of school boards.
They are a taxpayer-funded lobbying firm. They
have
are.
lobbyists. They are not a taxpayer-funded lobbying firm. They offer quite a bit more than
Okay, it's not material. The
It is
point
material.
is
You're
that they were
mischaracterizing
not
the
the same
organization.
thing. I was there representing the district.
But you're mischaracterizing this organization to serve your own interests. So you could go to a cheer conference and have it covered.
Okay, obviously, you're associating the fact that I was there the same way any one of our other administrators goes and represents. I went as the representation, being there to support our teams, College Park and Caney Creek. I only had them pay my overnight hotel and came back.
And I went to advocate for removing the DEI from our performance standards so that our students
But
and
you
our
advocated on behalf of the district, or the board, I should say, not the district, the board.
I'd like to make a few notes regarding speaking on behalf of the board, because BBE was also brought up in our discussion, and it does say, unless authorized by a board member, by the board, a member of the board may not individually act on behalf of the board. And I could see why there could possibly be some confusion with that clause right there, given some of the past actions of the board. Just to go on record, I'd like to say that wearing your district badge, President Odenweller, you signed in as the CISD board president in 2025 during a Senate hearing on DEI with Senator Creighton, and shared my personal testimony without first consulting me. So not only did you not speak to the board, you didn't speak to me before using my testimony. And then last summer, you and Trustee Nelson, acted on behalf of the board by directing the district to purchase 10 Commandments posters when the law did not require districts to purchase the posters, only to hang donated posters. While they were later reimbursed, that was a choice to purchase those posters, and it was not brought before the rest of the board. And then thirdly, you and Trustee May acted on behalf of the board by having district employees accommodate CPAC with scheduling free facility use and having district staff send out newsletters. So again, I could see why there would be some lines blurred when throughout this summer and in the time I've been on the board, you've constantly taken it upon yourself to act as the board.
Trustees, we're getting off topic. I would like to call the vote.
I have a
if we
right to
could.
give my response
I
to
know,
that,
but
and then we'll call the vote.
we're not being productive
Number
right
one,
now.
I was the board president, and I had the right to speak up in Austin as the board president. That's just a
You shared
a
my
fact.
personal story.
Number two, I never gave any names.
You said the trustee that was an employee with the district.
I saw it. I knew who it was.
Not hard to
And
tell.
number three, I apologized when I shared that. You had shared that story numerous times, and I didn't realize it was
I didn't
private.
bring that into, I didn't share that story numerous times. I shared it one time
Okay.
with Cassandra Crowe.
And I did not organize free space for anyone, so I don't even know where that came from.
I'm
So,
going to second
thank
Trustee
you.
Dawson's motion
Okay, all
to
in
end
favor of
discussion,
ending
please.
discussion, show by the uplift of hands. 7, motion carries. Now we are going to call the vote for the motion that Trustee Gambino put on the table regarding clarifying the policy on this. And we've already discussed it, so any and all discussion ends, and we are going to take a vote. All in favor, show by the uplift of hands to revise that policy, to clarify. Okay, that's 5. All opposed? Okay, you don't want clarity on that policy?
No. Not yours.
Okay, the motion carries 5-2. I don't know, that's why I didn't even.
Just for clarification, any policy that we put forth is from the board. It's not my personal policy or any other trustee on the board. Is that correct? Correct. So it's not voting for individual policy, it's voting for policies that we as a body are coming in agreement to. So let's just be professional and clear.
All right, moving on. I know we already have, it's now up to take requests from trustees regarding future board agenda items. I know we already have a few that have been presented. Are there any other ones to be added at this time? If not, you can add them at any time going forward up till the deadline.
I'll just say, I was going to ask for map updates, but it sounds like we're doing that in March, so thank you. I'm really looking forward to talking about student learning outcomes.
The thing is that we are to, and
Amen.
at the heart of it, I'm really excited about the notion of being able to do that, talking about MAP, talking about Bluebonnet, and also really talking about the progress we've made in that area. And then lastly, the deal of the enhancement we're going to do for getting us a roadmap forward relating to what we're doing with the goals planning with Ron, and then also ultimately the idea that we're going to be able to identify the gaps in our curriculum that we can try to just shore up. And
That'll be included in that
it's
discussion, right?
a
The
trifecta.
results.
It's a trifecta. We're going to, I mean, and I hope these guys out here are ready to do it. Now they're rubbing their eyes, but they're ready to do it. They've worked hard on it. And the thing, ultimately, we're going to create a playbook for Texas that's going to help support in what we do for reading. And, we're well on our way, and I think it's going to be exciting.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no other business this evening, or seeing there's no other business this evening, the meeting is adjourned, and the time is 12:57.